It's season 666 of Baywatch, everyone.
The number of the beast.
So let's dive right in, shall we? One of Baywatch's many sponsors for season 6 was a hair care product called Shockwaves, apparently prompting an emphasis on hair-related wraparound sequences. Keep an eye out for this exciting development, I guess. It's out with the old and in with the new, so between seasons we lost and gained 2 lead characters. Garner has officially moved on to greener pastures in Baywatch Nights, and Eyebrows has Sakura'd his last blue. He will make sporadic appearances throughout the season though, so we're not quite done with him yet. As for David Charvet stepping down from this role, from what I've read, he wasn't really happy being there by the end. He felt the scene wasn't really him, and he shifted focus to his music career. Yes, I know, another one. But he seems to have had some success with it, especially in his home country of France, where he had 3 songs in the top 20. And after listening to a few of his tracks myself, he doesn't sound bad. So hey, I'm glad he pursued what he was passionate about. According to Douglas Schwartz, they were worried about losing Pamela Anderson and needed a new hot blonde to intimidate her by hinting she could be replaced, because that seems like a good working environment. So they made Neely Capshaw a main character and recast her with Gena Lee Nolin, who was spotted by one of the casting directors as a Price is Right model. Previous to this, she'd had no acting experience and was actually terrified of the camera, which wasn't helped by David Hasselhoff constantly ad-libbing lines and throwing out scripts. She wanted to leave after her first year, and I kid you not, they brought in a hypnotist to help her overcome her stage fright. It seems to have worked, because she ended up sticking around for 3 seasons and starring in Sheena for 2 years. And personally, I don't know what she was worried about, because I think she's great, and this version of Neely is one of my favorite characters. Oh, and also Cody is here. Trapped beneath the sea! Mitch has worn many hats in his lifetime. Architect, Navy SEAL, Iron Man champion. But his true calling has always been the sea. His father went to his Emmy cancer grave knowing that Mitch chose his lifeguard career above all else. So anyway, one of Mitch's plots in this 2-parter is about how he's seeking a second career because Baywatch Nights premiered the following week.
My seniority put me on top of the list. I could work the beach as much as I do now and still have time to pursue another career.
What other career?
I don't know, maybe a private eye.
Imagine you knew nothing about Baywatch Nights and you heard this line. Mitch might as well have said he's pursuing a career as a trapeze artist.
Mitch, you can't be a lifeguard during the day and a private eye at night.
Why not?
Actually, it's called Baywatch Nights because you work in an office above a club called Nights, not because—
Sorry, gotta go! Meanwhile, Cody. I'm Cody. I'm gonna join an Olympics. I don't even know why. Cody just seems to be universally hated in the Baywatch fandom. The moment I saw him, I instantly realized, as if by instinct, this was going to be a rocky relationship. Visuals alone told me everything I needed, which may never be backed up in actual show canon, but I know it in my heart to be true. He is intensely stupid. Cody is being creepily watched by a bunch of little girls on Stephanie's swim team. Except for this one, she seems kind of scared. Oh, and just as a throwaway line, Stephanie mentions she made the Olympic swim team the year the US boycotted it? Excuse me, this seems highly unlikely that Stephanie hasn't lorded this over Mitch by now.
Try and keep up, Mitch. Are you intimidated by swimming with an Olympic athlete?
You mean Olympic failure, you commie?
Hey! Stop giggling and pay attention to me, children, or I'll spoil.
Cody is here on a scholarship, but unfortunately he didn't quite make the team to even train for the Olympics. You know, I'd believe the only way he'd get a scholarship is via athletics, but if he's not even great at that, I don't think he's got anything going for him. According to his coach, except the will to win, he has it all, a claim I find to be dubious. While he's spilling all of Cody's deepest, darkest backstory to just any ding-dang person who asks, he tells Stephanie Cody lost his will to win after his parents died in a flood the previous year.
Why do bad things happen to good people?
You don't know if he's good. Stephanie is inspired to coach him herself. She can fix him! This instantly attracts CJ, who can't resist a man who's fallen apart.
When can I meet him?
I thought you were mending a broken heart.
Well, what better way than to meet someone new?
And relationship with eyebrows swept away. Zoop! Hey, speaking of big fat cheaters, Logan is smacking lips with some other Sheila.
I a main character yet? Oi, get out of here and go back to California Dreams.
In true Logan morally ambiguous fashion, he's using this girl for his own personal gain. Her father has a lot of money, and Logan's hoping he'll invest it in his new fashion business. What? Why is Logan a fashion designer now? Like, maybe you thought I was stretching things by questioning them giving Logan the AIDS-related plot, but you gotta admit, it's a little suspect that their only known gay actor at the time is suddenly a fashion designer out of nowhere. Hello, it's me, Rich Father.
Didn't you used to be Eyebrows' second dad, who was also rich and disapproving?
We don't talk about him anymore.
Australian fashions, is that it?
Aussie beachwear, sir.
You'd only see bikinis like this in Australia. That'll be 10 million didgeridoo-dollaroos, please.
Yep, that's the shot. That's the shot from your demo tape that's really gonna sell these looks, Logan. God, what even is this tape? I feel like we're 10 montages deep already, and we're only 13 minutes in. Logan claims he directed the demo and designed the clothes, but it turns out the genius behind all this mediocrity was none other than his good friend Gator. You remember Gator? He was that other Australian guy. He's from Australia.
Oi, I can't believe you didn't tell anyone about me yet, Logan. Not you. Honest Logan, that's what they call you. Now you're liar, Logan. A liar. That's you. That's right, that's what I do. Gotta love me.
Gator is tired of playing second fiddle to Logan, who bemoans the sacrifices he's made by cheating on Caroline to help their business. He'll tell investor daughter about his partner once they have the money, and hopefully she'll break up with him and get with Gator. So, if that's the plan, then why didn't Gator just seduce her himself and cut out the middleman? Is there some advantage to thinking Logan did all this when they look like they came out of the same deceitful Australian cloning facility?
Oi, I'm great at business.
Meanwhile, a rattlesnake. Hilarious. Okay, there's no reason for this to be slow motion whatsoever. It's as pointless as this scene.
When I was 8 years old, I saw the ultimate movie, The Maltese Falcon. For the next 6 or 7 years, I wanted to be Private Eye.
Bullshit. Speaking of good writing...
Well, if it wasn't for these Oreos, I'd be completely depressed.
Girlfriends.
Off-screen, Stephanie has introduced herself to Cody, become his coach, and hired him on as a working observer for a busy day at the beach. Would have been a good way to get to know the character if we'd actually seen him overcome his dead parent fear and decide to let Stephanie coach him, but whatever. Who needs real introductions when you could just make abs a character trait?
Wow.
Hi, Cody Madison. How's it going?
Completely rebuffed, as he should be. Caroline's kinda all over Cody, and Logan's a hypocritical cheater McCheater face. It's hard to decide who's the least likable protagonist.
You disgust me, boyfriend. I can be creepy too.
Everyone acting like Cody is God's gift to women makes me fully believe he isn't the only one dropped on his head at some point in his life.
Morning, Cody. Ready?
What's up, Logan?
Do it.
Whatever.
So get this, they basically tell us the ending of the last episode meant zilch. The tape was recorded illegally and can't be used in court, Neely is still suing for sexual harassment, and Eyebrows, so distraught over having to resign, left for France in a baguette-filled rage. LOL. Oh, and apparently, in a bid to get her to drop the lawsuit, the county is forced to rehire Neely, who was still fired for that evidence they got that apparently didn't mean anything. I thought the whole point of her suing was to make a ton of easy money, and if she was fired for illegal evidence, she could add another lawsuit to the mix, but I guess a hefty lifeguard salary from people who hate you will do. Why be good when you could be bad at being evil? Then we're transported into a lifeguard hell dimension. I don't know. God, why is part 1 not over yet? After a hard day of summoning the dark forces, Logan chastises Neely for saying she rescues people for the rush, because the true motivation should be getting laid, I guess. But little does Logan know, he might be rotten, but he's never met a true bitch like Neely before.
You don't think the Caroline would be hurt if she found out about you and, Beth Camfield?
What the didgeridoo?
Gator spilled the beans to Neely, continuing his trend of randomly having relationships with blonde side characters that really have nothing to do with him, and in exchange for her secrecy, Neely wants Logan to basically speed up her Lifeguard redemption arc. Then I can continue to save lives. Ooh, I'm so naughty. Anywho, Cody and Neely are shooing away some makeout couples from an oil rig, and the audience is reminded that Baywatch Ocean is just lousy with old sea mines. Now they're trapped beneath the sea! It only took 2 million hours to get here! All I can say is thank God for slow motion swimming footage, because that's gonna make the second half go by a whole lot quicker in this review. If you thought the last episode had too many waste of space time fillers, just wait until you see the swaths of screen time filled by crane footage. Cody, Neely, and some randos are trapped in an oil rig that's filling with water. I don't blame these guys for freaking out. If Cody was all that stood between me and certain death, I'd be losing it too.
Don't worry, it's just water. I drink this stuff all the time.
At least he speaks in a calming manner?
Calm down! Calm down and stay with him! You're right! There's an explosion! Grab her! Oh, grab her!
Needless to say, time is of the essence for our, heroes? But luckily, Baywatch's favorite thing will protect them.
We got air pockets!
And CGI is becoming easier to implement, so damn it, they're gonna use it. Okay now, how did that guy survive that one? He should be the wife from Signs by now. While Cody and Neely attempt to save Mr. Pancake, the others on the surface are setting up a rescue. And oh man, you got Shippy, Numi, and Ledge Muscleman, the dream team. Basically, they evoke the opposite feeling of Cody. Unfortunately, I'm not even kidding, part 2 is it's just this. I'm literally 50% into the episode, and a majority of it has been diving footage. It is one of the most boring and drawn-out rescues I've ever seen. What an anticlimax.
Hey, it's me, Cody. I'm here to save you.
Okay, we're gonna lift this thing on 3.
Now's as good a time for drinking as any.
Look how strong I am. I'm lifting this all by myself.
10 years of my life later, everyone is out but Mitch, and he might just be the one fatality in this ill-fated episode. Will Baywatch Nights never be conceived? Oh yeah! Saved by the Dream Team! This episode has turned itself around. Just kidding, it's nearly over.
Wow, all of this has really made me think about how I want to do my spin-off show now.
Well, our heroes had a lot to prove. Cody with his lost motivation, Neely's evil, drunken ways, Logan and his seedy fashion scheme. But if this hour and a half of television has proved anything, it's that at the end of the day, they're all damn good lifeguards.
She's a damn good lifeguard.
Yes, indeed, they've risen to the top. So that's why Cody lost his scholarship, Logan's deal falls through when Gator sells him out, and everyone who hated Neely before still does. No good deed goes unpunished.
Beep beep, bitch.
It's kind of complicated because, you see, the car doesn't actually belong to me. It belongs to a detective agency. Well, Garner and I, we met this woman, and I'll fill you in later.
This sure would be awkward if Baywatch Nights premiered between this two-parter and we didn't even air the pilot until episode 8. Well, see you in the funny papers.
Next time on Baywatch, it's Baywatch Nights, people. Drama, action, confusion. Nights will never be the same. Looking for some hot stuff in my memory. Don't recall this episode at all. Oh look, Logan's jealous, this is real new. This is the hot stuff, it's the hot stuff tonight. You know what? This is fine if I don't remember anything about this episode. It's like it's new. Winter boots with shorts and a crop top though, Neely? Fashion faux pas. And getting naked and changing in the tower? That's violating so many Lifeguard regulations. Neely has truly sealed herself as Baywatch's resident bad girl. I mean, look at this. She even dresses evilly. Now, just imagine you're going about your day and glance over and see the Lifeguard just like basking in her stank over there and posing to imaginary music. Do you feel safe at this beach? By the way, this disgusting, dirt-covered child is Michael Barnett, son of Gregory Barnett, aka more Baywatch royalty. This is his first credited stunt role, and following in the footsteps of his father, he's still doing stunts today. He's currently working on the Venom movie. Hey, why are they playing such creepy music over Cody watching Caroline with his binoculars? I'm a lifeguard. Cool, he passed rookie school off screen. Real hero's journey with this guy. He's not the only one creepily watching Caroline, however. After a successful save, she and Cody share a hug that Logan is not too pleased with.
I'm Australian but an asshole.
Meanwhile, Neely is furious with Stephanie for constantly putting her on switchboard duty. The episode would like us to believe this is a passive-aggressive action, which is very in character for Stephanie, but I just gotta point out there are many legitimate reasons not to have her in the water, including drinking on duty, threatening lawsuits all the time, and getting naked in the tower like 5 minutes ago. It's so hard to live in a world where you're constantly persecuted. Mitch finds all of this very amusing. Guess he forgot about last episode where he thought she was a damn good lifeguard.
She's a damn good lifeguard.
Why would I, a lifeguard lieutenant, be involved with the scheduling? I'm a PI now. Anywho, the main plot of Hot Stuff centers on Hobie and a group of blind children he's looking after. This includes the return of Mila Kunis and one of the kids from Seventh Heaven. This week we got all the cool child stars. Guess who's also back? That's right, it's Kay, and she's okay as ever. She's been volunteering at a school for the blind and set up Hobie with some of her students. And that's their excuse to have Hoffwife back so she can pay some lip service to Mitch's spinoff show.
I was thinking about hiring you as a private eye just so I can spend a little more time with you.
Well, bring your blind kids on over to the other show, Kay. There's no need to see it when you're working by night. Now, question, did this kid just stare right at the camera, or did a blind character look over at Kay and smile at her? And cut. Keep rolling though, this is good stuff.
How are you at building sandcastles?
Awesome.
I'm gonna wreck that kid.
Yeah!
Everyone is getting in on that looking at the camera action this episode. Littering is bad for a myriad of reasons, but especially so here, because some dumb folks throw out a liquor bottle, shatter the glass, and the glass magnifies the sun and ends up setting some brush on fire. There were many ways they could have started the fire this episode to teach the audience about responsibility, including campfires during a dry season, or smoking, or what have you, but they went with a complicated littering device to propel this story forward. Said litter bugs are never seen or heard about again. Whoa, looks like this little fire just became a big problem. Now they gotta evacuate the beaches en masse. My save! Too bad nobody informed the Malibu School for the Blind, who are inconveniently located smack dab in the middle of the fire area. If not for their blind super senses, Hobie and the kids could have been in real trouble.
Smoke! I smell smoke!
Who the hell just said that? I don't know. The Super Blind 4 plus one older kid with sight, assemble!
I just twisted my ankle.
Oh, come on, over that? That wasn't even the fire's fault. Now that kid's just wandering off alone? These kids deserve to die.
Stupid Hobie doesn't know what he's talking about, idiot. I'm gonna kick this fire's ass. Aw man, if there's one more dead kid on my record, my dad's gonna send me to military school.
Hobie thinks I won't send him to military school anyway. You know what'll put that fire right out? A crisp, delicious Coca-Cola. Pretty refreshing, huh, folks? You know, I'm starting to piece together why I don't remember anything about the episode composed of 50% controlled brush fire they were allowed to film plus stock footage. It's a good thing I broke this up with some Baywatch Nights, because 2 episodes of extended rescues in a row? You're stretched pretty thin, Baywatch. It is cool to see firefighter Newman though. I mean, a lot of homes are burning while he's doing his cool walk there, but it's still cool.
I'd love to help, but I've got a case to crack with Garner and Ryan back at night. See ya!
Charlie! Bonnie! Hands! Charlie! Charlie! Hobie! Charlie! Bonnie! Hands! Bonnie! Bonnie! Hobie!
Wow, I tell ya, this is as entertaining as just watching the fire stock footage straight, except none of it is real or interesting.
Charlie! Hobie!
Not this again, just get the stupid kid out. Pity Mitch didn't think to grab a fire extinguisher or a bucket or something after Stephanie told him Hobie was in the fire somewhere. Time is running out, but like, what's even the issue? Isn't Mitch fireproof or something? But don't worry guys, because Mitch is a cool dad. Oh yeah! Lucky break they ended up in the ramp section of the fire, tell you what.
The day is saved thanks to me. We forgetting anyone? Nah.
You sure you're okay? I better check your pulse again.
Ugh, what a creep.
Then you better check my pulse. In my mouth.
My brother died of smoke inhalation.
I kept my cool under pressure and proved myself to my peers, just like last week. Time for a celebratory drink.
Aren't I deathly afraid of fires or something because of my dad? Who knows?
Caroline comes waltzing in and says they stopped talking about getting married and having kids, which is news to me, but good lord, what a terrible contribution to the gene pool.
When are we gonna get married, Logan?
Not until after that didgeridoo Cody stops making the moves on you.
This is definitely a good sign that you're marriage material.
Looks like you learned a real lesson today, champ. Stay in the water, a lifeguard's domain. If you wander, the flames of evil will swallow you up.
Earthquakes, floods, fires, what else?
Okay, calm down, Mr. Excitey Pants.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Destiny's bag gets switched at an airport, with dangerous results. Meanwhile, the gang has to protect the only witness to a murder. It's a killer. If there are two things that go together like peanut butter and chocolate, it's definitely Baywatch and the Beach Boys. And at last, Baywatch has finally been able to afford these titans. Check out this dancing, dudes! We are in for some prime old white dads here, folks. If anybody asks what the Beach Boys' magnum opus is, the answer is inevitably gonna be either Pet Sounds or their guest starring role on Baywatch.
Well, it's a love thing.
So about a year prior, during the episode K-Gas, the Grooveyard of Solid Gold, the Beach Boys' single Summer of Love was released to tie in with Baywatch. And while this take on it is vastly superior by merit of dancing alone, I was worried I might not have much else to say about it. But lo and behold, it's the gift that keeps on giving. See, I was under the impression this song was written specifically for Baywatch, but actually, it turns out it was planned for an unmade Simpsons movie. And it was going to be a duet with Bart Simpson? Excuse me, please transport me to the universe where this happened. The only thing better than finding this out was discovering that apparently the Simpsons turned them down. So Baywatch was second choice. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Oh, by the way, that's John Stamos on the drums.
You'll always be my summer season's main attraction.
Anyway, I guess there's also a Baywatch episode here? Another fun fact, Ledge Musselman's nickname appears to be Legend.
Legend?
I love everything about this show. This episode also marks the return of the Surf Fudder Foundation.
The Surf Fighter Foundation.
Hey, kid.
Stephanie, I don't like that Cody and Neely are working together because his penis will distract him.
That won't be a problem because everyone knows he's really in love with me.
What?
Baywatch could just rest on its laurels and bank on people tuning in for the Beach Boys alone, but they're more ambitious than that. You see, this episode has an environmental message. Turns out Diablo Cove has become toxic due to people dumping something or other in a storm drain. Figures that would happen at Diablo Cove and not Brita Beach. Speak of the devil.
You mean to tell me that you have not been on our board yet? What are you waiting for?
Ay, Dios mío, la Diabla Rubia!
Man, I know I might be a little harsh on Cody, but he just sounds like an idiot through like the whole episode.
How about tomorrow before we come on duty?
I gotta work out.
I don't do any bench presses tomorrow, and Coach Stephanie is gonna totally ream me.
What are you looking at?
Dinner. Cody is in a real pickle. This spider has trapped him in her seductive web.
I get it. The little surfer girl is me.
Anyway, these two are testing the water when these surfer boys come up on the offensive. No one's gonna be doing any routine testing on their beach.
Why are you checking our water? The runoff from that storm drain sometimes contains high levels of bacteria.
So? Surf here every day. So what if it's grungy? Those are epic swells, man. Yeah, let's go.
They've got a point, Neely. Those are epic swells.
You will be mine, you gorgeous hunk of beef. Meanwhile, Mitch and his buddies are looking at his old records because, as it turns out, he's got every beach album ever recorded. You might notice a theme this episode.
Dick Dale and the Deltones? Who the heck is that?
Wait a minute. You don't know Dick Dale, King of the Surf Guitar?
He's a big fan of MedRx. Hobie is an uncultured swine, but fortunately he is familiar with the Beach Boys, and according to him and every 14-year-old in 1995, those guys kick.
Those guys kick.
So it turns out, unbeknownst to the audience, Mitch's deadbeat brother Buzz the Beach Nomad used to surf with the Beach Boys back in the day. Hang on, it gets better. Not only that, but Mitch, sweet, humble Mitch, even sang with them once.
Early 60s. I was about 8 years old. We all know how Buzzy loved to party. So he drags his little brother down to Hawthorne, knocks on the door of this old garage, and who opens up? Mike Love and the Beach Boys. They were rehearsing for a Battle of the Bands contest. And he says, well, that's a pretty high voice. You want to sing background for me? So I did.
I don't mean to brag, but I pretty much wrote all their songs and gave them their fame and fortune.
So you might be wondering why Mitch suddenly has an increase of friends who look much cooler than him. Well, these are members of the Surf Butter Foundation, who are organizing a protest to divert the storm drain polluting Diablo Cove. If something isn't done, the bacteria will leak into the bay and get a lot of people sick. They want to catch a wave, not a virus. But somehow, people just aren't taking this issue seriously.
Let's all get polluted!
As if stupid pro-pollution children aren't a big enough problem, Stephanie's ex-husband rears his ugly head.
Aw, balls! Looks like I'm gonna get polluted.
Talk about your blast from the past.
What is that supposed to mean? This is so typical of you. This is why you made me cheat on you. Oh, it's always about you, Stephanie. How do you think this affects me? Actually, shut up.
Actually, I'm the one who's the most affected.
Meanwhile, dumbass Cody.
I've got a lot of dreams.
I'm 8 years old.
Keeping with the theme of everyone randomly having Beach Boys fever, Cody says that one of his many dreams growing up was to move to California and see if those Beach Boys songs were true.
Yeah, I moved here and it turns out I really was the themed problem child.
And the southern girls with the way they talk.
Oh, I forgot the Beach Boys produced California Girls in 1910. Hello? Luckily for sinister Neely, CJ is off in France with eyebrows, so she can seduce Cody all by herself. And wait, so are CJ and eyebrows still together or not? And of course, this all depends on if and when Cody ever realizes he's being hit on. We're the #1 power couple.
I'm jealous! Oi, where the hell am I in this episode? Shit, there goes another finger. Luckily, all my appendages regenerate like a worm.
I was a fool to lose you, Stephanie.
Damn right you were. You let your ambition get in the way of your personal relationships. Unlike me, the greatest lover in the world, not everything is a competition, therefore I win.
I see you have a Beach Boys album here, and I'm their #1 fan. Let's play our song, which is also by the Beach Boys. Beach Boys.
First little engine gave Squaw pretty feather. The second little engine made her an Indian dog.
What? If any
anyone's gonna be a hypocrite around here, it's me! My only purpose in this episode is to be irrationally angry at other couples!
We're talking polluted!
After a lovely description of the stupid pollution kid nearly suffocating on his own vomit,
He almost died choking on his own vomit.
the crew has gotta think of some way to get that storm drain diverted, but the city just doesn't have the funding.
Who's gonna listen to us, a bunch of old surfers? I mean, what do we know?
Yeah, who's gonna listen to them? Lifeguards with decades of experience, plus a foundation specifically created to help clean up beaches and work with environmental experts. Psh, no one! They might not listen to a bunch of old surfers, but you know who they will listen to? A bunch of old surfers named the Beach Boys. And maybe, just maybe, the 8-year-old that played with them in a garage once in the 60s will be able to use his immense pull to get them to put on a benefit concert.
Hello. Hi, you're Mike Love, right?
Yeah?
I need a favor.
Wait, so Mitch just randomly shows up at his house and also knows where he lives?
You're becoming quite the detective.
Watch Baywatch Nights!
He used to tell me that you really wanted to become a lifeguard.
You got a great memory.
Well, luckily for you, the rest of the Beach Boys just hang out in my backyard at all times. Which, when is the benefit concert, little boy? Hobie was right. These guys really kick. Some full-on tongue action, a concert quiet enough to speak over at normal volume, closure with ex-spouses, they really have it all. We're just gonna have to presume the benefit concert went well, as we don't get any updates on the storm drain situation, but at least we get this happy ending.
Cool.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Destiny has a premonition of murder, and our crew might be the next victims. Truly visionary. Hi, I'm Allison Pregler. We've recently had a string of very silly, chuckle-worthy episodes of Baywatch and Baywatch Nights, folks. And what isn't humorous about the Beach Boys, Mime Mitch, and various vaguely ocean-related deaths? I tell you what isn't funny though, and that's degenerative brain diseases. I'm here to talk to you about a very serious topic, Emmy Alzheimer's. This disease comes on suddenly, meaninglessly, and will soon be done away with because it isn't convenient to the plot anymore. If you or a loved one are suffering from Emmy Alzheimer's, please call this number. It's a very special Baywatch. Enjoy! Ah, feel that Emmy fever. It was nice of them to let Johnny Danger out of jail so we can experiment with drinking and driving other vehicles. Stephanie and Cody are swimming like right next to them and do nothing, but they don't have time for that. There's an Olympics to train for.
I'm gonna be a gold medal! But wait, is that what I really want?
I know it's what my parents really wanted. And sometimes I'm not sure what I want.
Listen, I was never able to fulfill my Olympic dreams, and this is my chance to live vicariously through you, so don't screw this up, you wang!
Poor, stupid, moldable Cody, forever somebody else's puppet.
Deputy Cody to the rescue!
I grade this save an F-.
The girl might be safe now, but Cody bought a sheriff's badge at the dollar store, and he's got a mind to catch those drunken boaters.
It's not our job. We're lifeguards, not law enforcement.
That's what you think.
Stephanie's right, though. It's not their job to take the law into their own hands. Unless, of course, it involves undercover pirate stings or avenging your sister's future cheating fiancé's attempted murder.
Poster!
Mitch brings his mom home, and I don't know, guys, maybe he should have given Hobie some clothes other than his gigantic hand-me-downs for this special occasion.
Hobie, I didn't know you cooked. Actually, I don't. Dad just taught me how to order takeout. Ice cream. Oh, thank God. Jalapeno flavor.
Bad continuity for getting Hobie's 15-minute dream of being a chef? Or perhaps foreshadowing. Well, at least someone is classing up this product placement. And lest you forget Baywatch Nights is going on, Baywatch is gonna slip in another subtle reminder.
One who's now holding down a nighttime as well as a daytime job. And it's a private eye as well.
Check out this look of contempt. You can feel the disdain oozing off of him. But I'm sure Mom Buchanan would rather focus on her son's shameful new career she's grateful her late husband wasn't around to see than some of her embarrassing recent faux pas. Among other things, it turns out she accidentally boarded the wrong plane. Not sure how that happened since, airplanes check the tickets and stuff, but whatever. Point is, lots of little things are adding up, and Mitch is concerned. Many questions are raised, but at least one mystery is solved, and that's the origin of Mitch's creepy laugh. Mitch isn't the only one playing detective. Cody is hot on the trail of what makes Coca-Cola so darn delicious.
Is it magic? Is it dreams? How do you bottle that?
But first, he's gonna help Caroline with her workout routine.
CJ decides to go gallivanting off in Paris with Matt, and I'm stuck without a workout partner.
Not anymore.
Let's get hot and sweaty, pal. Buddykins, friend-a-rooney.
So either Cody is actually a mastermind, or the dumbest man who ever lived. It's hard to tell.
Believe me, I get called a dumbbell all the time, so I know what I'm talking about. Let's get rid of these little baby things, and you can get started on some 200-pounders.
Oi, I'm justifiably upset that Cody is grinding up on my girlfriend, even though I'm not really any better and we're equally unlikable.
Just let me send my bitch vibes their way.
Take back what you said about Bob the Builder or I'll kill you! This is completely reasonable no matter what the actual context is in the episode!
The spell is cast.
No one could possibly get jealous because of this!
Oi, let's just essentially do the same scene over again.
The spell is cast. Logan is so evil, he doesn't pass along a phone message to Cody when he asks for updates on the drunken boaters. Diabolical. Dead parents? Nah. Being angry at Logan is the motivation Cody needed to get back into the Olympic spirit. And then his story comes full circle.
Good thing the Olympics doesn't score you on bad luck.
I had an accident.
Oi, this never would have happened if I just passed along that phone message.
Cody took a big risk freediving to save one of the boaters, mainly a risk to Stephanie's ego.
You know, you could have blown out your ears and your lungs, which would have ruined your chances for the Olympics.
And then how would I have looked? Like a big boob. And I'm not talking about the good kind.
Neely, however, is more comforting.
Cody, you're gonna be just fine. Be fine.
Seriously, why is she like an evil ocean sorceress this episode? Not one to pass up an opportunity for mischief, Neely decides to use Logan's bad phone etiquette as blackmail for later. She sorta had that fashion scheme cheating thing as dirt on him already, but I guess you can never have too many blackmail schemes up your sleeve. So who are we supposed to be rooting for? Cody, who is either intentionally or unintentionally hitting on everyone's girlfriends, Caroline, who's got the hots for Cody, Logan, who's insanely jealous of everyone who cheats that isn't him, or Neely, who already made out with Cody, but I guess just likes to be a shit stirrer.
And then, that's when the fake Scottish lady was strangled to death by the painter, who was obsessed with my psychic friend Destiny. Just a fun story to tell the other kids. Later, scamps!
Well, after Mom Buchanan forgets where Hobie's school is, Mitch convinces her to have some testing done. You guessed it, it's Emmy Alzheimer's.
My one solace is that at least I'm losing a lifetime of memories to a good cause. Baywatch will finally receive the Emmy it deserves.
Yeah, Mom. It definitely will.
One of my very favorite films was Polly was always playing the glad. It was dumb, but then the whole village started playing. Always find something to be glad about.
Jeez, I gotta get out of here.
Hello, I'm Douglas Schwartz's wife and I wrote the episode. Can you help me with directions?
Oh no, that's caused my Emmy Alzheimer's to flare up.
There's left to hide from the moment of truth. The enemy's inside and the battleground is here.
Yo, bro, did you catch that Alzheimer's montage on Baywatch last night? You got that right, bro. Epic!
Ah, Emmy robbers! This is one bad day for Mom Buchanan.
Why does my son have to be so embarrassing? Why can't you be cooler like Buzz, the Beach Boys' best friend? You're no child of mine.
Mom Buchanan vows to not waste the time she has, to accept help, and to make the most out of life. Mitch has only got 2 parents, his prospector uncle already died, and his father's Emmy cancer was a flop, but maybe his mother's Emmy Alzheimer's will touch the cold, dark hearts of the Emmy committee. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch goes undercover as a gigolo. Gimme some sugar, mama.
I'm finally back from France where that loser Matt still thinks we're dating. Time to jump on the Cody train again.
I'm irresistible.
She was driving barefoot? Ew!
There's a garden of Eden.
R.I.P. eyebrows, I guess. Meanwhile, Mitch has turned into an overeager 12-year-old.
How's Matt? Did you guys do seriously romantic things in Paris? When's he coming back?
When are you two getting married, having kids, having a long, happy life together, and then growing old and going to a retirement home, and then dying with matching headstones? Gosh, you two are gonna last forever!
CJ is in a bit of a depression. Her boyfriend/not-boyfriend Eyebrows is on the run to avoid phony sexual assault charges, all while the person responsible for it is her new co-worker. Luckily, she's got Mitch to confide in.
You are coming back to work, aren't you?
Well, is Neely still here?
Still angry about forcing your boyfriend to flee the country? That's classic catfighting if I ever saw it. Suck it up, babe!
CJ, I know how you feel about her. But she's a damn good lifeguard. No matter what we think of her, she's a damn good lifeguard.
Mitch has got the solution to those fugitive boyfriend blues. She and Neely just have to learn to work together. Yes, indeed. Solving this is just as easy as getting 2 grade schoolers to complete a group project. Next thing we know, Neely and CJ are going to be creating popsicle stick log cabins. CJ, Caroline, and Stephanie are teaching some junior lifeguards the importance of teamwork when sinister Neely slinks in to undermine them. Teamwork's cool and all, but you've got to be the best swimmer first. I can't wait to learn the same lesson all over again this week.
Who are we kidding? We know this Matt storyline is going nowhere.
There's no point in contradicting CJ. She's just frustrated. You know, since she obviously couldn't convince Matt to come home with her.
Yeah, I'm transparently evil. Too bad I'm such a damn good lifeguard. Speaking of childish behavior, the main theme of this episode is precocious little girls. We are gonna be up to our eyeballs in children, folks. We get the ball rolling when Mitch receives a letter saying he's inherited something, only he doesn't recognize the name of the deceased.
I've killed so many over the years.
Turns out, she's the mother of the adorable con girl they helped around Christmas. She'd recently remarried, and she and her new husband both died tragically in an off-screen car accident. Hilarious. Merry Christmas, Joey!
Well, that just periwinkles my suit!
And what exactly did this con woman with a heart of gold leave Mitch in her will? Why, a brand new make-you-look-younger orphan! Wait, okay, so apparently she had no relatives to leave her to, but was her husband also familyless? And just decided to agree on writing out a will that left everything to a lifeguard that helped his wife once, but couldn't even remember her damn name? And what the hell is wrong with this lawyer? No, just write out the letter saying he inherited something. Don't give him any forewarning that we're about to dump a child on him. It's funnier this way.
She left you me.
Did you see the look on your face? Priceless! I don't think this is how any of this works at all. But I've never adopted a streetwise ragamuffin, so what do I know?
Well, Joey's gonna be living with us for a little while.
Wow, that's great.
My mom was killed.
Way to kill the mood, Joey!
Well, Mitch might have an unexpected new daughter, but at least he won't have to worry about any vampires. Yet. Mitch and Hobie need to have a serious discussion. Mainly, Hobie's on thin ice and long overdue to be replaced with a much younger, cuter kid. Joey is kind of fragile right now, so while she's unpacking upstairs, they've got to be discreet.
So how'd she end up here?
Explain to me in explicit detail how her parents died, Dad.
Oh, you don't want to know, Hobie. It was a gore fest. Heads were rolling. Literally. I saw pictures. Witnesses described a real bloodbath.
There are many, many legitimate reasons why having a child unexpectedly thrust upon you is a problem, but Mitch and Hobie decide to focus on the most inane ones. Joey is not only a con artist troublemaker, but raising a girl is way different than a boy. Hobie was easy. Mitch just threw an A&W cream soda his way and he was set. But girls need tampons and makeup and emotional support. How much heartbreak can Joey take? I mean, Thunder in Paradise just got canceled. She needs a stable home.
Give you like a pizza?
Wow, I'm over it already!
Today's episode is themed around teamwork, something you might catch on to if you listen very carefully.
You have to be able to work together as a team. This is supposed to be a team effort.
They're just not grasping this whole concept of teamwork here. Great chance for teamwork.
Well, they'd better get their act together, because these girls are just too distracted by boys. CJ cooks up a plan to get these preteens to focus, delivering the lines in the most menacing way possible.
Well, this calls for a special episode. Something we can do together for girls. Women only. Against the elements.
Catalina weekend!
Vacation disguised as work! Now I'm mad at you for hitting on Cody, Stephanie! Somebody hitting on my boyfriend Cody? Only Stephanie the traitor! I'm literally the only one of us who's available.
Hey, awesome outfit to wear around the preteen girls, CJ. Things are looking to be a pretty bodacious girls' day out when who should crash the party? Ain't I a stinker? Okay, but like, why? I don't even understand if there's a scheme involved or she just enjoys spending time with people who hate her, or...
Hey kids, you ever just think about lifeguard stuff?
Time to put on his nightgown and have a beachside picnic.
Thanks, Mitch.
For what?
For giving me a home. You are going to let me stay, aren't you?
Meanwhile, kids be stupid. A couple of the girls and Catalina decide to go exploring in a cave alone. Well, where the hell are any of the lifeguards? Just being catty about boys by the tents?
You know, it's just ridiculous for you to still be mad at me over Cody.
Oh, I guess they are.
Come on, Taylor.
Excuse me, I'm gonna need to pause for a second, because this is Lauren Taylor. You might remember her as Hobie's girlfriend in the episode Lover's Cove. You know, the one who was given a year to live 3 seasons ago?
Hi, Mrs. Taylor. You must be Lauren.
Hobie Lauren's got less than a year to live.
What? We kissed is forever! Always! Remember me forever, okay?
Churches chime for the river of time.
She's alive! It's a miracle! Or maybe she was a ghost all along?
Whatever, I'm over her now. Pretty soon my new sister is gonna be old enough to date.
I can't believe I missed that this character came back. Incredible.
Hey, didn't we have a little girl in season 4 that we liked? Oh yeah, what was her character's name again? Taylor something? Yeah, let's go with that. What was her episode about? I don't know, who cares? Call her up.
Well, I don't know why it's a big deal she's going into this cave then. Apparently she died 3 years ago.
Just give in to it, Erica. Dying's not so bad. Join me in the Legion of the Undead. If I'm going down, you're going down with me. Friends forever. Wow, it looks really fake in here. I think we'll be okay.
Luckily, they've got future Playboy playmate Lauryn Hill and other girl on their side.
Come quick! We can't find them, they're gone!
Just calm down so we can figure this out, alright? I've got something very important to ask you. Nesquik, Hawaiian Punch, Gatorade, or Coca-Cola?
Okay, if ever we need a teamwork, now's the time, all right?
Yeah, real nice time for your PSA, Caroline.
Let's all be a team, girls! Last one in has to give up Cody! Damn it, Stephanie!
Just a little teamwork and you can have it.
Teamwork!
Stephanie, I'm so sorry we didn't listen to you.
I'll forgive you only if you promise me that you learned something from this.
I'll forgive, but never forget.
I guess you're okay now, Neely. I'm over what you did to Matt, whoever he is.
Hooray! Looks like I learned a lesson, bitches.
And teamwork.
Enough already!
Meanwhile, bad idea show. Abort! Topless lady? Check. Gross hairy drinking dudes? Check-a-rooney. The thing is, this is just too good. Wait a minute. She got her sexy woman swimsuit from Mitch's locker, did she? Now, hang on. Get off the rocks of doom, kid. What are you... they gotta cordon these things off.
Why isn't there a real lifeguard here anyway? Baywatch Beach is the worst!
Give me that swimsuit back, you little creep!
Okay, but what's with the inappropriate disco music?
When you ground a kid, that means you love him.
Little scamp. Off to the orphanage you go! I guess this is a cliffhanger!
Next time on Baywatch, we're gonna take a quick detour so Summer and Eyebrows can teach us some valuable lifeguard tips. And video games are involved, I guess? Sega does what Nintendo don't. Hello, folks, and welcome to this little Baywatching detour, courtesy of some helpful viewers who informed me of this video's existence. This is about a season or two behind, since it heavily features Nicole Eggert and David Charvet, but I still feel it's very worth highlighting that this ever existed. So, in 1993, Baywatch teamed up with Sega, of all things, to create a free water safety video for children in the UK, because apparently video games and swimming go hand in hand? And because their most popular and water-related game they had at the time was Echo the Dolphin, we periodically cut to game footage throughout the whole frantically edited spectacle. This was during a time when kids' entertainment, even edutainment, was very focused on just continually throwing out motion and noise, and this is the most random, chaotically pieced together mess I've ever seen for a video that apparently was distributed to schools. But I hope at least some kids were able to retain the tips, because there's some legitimately useful advice buried in here. So here are two things I'm definitely an expert on: Echo the Dolphin, and popular UK presenters from the early 90s. I know next to nothing about Echo, who does indeed make an appearance with our Baywatch stars.
So don't go away, we gotta feed Echo, but we'll be right back.
So I took this opportunity to educate myself by taking a look at the wiki page. The player character is a bottlenose dolphin who travels through time to combat hostile extraterrestrials in Earth's oceans and on an alien spacecraft. Alright, Sega, fine. Going further into the hole, I see it also includes Atlantis, and was inspired by Pink Floyd music and John C. Lilly's experiments into psychotropic drugs, so basically, it's a weirdo game. A weird game. But I mean, it can't be any stranger than anything contained in this instructional video. At the same time, it's also an extremely challenging bestseller, so I'm sure I'm gonna get a lot of comments about this. Look guys, I review Baywatch for a living. Don't be surprised that I'm not that familiar with the time travel dolphin game that came out when I was 3. The game, from what I gather, is sort of a dreamlike, trippy experience, so you can imagine how well the clips gel with the insane sugar-high, soda-chugging, pixie stick nightmare world the rest of the Sega portions entail.
Oh, coming up! Still with us?
Don't go it alone.
Joining Echo is host of the Sega segments Stephen O'Donnell, aka The Barber, who won't stop for 2 seconds for anything to register because Sega is extreme.
And on today's show, we tell you all about the water safety code. 5 points, all important, so watch this. 1.
I think I understood about 5% of what he said. The water tips specifically related to the UK are handled by the UK Chris Evans, because I guess the UK has their own Chris Evans, host of popular programs such as The Big Breakfast. Before I proceeded, I wanted to make sure there were no scandals involved here, like him committing murder or something, and I'm happy to say either his record's alright, or he's committed the perfect crime.
Jumping into clear deep water is great. But imagine this.
Well, you got me there. That would not be ideal. But who cares about any of that? The important part is Baywatch, and that's the glue that holds this whole beautiful thing together. This includes an obligatory wraparound by Hasselhoff.
Hi, I'm David Hasselhoff from the TV series Baywatch, and I'm here to tell you some very exciting news.
And the majority of the Lifeguard stuff being presented by Summer and Eyebrows, who are sometimes David Charvet and Nicole Eggert.
Hey, Summer.
Hey, man, how's it going? Hi, I'm Nicole Eggert.
And I'm David Charvet from the TV series Baywatch.
If it sounds deliciously baffling, you aren't wrong. I hope you got a good chuckle out of this guy randomly showing up for 2 seconds and making a face, because that's gonna happen a lot. Though not as much as they throw to the Baywatch theme song, because it's played approximately 10,000 times in 20 minutes.
Welcome to the team.
It's almost as cool as the floating skull man. I'm scared because of how edgy he is.
And now, the mega movie.
That's right, we're watching Star Crash. Eat it, Royal Life-Saving Society.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Mitch is a lifeguard. What does he know about being a PI?
One thing you'll notice is that Echo the dolphin, being water-based, is the only possible connecting element to this water safety video. But damn it if they aren't going to try their best to shoehorn him in.
You know, I like to think of a lifeguard as the closest a human can get to being a dolphin.
Yes, that's what I'd like to think, but I don't, because that's a silly thing to say.
Apparently the premise is that the Royal Life-Saving Society, who is behind this whole thing, is putting together a boring educational video, which is then pirated by Sega, who proceed to give the same safety tips anyway? I guess they're pirating in the name of coolness? I mean, I don't really get it, but at least they're using their powers for good. This is intertwined with a narrative following our audience proxy, rookie lifeguard Binky, as he learns the do's and don'ts of water protocol. This is, of course, because Hasselhoff and the Baywatch gang are looking for some upstart rookies in the UK, and Binky might just be their guy. I mean, get a load of this reaction.
So I heard we have a new rookie.
Yeah, I heard about him.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, look, that must be him right now.
Oh, yeah, what a cute little guy. How about that?
How about that indeed?
Somewhere, did we somehow lose our ability to act?
Oh no, I'm uncovering a repressed memory about an acting class I once took. There was so much blood.
Ho ho ho. Also, this is a dream. The plot is surprisingly complicated. What follows is your standard safety video, reiterating the same few tips in several different ways.
Even dolphins need air to stay alive.
That's what you think.
In Britain, most drownings take place in rivers, ponds, lakes, and reservoirs. But you can also drown in your bath.
You can drown in your bath. He said it.
Well, that was typical of something you would see all the time.
Some of these may seem obvious, but of course this is to educate children, and I think that's an admirable cause. I gotta imagine this helped 1 or 2 kids. They were about to make a horrible water-based mistake, and then they remembered their good pals Echo, Matt, and Summer, and crisis was averted. Good on you, Royal Life-Saving Society, Sega, and Baywatch, the true dream team.
Thanks for listening to us.
Awful bold of you to presume that, David. And with that, things wrap up, and the videos surprisingly seem to forget all about Binky's plot. According to the Hoff, he's still in training. Whether or not that's in the dream world, we'll have to decide for ourselves. I find this video fascinating, and you should give it a watch. It's definitely one of the most 90s things ever, and it does have some good tips for the water. I didn't expect anything different, because that's the power of Baywatch. Your save, rookie lifeguard potential.
And I'll see you folks on Baywatch Nights.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, in a definite non-tonal shift from this, Ryan goes undercover as a phone sex operator. Don't wig out.
Welcome to the cult of Baywatch. Once you enter, you can never leave. You're one of us now, forever and always. You're always here. So may it be.
Fire up the grill, man. This will be a worthy sacrifice.
This episode is called Face of Fear, but I'll tell you what the real face of fear is. Whoever edited the IMDb page for Cretin of the Shallows to make note of the Night Puncher and Eddie's edible complex. I laughed a lot. Anyway, here's Stupid Baywatch.
Looks good, I'm starved.
Get your own.
So Mitch is angry after that rescue because for once, it really was Hobie's fault. He and his friends were trying to boogie board at a reef called
The Shredder. Tonight I dine on Hobie soup.
He's so mad, in fact, he's completely forgotten about the adorable orphan he may or may not adopt who has disappeared into fat air. Not really the point, Mitch, but Hobie can't just survive on MedRx and Jif peanut butter. Just saying. Mitch might be a pretty bad father, but he can take comfort in the fact that he's not business dad with a cell phone.
Yes, Shirley, give me more appointments. I simply have too much free time to spend with my son.
I got an A on my essay, Dad.
Ask your mother. Bye.
This is Isaac, and he's having an awful day. And considering the previous day his friend almost drowned, that's pretty darn terrible. But there's nothing that can't chase the blues away like attempting the same thing that almost got your friend killed.
Hey, let's hit the shredder.
Ah ha 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 ha, stupid neglected child, am I right, Krang?
That's messed up.
Oh, do you really mean that? I never thought of myself that way before.
While Isaac is cool with throwing everything away, Hobie isn't ready to get chewed out by Mitch again, especially when that's literal in the Buchanan household.
And I'll find some guys who aren't daddy boy wimps.
Daddy boy wimps? Baywatch, this is a family show! Torn between his loyalty and his friend's safety, Hobie turns to his former enemy for help.
My friend Isaac skipped school today, and he went body surfing at the shredder.
Way to be a narc, pal.
Yeah, I thought it smelled like a little bitch in here, but I'm the cool kid. I'm cool now.
In your dreams.
Hobie might be a narc, but Mitch and Stephanie can't resist a competition.
Hey, let's all get polluted!
Smell you later, Steph.
Victory is mine.
Take my can.
No, take my can.
Don't listen to her. She hates little boys.
Oh, yeah? You don't even want to know his body count. Take my can, you little creep. I'm so confused.
Yes, Isaac is a kid with some problems. As a divorced parent who also neglects his child, Mitch recognizes the signs. And what are lifeguards but therapists? Maybe they can patch things up between him and his pop.
Business dad with a cell phone coming through. Is this the way to the suit shop?
Lieutenant Buchanan, I just had to cancel a very important meeting to be here. Now, frankly, I can't see where it was necessary.
I mean, how cut up could my son be? This is ridiculous. I haven't been on my cell phone in 2 minutes.
Mitch tries to explain just how dangerous a path Isaac is on, but business dad just won't listen. He even has the gall to call Mitch's credentials into question.
Now, I think you better check your degree, because I see it says lifeguard, not shrink.
I think if you check my degree, you'll see it also says PI.
Meanwhile, Caroline says hi to a blind man named Corey she's been seeing around the beach lately.
It's a beautiful day to be out here.
It sure smells and feels like a beautiful day.
It sure sounds like a sight. That's what I smell. Me, a real blind person.
Logan, resident knower of sports things, recognizes him as Corey Behrens, aka the Cajun Kid, someone horse racing fans would recognize as one of the greatest jockeys in the US and possibly the world. I know the Venn diagram of horse racing enthusiasts and Baywatching fans is basically a circle, but for those few outsiders who need to be told, Corey is played by Kent DeZormo, aka one of the greatest jockeys in the US and possibly the world. He holds the record in the US for the most horse races won in a single year and was inducted into the United States Racing Hall of Fame in 2004. This is his sole acting credit, but don't worry, they make the most of it by featuring him very prominently. Baywatch has had many sports figures acting that are not actors, and while I'm not going to say he's great, I will say he isn't the worst. Anyway, after an accident on the track, Corey was left blind. Or was he? Suspecting there might be some blind footery around, Caroline knows just the way to catch him red-handed.
Hi, Corey. How about a nice tall glass of boobs?
Drat, foiled again! And then he walked into traffic. The end. So it turns out he really was blinded when he was in an accident, but when his sight returned, he decided to just continue to be blind rather than face his fears. Looks like he's got der Angst zum Trotz! But Caroline tells him he can't let his fears win, and the best way to do that is to tackle them head-on. You know, it always starts off romantic, but considering Caroline's track record, that horse is gonna turn out to be a real asshole. That damn horse is all over my girl! I'll kill him! Anyway, now that Corey has been discovered by one person, I guess he won't pretend to be blind anymore. Not like that would piss some people off finding out it was a ruse this whole time. It's never addressed.
It's great to see you back, Corey.
Thanks, Sonya. It's good to be back.
I fooled all of my fans and loved ones into thinking I'd lost my sight forever. Yeah. Needing that one last push to get back on the horse again, literally, Caroline shares a tale about her childhood when she loved to ride the merry-go-round at the park.
See, I always used to wait for the merry-go-round to slow down before I would get off. And half the time, I ended up missing all the fun stuff because I was waiting. You can't always wait for the perfect time. Sometimes, you just gotta jump.
Wow, her story of recklessly jumping off of the merry-go-round before it stopped because she missed 2 seconds of playtime is exactly the same thing as riding a horse again after an accident that shattered several bones and nearly left him blind forever. Thanks, Caroline! But this story has more twists and turns than a game of chutes and ladders, because there's an evil jockey at work. Turns out Corey's accident was no accident. It was the result of sour grapes over a race the other guy lost. Corey explains all of this nonchalantly, because apparently in the horse racing world, it's a constant roller coaster of soap opera plots, and they're pretty jaded about it. Did this plot need fake blindness, overcoming crippling fear because of a horrific accident, and an evil jockey rival? Yes it did. Because emotional healing? Boring. We need an actual person to fight, and there's no better way to do that than by beating him in a horse race on the beach. Oh, thank God Deborah Schwartz is there as the flag waver. This episode was getting low on energy. He brings a friggin' taser to this race? Oh my God, I love it. He's the villain from Grease of the jockey world. I don't know why I thought people would be okay with my cheat win anyway, but nevertheless I humbly concede. Meanwhile, sad kid plot.
I love making French toast for the 68th day in a row.
Lieutenant Buchanan, business dad with a cell phone here. I've lost track of my kid and missed 2 appointments during the course of this call. Time for the shredder to strike again.
This wouldn't have happened if my dad didn't have a cell phone!
Looks like Isaac's canceled his last meeting. And on Christmas, too.
You better not screw up my save count, or so help me!
And I almost lost the most important thing in the world to me.
Me too, pal. Me too.
As you can see, now that business dad is in shorts, everything is A-okay.
Hey, champs! I see you tucked your shirt into your jeans as well.
But unfortunately, the siren's call of a cell phone was just too much. Isaac lost his dad forever. The end. Next time on Baywatch Nights, from poultry-based battles to a high-stakes hostage situation, things become a real pressure cooker for Mitch. Don't chicken out. Hey guys, Allison here with a Baywatching sidetrack. As you might have noticed, new episodes are underway again, and I just wanted to give a short update about the show and, of course, spread the bodacious Baywatch gospel. So, first things first, you might notice going forward that Baywatching and Baywatching Nights have shorter intros. Unfortunately, that's up to YouTube, but that's how the rescue can crumbles. There's still plenty of burger-filled goodness ahead, so I hope you continue to watch and laugh along with me. Speaking of which, here's the biggie. If you want to do some Baywatching alongside the show, Baywatch has been remastered in HD and put on Amazon Prime. Hot damn! This is pretty historic, actually. I covered this a bit in the very first Baywatching, but the show's release has been scattered and messy. In fact, it's never been completely released in the US. The only ones released were the first 3 seasons on DVD in 2006 and 7, and even then they were mislabeled. Season 1 was Season 2, Season 2 was Season 3, and Season 1 episodes were randomly scattered throughout. And of course, as with many TV box sets of shows pre-existing DVD release contracts, the music was replaced due to rights issues. That's also a large reason why most distributors don't bother with the Hasselhoff and end up either not releasing shows or leaving them incomplete. I had to purchase the German Baywatch DVDs because of differing copyright laws, which means it includes the original soundtrack, and yes, the Germans love them some Baywatch, so it's all there. Anywho, now that Baywatch is on Prime, I wanted to give a short overview of what you're in for should you decide to take the plunge. Baywatch has still not been released in its entirety. Son of a Mitch. While the first 9 seasons are streaming, Baywatch Hawaii has been omitted and the last 2 seasons are missing. And of course, Baywatch Nights, however you want to count it. I don't know exactly what happened with Hawaii, but I'm going to guess that they shot it on something that was either harder to upscale or not in HD to begin with. It could also be differing rights issues, but I'm not clear on that. The upside is, Baywatch Hawaii blows big time, so you're not really missing anything.
What if it turned out to be that you were the weak link?
That's an interesting thought, but it's not possible.
That being said, Baywatch looks the best it ever has. These transfers are absolutely fantastic. The color and the lighting are so much nicer, and now you can count every single one of the Hoff's chest hairs. This does away with a lot of the yellow or desaturated coloring that comes with tape transfers, and I gotta say, it's bizarre seeing Baywatch with such clarity. Eddie's crop top never looked this amazing. You can tell they put a ton of time and effort into remastering these episodes, more so than I've seen with other, more critically acclaimed shows. Fremantle Media went into this largely with the idea in mind to shop this series around for syndication and possibly entice an audience for a reboot? So there was a huge push to make this fit a more modern aesthetic. Unfortunately, that means some things I don't prefer, like for instance cropping all of the episodes to widescreen. You still get some extra footage on the sides because it was made on film, but they couldn't use very much of it because, as we've seen with widescreen upgrades for shows like Buffy, crew members and equipment were often just on the side and out of the full-screen safe area. Baywatch was filmed with blocking specifically for a full-screen format, so by cropping it in, you can get some wonky framing and way too close shots. It would be different if this had been filmed with widescreen in mind, but most shows that aren't the X-Files didn't have that kind of foresight, so we do lose quite a bit of picture. Interestingly, like this shot here, some of the re-edits include alternate takes. It appears these are completely re-edited from the film, which is an insane undertaking. I don't think any show since Star Trek The Next Generation has gotten that kind of overhaul. But unlike Next Generation, I don't think quite the same care has been put into being faithful to the original production. It's a bit disingenuous to what the show was actually like. I don't think they had separate audio tracks at all, because whenever there's music they couldn't remove, they just put in a new soundtrack and lazily didn't add any new sound effects. This makes Eddie being attacked by the Night Puncher funny in a new way. The editing confuses the hell out of me. Like, I can tell it was a lot of work, but not always in the right places. Additionally, some scenes are missing, such as the nudity in the pilot. I don't know if this has to do with their deal with Amazon, or maybe they thought it would affect the rating of the entire season, but in If Looks Can Kill, you can 100% see a nip slip. so keep your eyes peeled, I guess. It's also worth noting that the effects, what little there are completely redone. Noticeably, the blue screen around Summer here is less prominent, but it's also extremely feathered, so they lose details on her face. And they've completely redone the opening credits for Season 1 to the familiar theme of I'll Be Ready, as that season had a different song originally. I'm not incredibly married to the Season 1 theme, and it was pretty cool actually to see an entirely new intro. But speaking of music, inevitably, there's replacements. I don't blame them on this front because there's a ton of licenses and money involved, especially in a show that so heavily relies on montages and songs that were popular at the time. With that in mind, the songs they replaced them with are not badly produced. This wasn't a simple task either. Apparently, composer Corey Larios assisted in replacing over 300 songs for them. Some of them you won't notice, others are pretty obvious. A few songs from the original show are kept in, but I would guess that about 95% of them are changed. And you know who they definitely didn't pay for his songs? That's right, David Hasselhoff, which is exceedingly hilarious when it's used over his own concert footage.
It's like a freight train coming to show you how to get your groove on.
Here's where things get really messy though. Sometimes a song is just unavoidable. So whenever a character is singing along and it's not easily piped in, it's just cut completely. In most episodes where it's simply a montage, it won't be noticed, but there are some where it is absolutely horrendously chopped up. Take my favorite episode, The Runaways, for example. The plot of that one revolves around an upstart singer, Molly, who wants to get a big record contract, and also Little Richard is there. Every single song is cut. It turns the plot into nonsense. This is the actual editing of a scene in the HD version.
Hey, Maurice!
Amateur hour. Molly's story and the episode in turn make absolutely no sense. And the ending with Little Richard is excised completely. It just abruptly fades to black after the scene prior. In total, this episode is 10 minutes shorter than the original cut. And when you factor in the 2-minute opening credits, that's only about 30 minutes worth of episode from an hour-long format. It is atrocious how badly done some of this is. Oh, and by the way, some of the episodes on Prime are just incorrect. River of No Return is the episode Island of Romance, which gets really confusing because it's immediately followed by River of No Return Part 2. And Island of Romance is Dead of Summer, which is actually there under the proper label, which means if you're just binging this, you're gonna be seeing it twice. So I don't think it'll be a surprise to you guys when I say that I won't be using these versions for Baywatching. There's just too many factors that would be a negative for me as far as comprehensively reviewing Baywatch. But even if this release had been perfect, it just feels more honest to present the show as it was in the 90s. Full screen, SD, and just a little worn around the edges. I gotta be real with you guys. I had to rewrite almost the entire script for this video. I actually recorded something more positive, but the longer I was capturing footage, the more I realized that this is a really good-looking kind of mess. And I think it's important to let everyone know what this release actually is, but I also don't want to end on a bad note. I think it's fantastic that Baywatch has been re-released, and even though it's very imperfect, I'm glad that there's a cheaper, legal way for people to be able to watch this hilarious show now. Baywatch gets to reach a wider audience and gain new fans. And if you've enjoyed Baywatching at all, I encourage you to check out some of your favorite episodes in their almost entirety. Baywatch has been rescued from the depths and nearly brought back to life. And that's pretty darn cool.
Oh no, it's a dog. Mitch warned you about dogs, dog. Get out of there, CJ. It's so weird.
Oh, but I kid. On a less silly note, I think maybe that's Pamela Anderson's actual dog, Star, and that's beyond adorable. Anyway, now that they've wasted 4 minutes, an old staple. Territorial surfers.
Who's Val? I never seen him before. I never want to see him again.
They're paddling dangerously. Call in the Mitch guard. I'm going in.
Hey, does this pole still work?
Beach fight.
Oi, I'm Australian but armed with a rescue can.
The fight is broken up, and the kid who was initially attacked is sent to the hospital. Mitch, professional life-saving individual, has a few choice words for these hooligans.
You're grounded. The beach is off limits from now on.
Sure, you assaulted someone, but I think treating this the same as if my son cheated on his homework is acceptable.
I don't know why, but Baywatch suddenly has less plot thread amnesia than usual, and I am like a pig rolling in burgers. Logan says he's meeting with a clothing manufacturer from Hong Kong and asks if he can borrow Mitch's car. Mitch, of course, says that'll happen when Hobies fly, as he's a detective now.
Garner and I are on a stakeout tonight.
Watch Baywatch Nights!
Wait, so Logan's still trying to start a fashion line? Wasn't the plot of that one that his friend Gator designed everything and Logan was just taking credit because he thought he was more appealing to investors? Maybe he's still selling Gator stuff. Come to think of it, we never see Gator again, so Logan's probably keeping him locked up in a sweatshop making neon bikinis all day. Sounds like a real Harvey move if you ask me. And referencing Mitch's detective business wasn't just the usual clever bit of cross-promotion, it is indeed tied with one of Mitch's plots this episode. He's just too darn busy. Stephanie has cut his hours in half, all because he requested to be a recurrent. And yet, we still see him prominently on both programs.
What's the matter? Detective business a little slow these days?
If you ever need any pointers on misguided spin-offs, I can always give you some tips, Mitch Von Loser.
Shut up! Baywatch Nights is gonna have 10 seasons. People won't even remember stupid normal Baywatch, you'll see.
I've struck a nerve. What a night. That's it. I'm never drinking a sip with that.
Nope, he's not being fooled into thinking she's here to help. His best friend was Gilly from season 2, and we all know what happened to him.
Hey guys, welcome to my comedy subplot. Despite working in the ocean, I hate the sea and everything in it!
Question, why is this happening?
I don't know, he's kind of disgusting and smelly.
Hey, that's no way to talk about Mitch. Eddie, maybe. Like any responsible lifeguard, CJ has placed the sea lion in a room at headquarters. I mean, who hasn't taken in a pet sea lion and hidden him at their work with all of the emergency supplies? And guess what happens? He presses the emergency button!
Nobody move! I'm an excellent sea lion marksman!
Meanwhile, Joshua Burke and Corey Schwartz are back with some brand new haircuts and some radical ideas. Like extreme paintballing! They just sorta stand within the same 20 feet of each other and shoot. Seems fun. Ah, B-movie!
Oh man, I gotta call for some Dominoes.
So anyway, that's when I realized there weren't really tiny people stuck in my television. Oh no, they found out I got a large fry when I only paid for a medium! I'm toast!
Hey, Cody, get over here, bring the oxygen!
Oh, join the army, huh? I thought about doing that, but I failed the written. Their loss is your gain!
This 14-year-old creepy underage romance is brought to us by Pepsi. Meanwhile, Logan is still on the search for some wheels when the episode throws us a curveball. Not only do we get some Newman fan service, but he actually becomes one of Logan's enablers.
Come on, Mimi, I'm desperate.
Desperate? How desperate?
What do you mean?
Cody's going to be working a 24-hour shift. He's not going to be using his car.
Dark Newman! We are in Baywatch's most nefarious hour! Spurred on by Newman's oh-so-cryptic hints, Logan does the unthinkable and steals Cody's keys. By far, the most shocking part of this whole scene is the revelation that Cody can drive. This is a good shot, right? Hehehe, now to commit the perfect crime.
witnessed the crash. I get first dibs on looting.
In order to weasel out of being caught, Logan claims he was just walking by when the blue convertible swerved in front of the lady, who tried to get out of the way and crashed into the parked vehicle. After the accident, the other driver took off. Wait, so I get he doesn't want to get caught stealing Cody's car, but why make up that he caused the accident? The woman was clearly swerving into his lane. Isn't that just like Logan to get caught up in a sitcom-esque lie?
Hit and run is a felony offense.
I hate to be that guy, but he didn't hit anyone, so it's technically not a hit and run per se. I mean, it's not like me to be a stickler, but it is your episode title. I guess it's less of a stretch than trying to tie it into the paintball plot, but still.
Walk quietly, then hit and run.
Yes, sir.
I heard this episode was running short.
Framed Cody.
Shut up, Stephanie!
Sea lion.
Making fun of Mitch.
Enabler.
That's right, bitches. Halfway through, we're gonna throw in another plot with your favorite person, Neely. Neely is frustrated because she's been stuck on switchboard duty during apparently the most dangerous day ever at Baywatch Beach. You got people drowning left and right, rollerblading accidents, and a dad reaching a critical number of woos.
Just keep being badly dubbed and you'll be fine.
After Mitch demands Neely find backup they don't have, she gets someone to fill in for her and runs to the rescue.
I specifically pulled a Caroline on you to keep you on switchboard, Neely. You won't undermine my authority.
It's not my fault everyone else around here sucks. Meanwhile, this episode is so chock full of things, even the subplots have subplots. Case in point, Cody's going to the slammer.
We're looking for Cody Madison.
I knew this day would come.
Better get someone to cover for me.
There could be the Baywatch News, where members of Baywatch read the newscast for the day.
That would be difficult for some of the cast members, but...
Wait, why is Mitch driving the lame mobile? What happened to his Knight's midlife crisis special? You know, I'm beginning to think he could have lent a vehicle to Logan this whole time. When Logan comes slinking in to tell his made-up side from before, Detective Mitch Von Malibu starts to see some holes in this story.
Tell me everything. I'm the buzzkill in every plot this week.
Don't worry, he's clean.
That's right, we got him tested and it turns out he's immune to every STD due to some gene mutation. Well, back to being an idiot.
Why'd you hear this new CD? If I can find it.
Whoa, doggy!
While searching for his favorite Kids Bop CD, Cody comes across a vital clue in the stolen car.
Well, look at this.
Whoever stole my car also stole Logan's bracelet.
When Stephanie isn't getting on Neely's, Cody's, CJ's, or Caroline's cases, she's also complaining about Mitch playing detective or something.
I called you twice last month and you couldn't make it because you were out playing detective or something.
I'll have you know this is very serious work, Stepha P. I thwarted a rollerblade gang, went undercover as a gigolo, and used chicken as a projectile twice.
That just sounds like stuff you do as a lifeguard anyway.
But with a kick-ass blues soundtrack? No way, Jose.
You might think this episode is confusing and has too many plots that go nowhere and have no substance or connection, but think again, because everything is about to come together into a perfectly woven, incriminating bracelet. Hobie and his tag-along girlfriend suggest a somewhat unconventional solution to this argument. Paintball challenge! And you know how Mitch and Stephanie are when it comes to a challenge. And I guess Hobie and his girlfriend get into a fight because Hobie acts kind of sexist. Okay. And hey, maybe this can help everyone else work out their aggressions too.
Dun, 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 dun.
Just get to the stupid paintball and set us free.
You forgot to tell me that there was a sea lion in the bathtub?
Shoot someone.
We take no prisoners! Oh.
This was the best thing I've seen all year. Honestly and truly, I'm glad Baywatch has just embraced the suck. Everyone is having good fun, but not Logan. Logan is still pretty peeved that Cody would dare blame him for that thing he actually did. So he's willing to commit murder?
Somehow, I'm still supposed to be someone you root for sometimes.
I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Ugh, he's too stupid. Long live the king.
Well, I think we can all agree that I won that one, Mitch.
I don't think so, pal.
Oh yeah? Well, let's see how you do with real bullets.
Fine, the actual ending is a bird shits on him. You're welcome.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
it's the real first episode! Just how did Mitch get into this wacky detective gig anyway? We'll probably still be confused. Pilot this! I hope you fine folks are ready to put on your disco shoes, flare out your pants, and fluff up your chest hair, because once again, Baywatching is going back to the 70s. Yes, that's right, we're going to be talking about the 1976 film Lifeguard, a movie you most certainly have never heard of. Why the hell am I talking about Lifeguard? Because I'm pretty certain this was a heavy inspiration for Baywatch. I'm sure the hype is real, so let's jump in the deep end. Lifeguard, a Paramount picture directed by Daniel Petrie and written by Beauty and the Beast creator Ron Koslow, stars an extremely young Sam Elliott as Rick, an aging lifeguard who must decide between the waves and a grown-up job. It's a character piece largely meant to appeal to the nostalgia of old surfers at the time. Hey, speaking of nostalgia, y'all remember Craig Pomeroy? Well, looky who features in this.
Oh shit. Here.
Believe it or not, Parker Stevenson was wearing the red shorts long before Baywatch, and his hair is poofier than ever. Oh, how I've missed that long, unbroken eye contact. His casting in this movie is certainly a big part of why I wanted to talk about it, but it isn't just the fact he's playing a lifeguard. More about that in a second, but first, I want to talk about how handsome Sam Elliott is.
Wild man Ricky Carlson, the living legend.
Yeah, something like that.
Hey fam? Fam, real talk. Dreamboat, right? Which is weird because Sam Elliott seems like someone who was just born old, and yet is delectable at any age. He just has this indescribable charm about him, someone who can say so few words and have such a large impact. And he is definitely compelling here. He's someone you want to root for. He carries the entire movie. A lesser actor would have made this an absolute chore. But I found this very interesting to watch, and 1970s guy waffles about his job doesn't necessarily sound like a gripping plot synopsis. As this is a movie with 70s pacing and a character piece, rather than go scene by scene, I just want to give a nice, breezy overview of this thing. Oh, 70s. 70s, how you love to test me. I am drawn to your gaudy disco glam, and yet repulsed by your otherwise brown and lifeless aesthetic. When will we find a common middle ground? It seems we will always be at war. Speaking of which, hey, there's definitely some things in here that were only acceptable then. Good fun. Good fun! This is fine. It's fine! This film's relationship with women is like Mitch's relationship with food. Messy, borders on parody, and is a sign of a much deeper problem. Rick's a real loner type. He loves them and leaves them. Think Desperado. That is, until he gets back together with his high school girlfriend and considers settling down. Okay, so far that's not so bad. Oh, by the way, he sleeps with a 17-year-old. Do ya like plots about someone in their 30s sleeping with a minor? And then stringing said minor along? And then the minor becoming obsessed with them to the point of suicide? That's just how it was back in the good old surfing days. I know I'm kind of a monster, but I'm just so charming you won't even notice. Damn, he's right! Sam Elliott, why are you so sexy? Does this plot sound familiar to you, though? A troubled teen becomes obsessed with a lifeguard who is torn between staying on the beach or getting a grown-up job. It should, because that's the premise of Baywatch's pilot. And who starred in that? Parker Jeepers Creepers Stevenson. Craig is a lifeguard in his 30s trying to decide if he should be a lifeguard or a lawyer when he rescues a troubled youth who becomes romantically obsessed. Now, I've not actually read anywhere that Gregory Bonan was directly inspired by this film when creating Baywatch, but I have to believe that Michael Burke and Douglas Schwartz definitely had this in mind when they were writing the script for the pilot. Call it an homage, if you will, except they decided to make it a thriller at the end and they blew up an old guy, which automatically makes it the superior film. This also makes for a hilarious contrast to Baywatch's future. Think about it, someone in their 30s is ancient in lifeguard years. Which isn't to say it doesn't happen, but lifeguarding is a physically demanding job that just isn't feasible to maintain forever. Lifeguard makes a point of this when Rick participates in a race with a bunch of younger, more fit lifeguards and ends up making himself sick. Now look at Baywatch. In Season 1, Mitch and Craig are 37. Mitch has been promoted to a position more focused on office work, but that sure as hell doesn't last into the later seasons. By the end of their 11-year run, Mitch is nearly 50. Remember Captain Thorpe's midlife crisis plot where he tries to do rescues and then cramps up and realizes he's too old to do this anymore? He was only about 5 years older than Mitch is by the end. I realize this is probably the least unrealistic thing of Baywatch's many outlandish concepts, but it's just funny to think about. But before this Baywatching episode becomes too much about Baywatch, I just want to loop back to Lifeguard and say some nice things about it. It definitely has some not so nice aspects from the time, but I was interested from start to finish. The music is great, the acting is solid, some of the shots are pretty gorgeous. The parts where it solely focuses on Rick and his life and who he is are very watchable. If you're just watching to see Parker Stevenson, you're gonna be kind of disappointed, because he doesn't feature in it very much. But I did find it cool to see him doing Baywatch pre-Baywatch. Looking at Lifeguard compared to Baywatch in the 90s, you're gonna be seeing a vastly different animal. But when you set it next to Baywatch's humble beginnings, you can definitely see the evolution.
Knock it off! Better get back to your tower, Lifeguard.
Do I recommend Lifeguard? Not necessarily. I think there's probably a lot of people who'd be pretty bored by this, but me personally, I liked it for what it was. And as someone who reviews Baywatch for a living, I think it was interesting to see this clear progenitor. And now, let's see Lifeguard off into the sunset. Next time on Baywatch, Eyebrows is back, baby! And pirates? Meanwhile, the show remembers Mitch was thinking about adopting a little orphan girl. Adopt me! Welcome back to Baywatching, everyone. Let's talk about Season 6's confusing as hell airing order. Starting with this episode, you might notice Baywatch's normally seamless continuity starting to fracture into a million nonsensical pieces. I know shows like this are generally designed to have episodes be standalone, but when, for instance, your main character takes in an adorable orphan child and they create a story arc out of it, you probably don't want to end with maybe she'll be adopted, and then have her disappear for a few episodes with no explanation. And after this, she's gonna disappear again for another 9 episodes. Why they decided to air it like this is anyone's guess, but this isn't even the craziest thing about this season. Let's just pretend that when Joey's gone, she's, I don't know, in the background somewhere.
Joey's with her mother. Oh god.
The rest of the story arcs are just jumbled and placed wherever. For instance, Caroline and Logan's relationship takes a few turns, but where and at what point, you're just gonna have to do some guesswork. There's another huge screw-up later in the season where a character is introduced after they were already in the previous episode in a pretty vital role. And also, Cody seems to forget who Neely is, but that might just be because he's an idiot. And since it comes up in this episode as well, you've got the huge question mark that is Matt Brody. This episode marks the return of good ol' Eyebrows. You might remember that he left the show in-universe because of Neely's bogus sexual harassment claims, and Baywatch's bizarre pattern of having CJ sometimes be dating him long distance and sometimes forgetting he ever existed. It's hard to tell what's just inconsistent characterization. Technically speaking, I think this is actually Eyebrows' final appearance. The episode is a little open-ended, but David Charvet wasn't part of the cast anymore, and they might have just been thinking of future guest spots that didn't happen. This could also be the first instance of main character returns and promises to come back, never to be seen again, which is a baffling continuing theme in Baywatch. But anyway, Eyebrows technically is in 3 more episodes after this, one of which is a 2-parter, but both of those were made earlier on. 7 episodes from now, he's just randomly there with no explanation, and according to the production number on the script, that's because it was actually produced for the 5th season. I don't know why they decided to hold off on that episode. It could be because it's absolutely terrible and probably cobbled together from scraps left on the cutting room floor. And the last episodes aired with Eyebrows, the 2-parter Forbidden Paradise, were actually a movie released direct-to-video between seasons 5 and 6 and then repackaged for the show. So, I don't know, just assume he died after that. The point of this whole thing is, Baywatch was being needlessly confusing in a season airing alongside Baywatch Nights, which was needlessly confusing enough as it is. So combine all of the random plots making no sense, characters disappearing and reappearing, and Mitch sprinkling in lines about being a private eye, it's a wonder anyone in 1995 knew what the hell was going on.
Oh, Christ.
Anyway, let's watch an episode about eyebrows and orphans. We open with the return of Eyebrows, and the rocks of doom have once again been converted into the rocks of contemplation.
Get off those rocks before you kill yourself, idiot.
Okay. So Eyebrows has flown in from France to put in his 10 days and keep his lifeguard certification, apparently without telling CJ he was coming. Ah, that classic Eyebrows communication. Are they together? Are they not? We may never know. Great, now that you're back, I can continue with my lawsuit.
Sacre bleu, I am in double jeopardy.
So that's why you're standing on the jetty like the cover of a romance novel?
Oh, I am so romantic.
I'm super hurt because I love you, Eyebrows.
Hi, CJ. Who's that?
No one.
I found a quarter down here.
Naturally, CJ's pretty conflicted about the whole situation, but she has Stephanie there for comfort.
Yeah, the old sexual harassment country skip. Seen it a million times. I don't mean to brag, but I've falsely accused a wiener or two. But let's not talk about that, Dingleberry. Say, is that a fireplace?
Meanwhile, a wild Joey appears. She's hanging out with Hobie when she spots Richard Mull, his cool top hat, and her past coming back to haunt her.
Denim goons, away!
Yeah, Hobie, let the 10-year-old run off by herself while you get your fortune told. I know Mitch neglected you for all of your formative years, but the cycle has to be broken sometime.
Aw, this is why I'm getting less and less screen time, isn't it?
Hey! What follows is a long, embarrassing sequence of badly edited shots where grown extras try to pretend they can't possibly catch this little kid.
Those child-grabbing classes were worth every penny.
Cotton candied. Damn, cotton candy is the only thing I love more than terrorizing children.
See, Hobie, you could have prevented this if you'd tried at all. So this is Trapper, who spends much of this episode waltzing around like he's king of the con artists. He also, takes in a bunch of runaways and orphans and trains them to be part of his con artist cult? What? Joey's mother owed him $850, so now Joey owes him that money. She'll either get it to him in cash or do a job for him. Yes, this episode asks you to believe that a man expects a 10-year-old to pay off her mother's old debts by committing heists. Baywatch is a show about realism. Trapper's a fascinating character with many layers. When the daily grind of swindling gets to be too much, it's really the sad children that keep him going.
She died in a car crash.
Oh, you are good.
I'm being adopted.
Who'd adopt you?
Joey. I tell you, there's nothing better in life than corrupting a 10-year-old. I went to Woodstock, saw all 7 wonders of the world, and even met the Queen, but nothing is compared to seeing a small child weep. Oh, it's the little things that make life worth living.
But wait, hasn't he heard of her father, the legendary Mitch Buchanan?
Buchanan? Yeah, semi-tall, disgustingly good-looking. I know who he is.
Yes, tales of Mitch's excellent physique have spread far and wide. Anyway, Joey's sworn off doing crime, but because she worries Trapper might go to Mitch about her debts and ruin her adoption, she agrees to one last job. Mitch, of course, is famous for kicking his kid to the curb at any given opportunity.
This one is awesome. Totally killer. Check it out.
Ugh, that color scheme with that pattern? Next thing we know, you'll be suggesting a gay ecru color. Get a job and get out of my house. Joey, you're the new Hobie now. As long as your dumb dead mother didn't leave any old debts for you to pay, I think we're gonna get along just fine. Hey, are you doing a heist in here?
Nope, just laying in bed completely naturally with my pillow lengthwise.
Wow, that was weird. Anyway, night.
Now, my little one, you're gonna have to pay the piper.
Nobody stands up G-rated Jack the Ripper. No one!
Meanwhile, Mitch is arguing with Stephanie, who wants to fire Neely again.
She's a loose cannon who jeopardizes the efficiency of this department.
Neely, you're a damn good lifeguard, but you're a loose cannon. Turn in your swimsuit, your brass knuckles, and your flask. You're off the case.
So what if Neely falsely accused Eyebrows of sexual assault and ran him out of the country? Mitch is tired of this soap opera crap.
Look, I don't want to disrupt the department with any more soap opera relationships than we already have, okay?
But she ruined my life. Yeah, well, here's what I think of that.
Franz, I think you want to bad, but the purest gotta go. Without you, you will be speaking German. See you on TF1.
The best part about this scene is that despite saying that he doesn't care for this soap opera stuff, apparently Mitch is a huge gossip.
Caroline says CJ is interested in Cody as a way of getting makes Logan very jealous. The May-September thing developing, and Cody are close is Cody's one other girl who's seen kissing Cody at a Beach Boys concert.
Oh my god, the tea, Matt, the tea!
This soap opera stuff, look, I don't need this.
Newman, guess what I just heard about Matt and CJ?
Okay, kids, time to work things out. And what do you do when you have two squabbling lifeguards, one of which got a restraining order against the other one, hence him leaving the country? You make them work together.
I love being back at Baywatch with this bitch.
Gotcha, big boy. Bet you didn't think I could read minds, but while you were studying the blade, I was mastering telepathy.
Oh no!
The two of them have a heartwarming talk about how, being a lifeguard makes Neely feel good and stuff. But look, none of this really matters.
Without the threat of a lawsuit, they're gonna fire me.
Or maybe they'll start to trust you.
Take it from Eyebrows. If they find out you lied, they'll trust you. I think Baywatch is missing the critical point that both of them are terrible lifeguards. Oh yeah, this episode's also about pirates. Oh! Some rich people are being held hostage for a sum of money.
Pretty exciting, huh, folks?
These pirates are so important, they aren't even given names. But when they spot Neely and Eyebrows, they smell trouble.
Lifeguard! Get us out of here!
Oh my god, fuck! Lifeguards! We're fucked! Fuck!
Shouldn't be so curious.
How much are you asking for? Only 25 million. I'd call this amateur hour. Stick with me, boys, and I'll make us billionaires. Jeez, Eyebrows is back for like a day, and already he's cuffed in a hostage situation again. No wonder he wants to flee the country. Anyway, here's this weird exchange.
I should have got involved with someone like you. I mean, you're strong, you're sexy, you're intelligent. Oh, come on, Mitch. You must have known I've always had a thing for you.
What kind of thing?
A forbidden fruit kind of thing.
Wait,
what?
That do anything for you, shippers?
Teamwork!
Hi, Kiba.
As if these are the first pirates they've ever dealt with. These are like the 10th this week.
Just so we're clear, this is my save!
Well, we've got this collapsed oil rig set, and damn it, we're gonna use it. The rich assholes are saved! After a cameo from who has to be Ashley Gorell's little sister, Trapper enlists Joey for a really real heist this time. Luckily, Hobie's on the case.
Yeah, Joey went off with some guy in Venice.
So you saw your new sister take off with some creepy old dude in a top hat and you just let it happen? Hobie, you suck. Ah, Mitch, running in slow motion from one plot to the next. Mitch will shove every single one of these con artist orphans until he finds out who has the info he needs. Luckily for him, the heist is happening, like, across the street. Yes! And my mom said owning an army of orphan burglars was a pipe dream. Oh shit, not the legendarily handsome Mitch Buchanan. I've always had a forbidden fruit kind of thing for him.
Lifeguard arrest!
When you find out what I know about her, you won't want to adopt the little criminal.
Joke's on you, I've always hated kids. Nothing you say can make me like her any less.
Mitch, maybe don't Maybe don't turn your back on the criminal to give your inspirational pep talk. Actually, what is Richard Mole even doing the whole time? Just waiting for him to finish?
We see you down here again, man. You're going to jail. You got it?
What? The next day, 12 children went missing. And with a shot of the sunset, we leave Eyebrows and CJ's love story in the same place it was before. Unconcluded and pointless. The end.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
the Butte Bribeby Agency helps a streetwise kid who witnessed a murder and might know where some stolen cash is hidden. Mitch continues to pretend he has no children who might relate to that. Beat it, kid. Welcome back to Baywatching. Oh, don't worry, in case the 2-minute opening credits weren't long enough, I can assure you that you have plenty more time for a bathroom break. Who cares about these babies? The only baby I care about is the comical Logan baby we were promised in my hilarious preview. But instead of that, we gotta listen to more girl talk from best frenemies Stephanie and CJ.
Did you ever think of having children of your own someday?
Oh, your biological clock is sending you messages.
I definitely feel my biological clock ticking.
You can always tell it'll be an episode involving a baby because someone has to talk about their biological clock. But in case you were worried, don't be. I can assure you that this scene also doesn't pass the Bechdel test.
Well, you don't need a man necessarily to have a baby. I mean, you need a man in general, but you don't need a specific man specifically.
Feel empowered yet, ladies?
Stephanie mentions that she would like to be married before she goes about having kids, and CJ decides to add another creepy layer to the scenario.
Well, that's too bad because Cody would make an awesome father.
A, I don't even know who has a crush on who anymore, and B, you know for a fact Cody would be a terrible father. What do babies eat? Steak or the candles, the music, the sexy dress?
What's going on here?
Anyway, what kind of musical shorthand can we use to assure us a Logan scene is coming up? Break out the didgeridoos, it's Fallet time! Logan is chewed out for making out with a girl in his tower, but he assures Mitch and Stephanie he's in the right, because after all, he is emotionally vulnerable right now.
It's just after Caroline... Well, she's just some girl I met on the beach today. She doesn't mean anything.
Wait, after Caroline what? Are they not together anymore? Future episodes tell me this is likely a reference to a broken engagement that hasn't happened yet, but I can't be sure. Everything might be a little less confusing if this season wasn't wildly out of order. But since this is the order they present, I'm just gonna make up that Caroline has a weird Transformers roleplay fetish and Logan wasn't really into it. So a season ago, Logan explained the necklace ring he always wears to Caroline by claiming it was gifted to him by an Aboriginal chief as thanks for pulling him out of a quicksand pit, a token that blesses whoever wears it with the spirit of eternal love. But shockingly, as it turns out, that was a whole big pile of horse hooey, and actually he has like a giant bag of them. He grabbed them from boxes of cereal with Trevor's face on them to give to any girl idiotic enough to fall for his bullshit. This is important to the plot of the episode because after Logan is interrupted mid-coitus, one of his stupid necklaces gets left behind and comical misunderstandings ensue. Wouldn't you know it? Yet another baby is left in an unsupervised lifeguard tower. Happens all the time on Baywatch Beach. The baby grabs the necklace and... Logan totally misreads this situation. Oi, the only possible conclusion is that this is an illegitimate child of mine that the mother's left on my doorstep, and I thought I was the bastard. Look, I gotta stay within fair use, but I shit you not, that comedy sting goes on for a full 20 fucking seconds. But, oh man, Logan's gonna be a wonderful father. He's great with kids.
Are you a real lifeguard?
No, I'm a fireman. What does it look like?
Now, to be fair, that child actor was pretty bad. God, this is like my worst nightmare. When Logan's phone is knocked off the hook, he must make up more lies to get himself out of trouble with the lifeguard baby police.
Somehow we didn't see that despite looking directly at you.
Stephanie and Cody's powers of observation know no limits.
was that?
Oh, a boomerang.
Okay, see ya.
Aw, he's so cute, I could just eat him up.
Did I mention my biological clock is ticking?
Logan can't keep this a secret for long, so naturally, he goes to his best friend, Mitch Buchanan.
Hey, Logan. Hey.
No. Hey, so quick question. Do we even like each other?
After explaining the situation to Mitch, Logan asks him to watch the baby while he tries to gently break the news to Caroline. Mitch, of course, doesn't insist on them going to child welfare or getting a DNA test and just goes along with Logan's asinine assumption.
If you don't do this, Caroline might hate me, and it's unclear if we're still dating or not, but since you caught me making out with some other Sheila, and I confess that I routinely manipulate women to have sex with me, you have extra motivation to do me a solid here.
Let's tune in to two Buchanans and a baby.
Are you kidding? I had to wear a scuba mask to change your diapers.
Yeah, right.
How? You smelled so bad all my plants died.
Yet another part of Mitch's life that Hobie completely ruined.
Oh, you like Barney? How about Knight Rider?
I find Knight Rider highly unrealistic, pal.
Okay, now, it's been a while since I've done this. What do babies eat? Steak or...
Hey, Dad. Thanks for changing my diapers and all that stuff.
Oh, well, you owe me.
Anyway, Logan chickens out of telling Caroline, which is definitely an indicator that he is ready for big responsibilities like fatherhood. For once in his life, he decides to do the right thing and raise his kid. Now let's undercut his moment of sincerity with that stupid music again. Naya Water must have been paying them A&W bucks for the amount of screen time they've been getting. And why shouldn't they? Their bottles magically refill themselves. Anywho, Logan repeats the same scene again because they have time to fill. He's so excited about the prospect of telling Caroline for real that the baby magically teleports out of his arms. But where's the comedy sting to tell us this is funny?
What you want to do? You want to watch Jurassic Park?
Was Universal paying them to promote Jurassic Park? Because there are more references to it than I would expect in Baywatch.
For the love of God, call social services!
Wait, his plan was to take Caroline back with a blindfold to surprise her? Then why didn't he just... You know what? Whatever, Baywatch. You do you.
Is this a surprise party?
Logan, I've forgiven you for whatever you were referencing at the beginning of the episode, I guess.
Everyone, this is my son.
Understandably, Caroline's a little upset. But her will to be constantly angry at something is at war with her taste in emotionally abusive men.
I think I was a little bit too hard on him. I mean, he seems to be taking fatherhood very seriously.
I mean, I stormed off in the last scene and haven't had any conversation with him about any of this. Hasn't he been punished enough?
Looks like he really likes the beach.
Yeah, he looks like he's having the time of his life. Ah, yes. I'm glad we're getting a heartfelt scene about how Caroline will always be Logan's friend because, after all, if he commits to being a father, that erases all of the other scummy things he's done. Also, it's not really clear what Caroline knows about everything. Like, did anyone tell her that her super special ring she got is a worthless piece of junk? I know this is minor compared to everything else, but Mitch really is a piece of shit for not mentioning that. It's so good. I'm not even kidding, guys. I was in tears till like the credits, laughing over this baby in a tiny lifeguard outfit. Why? Why did this even occur to them to do this? In what possible scenario would it be necessary to have tiny baby-sized lifeguard shorts and polo shirt? He even has a matching pacifier and socks. What in the world? I'm obsessed. Obsessed. Okay, fine, I admit it. I love this baby. I love his weird-ass hair and his little ducky shoes and his dumb lifeguard outfit. Baywatch, you sold me. This truly is top-tier comedy.
Hey, thanks for these trunks. They look great on him.
Aren't they cute? I had a friend custom make them.
Shut up. You know we can't possibly pay attention to anything else happening in this scene right now. Speaking of children, Cody is still training to be in Olympics. Much like Cody himself, this minute of inspirational piano music over the American flag is a colossal waste of time. And 2 tryout montages? Baywatch, you shouldn't have. No, really, you shouldn't have. I'm beginning to think this episode was called Sweet Dreams because Cody's subplot will put you to sleep.
Can't wait to see you swim tomorrow.
You're not coming.
Yes, I am. Stephanie, tell him we're coming tomorrow. Great, I heard you made it. I knew you'd make it.
Wait, so after all of that insistence that CJ was going to come to his tryouts, she doesn't come to his tryouts both times? Anyway, Cody makes it to an Olympics.
Aw, yeah, time to live vicariously through this big slab of leftover meatloaf.
Fuck yeah, America! I'm gonna eat the flag now!
3 cheers for capitalism! Hey Logan, would your baby like a panty shot?
When they catch on the news a still of Logan Baby being held captive by the cast and crew of Baywatch apparently, they begin to suspect that maybe immediately assuming this child was Logan's, apropos of nothing, might have been jumping the gun a little.
Gather around, main characters. This is gonna be good.
Well, they caught the lady who kidnapped the baby from the hospital. Apparently, she got scared and panicked and put him in a lifeguard tower. Figured it was the safest place.
Sure, this story tracks.
You take him!
Next time on Baywatch Nights.
Well, cross-dressing Mitch. You can imagine how this goes. What a drag. Baywatching time!
It's been 84 years.
It's been a little bit, so let's ease back on in with some nice, calming...
The best thing about our friendship, Cody, is the sexual tension!
Cody is looking to pass his lifeguard recheck test, but he's pretty nervous about practicing under the pier, as you can see by his very natural line delivery.
Think of it as a game.
I already do. Pinball.
Did somebody mention pinball?
You sound just like Stephanie when she's coaching me.
Sometimes when I'm feeling nervous, I like to play pretend.
Ow! Ooh! Ah! Kidding!
It's awfully nice of Baywatch to be equal opportunity employers, but I really question the safety of all swimmers when Cody is on duty.
Duty.
But wait, what's this? A bunch of drunken boaters?
Save me!
And neither of them report this because they're out of range, I guess.
I very lightly told them to put their beer away. There was nothing else I could do. Unless it involves being petty or making Logan jealous, it's none of my concern.
Caroline, I worry that you gravitate toward the wrong kinds of individuals due to your low self-esteem, an obvious result of constantly living in your overachieving sister's shadow, which makes you crave any kind of attention, even if it's negative, and leads to self-destructive tendencies.
What?
I'm a dolphin!
Later in the day, Caroline has a second chance to intervene and once again does nothing. If only there were laws against drinking and operating a vehicle. Anyway, off to night duty.
Duty. After 8 solid hours of drinking, things have somehow gone horribly awry.
My save! Suck it, Stephanie!
With the boat on fire and bodies in the water, Baywatch is gonna need the whole team in here. Caroline, Shippy, Newmy, whoever this lady is but Caroline said hi to earlier. Oh, he's doing the Newmy!
If only Stephanie had done something before it came to this!
Well, it looks like all of them are rescued. Or are they?
Caroline, how many were on the boat?
I can't count!
Oh man, I'd hate it if we lost neighbor Dan, that greasy butt crack poo flap. After confirming that there were 4 dudes on board, our heroes take some time to celebrate how cool Caroline's totally avoidable rescue was, which displeases Mitch because it isn't about him. What does please him, however, is giving Caroline the great news.
There was another guy on board. They just found his body.
It's a surprise PTSD plot. Yes, Caroline is wrought with some serious guilt over this situation. We're talking angry outbursts, thoughtful stares into the distance, and artful nightmare montages.
This PTSD plot sure is sexy! Whoa, get a load of that hot corpse! This is just like Twilight!
I'm not in this episode because I'm a great boyfriend.
You know, Stephanie, you wanted me to be a lifeguard. You got me into Baywatch. If it wasn't for that, I never would have been there that night, and I wouldn't have screwed up.
It makes me look better. That was the whole point. Sisters.
I just want to highlight that there were several lifeguards involved in this rescue that should be held accountable, and yet only Caroline is zeroed in on. But also, this is absolutely Caroline's fault for not stopping them twice when she saw they were drinking and driving. The episode frames it like it was an honest mistake because the fifth guy was passed out on the bottom of the boat, but in the end, she totally neglected her job more than once. And while we're pointing the finger, throw Cody in there. The entire Baywatch team has blood on their hands. Blood, eh? Looks like it's Neely's time to shine. Half a season in, the show suddenly remembers that Neely is an alcoholic motorcycle chick. She is bad news with a capital B. In fact, she makes such poor decisions that she's making time with some dude named Eddie.
Eddie, it sounds great, but I'm working.
Change me!
The scum of the earth. They even have that guy from the greatest chase scene of all time. This is quite the rogues gallery. This is the perfectly wrong crowd for Caroline to spiral into. I love it. In case you were wondering, yes, the rest of the episode is about bad girl Caroline, and it's just as hilarious as it sounds. I can't say I wanted another serious PTSD plot, but man, this was an incredibly silly way to handle this. Pretending Caroline is a bad girl is like saying that Mitch doesn't eat much red meat.
Can I join your evil book club, Neely?
Can you join? Okay, but there's a membership fee. Caroline is out of control. Drinking, wearing evil outfits, making out with strange men. This simply won't do for her micromanagers. And today's the day for the big recheck, which is the worst possible day for Caroline to become BFFs with Neely. They're even wearing black swimsuits. That's just asking for trouble. Caroline decides to bail on the recheck. She's too distracted. But you know who isn't? Deputy Cody.
Hold it right there, buddy. How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? Tell me what you know!
Face it, Cody, I'm a strong black woman, and if you can't handle that, get out of the kitchen!
What?
It takes a few turns of the hamster wheel, but eventually Cody starts to realize that Caroline's in a bad place. He's so worried about her, he completely forgets who Neely is.
I heard about you. Drinking on the job. Getting Matt Brody slapped with a sexual harassment charge.
Dude, you guys have made out. This isn't even an airing order thing. I think he just hit his head again.
I've heard about you. People warned me. And guess what? I'm not falling for your tricks. I am untrickable.
Would you rob a bank for a Scooby snack?
Boy, would I? Hey, wait a minute. You tricked me.
Cody tries to convince Caroline to come with him, but Waterslide politely asks him to leave.
I'm humiliated! I can never show my face here again!
La 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 la, just dressing and acting completely normal!
Stephanie has had enough. Caroline might think she's bad, but Stephanie is the OG bitch in charge. She's pretty PO'd that her protege Cody has sprained his wrist and might not even be able to swim in the Olympic trials that happened last episode.
If you ruin my chances of living vicariously through Cody, I swear I will chop you up into little pieces, store you in a freezer, and stick you into Mitch's world-famous chili.
You wouldn't!
Oh yeah? Where do you think that little bitch boy Trevor went?
Hey, heard you were asking about my world-famous chili.
Anyway, back to being a shithead with her boyfriends.
Nothing bad will ever happen to me because I'm a sex symbol.
This guy was paying for all of Caroline's new outfits, so she has no choice but to overcome her fears and jump back in the water. And she'd better hurry because the Terror Twins are on the way.
She stole our save!
Get her!
And with that, Caroline visits the grave of her latest victim and makes a promise. There will always be another. The end. Next time on Baywatch, Baywatch Nights had a mid-season break, so how about a story about a mutant alligator? Meanwhile, a photo shoot. Say cheese! Doggy, we finally hit a Baywatch milestone. Gilligan's Island, Paralyzed Mitch, Little Richard, and now Mutated Alligator. Ah, this show is the gift that keeps on giving. So yes, this episode is indeed about a mutated alligator, but also there's a big photo shoot. So it's a good thing they've got David W. Hagar in the director's chair. You probably don't know the name, but you definitely know his work, because this man is the creator of the Baywatch montage. That's right, you have him to thank for the show's trademark musical interludes, which he created to try and sell the show to NBC. Over the course of the series, he edited the montages for 162 episodes, as well as the main title sequence for seasons 2 and 6, and that's nothing to sneeze at. And this episode was his first time stepping up from second unit into heading the directing, so I feel that contributed to the powerful energy here. But maybe I was just excited to see David Hasselhoff fight an alligator. Anyway, feel the exhilaration as a homeless man mumbles at a duck for a full 30 seconds of screen time.
Ducky.
Okay, nothing to see here, folks. I know how to handle this. Sir, I speak duck and I'm ready to listen.
Sea monster, you gotta do something.
I'm gonna do something. Here's the address of a place you can go to get some help.
And while you're doing that, I'm gonna try and catch this sea monster.
Whoa, that was some spooky, folks. Anyway, boobs!
You ladies look like you could use a man in shorts and socks.
Anyway, welcome to the women's plot for this episode. Inside Sports is scouting for a real lifeguard to post for their swimsuit issue, plus a free trip to Cabo, and all the girls gotta get it. Meow! Female empowerment! Caroline points out that in a season 1 episode, Shawnee got in trouble for posing for a calendar, but Mitch is ready to field that one.
Well, that's very true, but this time the captain said it was okay because they're including something about water safety.
Captain said it was okay, it's cool. Remember when we had a captain, guys?
Well, it wouldn't be a photo shoot plot without Pamela Anderson, but currently, CJ is feeling a little under the weather. She notices some spots on her arm and assumes it must be hives.
You think it has something to do with Matt being home?
Oh, that is classic off-screen eyebrows, always causing hives. Relationships that cause physical illness are so cute. But enough about him, what about this upcoming photo shoot?
Okay, what if they don't want a blonde? Well, they'll probably see you and pick you anyway. What if they want a brunette with big blue eyes and pouty lips?
Girlfriends!
Oh, I'd be the queen of the catwalk.
I just want to be nasty and play with my hair.
You know, I feel like a certain Pamela Anderson movie came out around this time, but I can't quite remember. Oh well. Anyway, expect less water rescues involving CJ so the makeup covering her tattoo doesn't come off. Oh damn! Looks like that alligator got a big bite of...
Quick, change your hairstyle and use some older footage. My hair's in a bun again and now my scrunchie's red.
This is pretty gory for Baywatch, which means this attack is extra serious.
Oh my gosh!
Luckily, our lifeguards are here to get the swimmers off the beach in a calm and orderly fashion. The beach is closed, but try as they might to keep the swimmers out, some people just keep missing the signs.
My save! Cold water, cold! Oh, Mitch von Malibu! Freeze! You're under handsome arrest!
How much tension can Baywatch wring out of extras narrowly avoiding a camera in the water? It turns out very little.
I tried to stop them, they wouldn't listen. They're trying to impress a new girl in school.
Thanks for the info, loser. Now get out of the episode.
With the Death Pier, the Rocks of Doom, and the Forget How to Swim zone, a sea monster is the last thing Baywatch Beach needs. Our heroes have to get to the bottom of this. And who better to put on the case than Deputy Cody and Deputy Didgeridoo?
It's not a shark. Shark's too big. It's gotta be a barracuda. Oh, what do you know? You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
Settle down, boys. There's a new sheriff in town.
Mitch has just returned from the hospital, where they claim the bite on that guy's leg is from an alligator. Latching onto the one fact left in his head until it floats away, Cody reminds Mitch that alligators live in fresh water and wouldn't survive in the ocean. Luckily, at that exact moment, Logan looks down at his book and notices the page on saltwater crocodiles. And aside from the fact crocodiles are not alligators, everything checks out.
They live in the waters of India and Malaysia, not Southern California.
What if someone got it as a gift and didn't want to keep it and decided to flush it down the toilet?
Except toilet water, Cody, is diverted to a sewage treatment center.
Unless there was a rupture in the sewer line and it ended up living in a storm drain.
And that is how you get an alligator on your Lifeguard show. Meanwhile, you know what's funnier than someone getting viciously attacked by an animal? CJ getting chicken pox. Wah wah. Say goodbye to those supermodel sandwiches, CJ.
Ooh.
You know, sometimes I wonder if I'm wasting my life reviewing Baywatch, but then moments like this remind me that I absolutely am. But where tragedy strikes, opportunity knocks in Neelyland. Not only does this put CJ out of the running for the photo shoot, but she can kill 2 birds with 1 stone if she can get Caroline in the same room with her. I was going to throw this big bag of anthrax at her, but this chickenpox thing works too. After relaying incorrect information from off-screen Stephanie and telling Caroline she already had chickenpox when she was younger, the trap is set. Now Caroline is free to do girlfriend stuff with her BFF CJ.
Now Vogue.
I miss the mutant alligator. Whoa, is that the Jerry Croft playing himself? Who for some reason is in 3 more episodes and the movie, and I had to look up and still am not sure who he is, but I guess he worked for Inside Sports? Out of sight!
The crown will be mine, bitch!
Wow, Neely is totally disgusting. I never cheat on you with her. Anyway, off to fight a crocodile.
Okay, sweetie, I love you!
And here's the star of the hour. It's definitely a crocodile, which is an alligator. Now, I bet you're wondering why our lifeguards didn't just call animal control. Well, joke's on you, idiot, because Mitch already did.
It's called a come-along. I got it from Animal Control.
Yep, they just gave me this and wished me luck. Let's go!
Here, crocky.
Yeah, you definitely want Cody on your team in this situation.
There really is an alligator in here. We don't have to worry about sewer rats.
Ha! Good one, Mitch. We'll have to tell that one to the guy in the hospital.
We don't gotta worry about that. His wound got infected and he died.
Is this where all the stuff goes when people go to...
Okay, shut up, will you?
I'm just asking because I need to go. Sheesh. I'll just pee in my diaper.
I tell ya, I can't get enough walking around with badly placed ADR to try and fill in time. Why even put in an alligator at this point? We've got all the thrills we could possibly handle. I love it! It's like a sock puppet.
I don't understand. Animal Control said it would be fine.
With the one flimsy thing they were given to capture the crocodile broken, Mitch, Logan, and Cody decide to follow it into some hole with no plan whatsoever. This, of course, works out swimmingly. Tell Caroline I hate her!
I don't mean to be crass, Cody, but this is a crock of shit.
Then all of a sudden, the episode becomes a horror movie as Mitch explores Gatorade Cave with a crocodile in the water and an injured Logan traumatized in the corner. I didn't even know where they're supposed to be at this point. This started in a storm drain.
We're not alone.
There's a crew person in the water over there. Yes, yes, yes! Croc and half fight, croc and half fight. Whoever wins, we win!
What's going on in there?
2 lifeguards are fighting an alligator in a subterranean cave.
What?
That can't possibly be the plot.
You bet your ass it is. Mauled by an alligator, and it's still my save.
Actually, that's a crocodile. Shut up! Oh my god, this is gold. Both of them get bitten by a crocodile, but Mitch just shrugs it off and carries Logan on one arm and the crocodile tied up in the other hand. Just one-hands it. By the next scene, he is back at work with merely a small bandage. This is prime Hasselhoff. Thank you for filming this and preserving it for all time. If the world ends in a nuclear war, let this episode be found on a dusty old VHS tape in a vault so that humans of the future know what humanity once was.
Don't worry, he's not as tough as he looks. Hey, what am I supposed to do with this thing?
Oh, and by the way, Caroline gets chickenpox.
Next time on Baywatch Nights.
Did somebody say retool? Check out this totally refreshed Nights as the show desperately tries to save itself from cancellation. It's new! Well, howdy! Remember in season 4 when country singer Ricky Van Shelton showed up as country singer Jesse Lee Harris with his manager Jimmy Hart in some plot looking for his estranged wife and son? Some hoedowns occurred and the heartwarming touch of A&W cream soda saved the day? Well, I imagine most people in 1996 didn't either, but for whatever reason, this episode is a sequel to it. Anyway, something the show definitely doesn't remember is who is with who at any point in time. In the last episode, Caroline mentions Eyebrows is back and presumably together with CJ again, but this episode opens with her checking out Cody. Cody will always remember the boob honk that got away. This is an episode of many strange and, as the title says, desperate encounters, as later on, Jesse Lee Harris saunters into the episode to serenade CJ with his beach guitar.
No one could look as good as you, mercy.
He's rode into town to do a recording session, which apparently summons an entire stampede of horses.
Oh no. What are we gonna do?
I'm completely helpless as a lifeguard. Tell me what to do, Ricky Van Shelton.
We've got some horses loose on Zuma Beach.
Horses on the beach?
Cool.
See, this is a real cop-out, because Jesse definitely says they're going to have to catch those horses, and then the next shot the horses are just fine. I'm going to have to assume Mitch lassoed them into submission between scenes. Well, in strolls the horse's owner Carmen, who says Cheyenne, apparently the genius of the horse club, somehow unlatched his stall and all of the other stalls before taking off.
There goes Nitro, that son of a gun.
What are we gonna do?
Remember when we did this scene literally a minute ago? Would you like to see it again? I am utterly unconcerned. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Now Cody has got a lasso. I had no idea this was a skill every lifeguard has to train for. I became someone else, hooray! I'm gonna present this next 6 seconds completely unedited, just so you're aware the bad cut and awkward interactions are not my doing.
Thank you, young man.
Oh, you're welcome.
Aren't these horses beautiful, Cody?
Yeah, they're really something.
Do you two need to be alone?
I wish you could stay longer.
Cody, you don't even know him. You weren't around in season 4.
Have you heard about this Neely chick? Boy, I'd hate to meet her.
By the way, this is a secret Logan episode. Turns out he's been helping out at this lady's ranch unknown to his friends. This is never elaborated on, nor will it come up again. Oi, I guess I'm just too layered of a character. Shockingly, the show seems to have remembered that Logan knows a lot about horse racing, so I guess he's really into horses. And since Caroline got a horse episode, he wants a horse episode of his own. As he explains to his friends and Jesse Lee Harris, Carmen rescued all of these horses from being sold as meat. But now her ranch is in foreclosure, and all of those horses will be sold off for slaughter unless, and this totally doesn't sound like a scam Logan and this lady cooked up, his friends could help him raise $50,000 to outbid the slaughterhouse?
$50,000.
What?
CJ suits up in her boxers to do some more romantic horse riding with Cody, because as we learned in the episode, horses turn them on. Jesse Lee Harris, who they've made a point to say is on a tight schedule, has postponed his recording session so he can come to this ranch and play a guitar by some horses.
One last chance before tomorrow.
To apologize to Jimmy Hart and save my job.
Hey Watch, I'm glad I wrote a note to myself to add that joke to the script because I nailed it! To make a long story short, they hold a benefit concert and save the ranch. Enough horsing around, let's talk about Mitch's far more interesting plot. Baywatch has returned to form with a romantic fireplace moment. Mitch is cozying up with his one-episode girlfriend Shelby. Oh my god, what is Ryan going to think? It's too bad Baywatch Nights is in another universe. Shelby wants to take a spontaneous vacation to Baja, and sure, Mitch doesn't work as a lifeguard lieutenant, private eye, and full-time dad or anything. Let's go! Can we not? Earlier in the episode, Mitch mentions that he hasn't had the best luck in Baja, and he is right to worry, because the music tells me something bad is going to happen. What do we gotta worry about? This is Mitch's old buddy Eric, who can suddenly walk again. Psych! It's actually his Buzz Butkins form!
Don't worry, I'll save you!
That sounds like a woman in distress!
Help me, Mitch! I'm stuck on a coral reef!
And there's another lady drowning! Keep the marshmallows warm, I'm going in!
So this guy, I shit you not, he's named Damon Sinclair, realizes Mitch and Shelby saw him try to murder his wife for her money, so he jumps in to save face. Apparently Shelby is also a lifeguard we've just never seen before because they mentioned it in passing. Despite their searching, they can't find her, and Mitch, being a PI, notes that Damon didn't initially try to save his wife.
I think we should go to the authorities.
Nobody grabs my tit and gets away with it.
I won't butt into your business, so you stay the hell out of mine.
Well, I guess it's over. Marshmallow?
Wait, so he threatens them, and then all three of them stay the night in the same area? Why? Oh my god, how'd they find him? Well, that tears it. He's gonna have to do more murders.
I know this is a bad time to ask, but is the date going well?
The only way out of this situation is up a cliff. So Mitch and Shelby's stunt double start climbing. And what do you know? Hasselhoff's stunt double is friend of the show, Robert Chapin. So I sent him a message and asked him about his experience. He doubled for him once before in Ring of the Musketeers, a movie I still desperately need to see, and Hasselhoff recognized him from the job 2 years prior. The stunt was only supposed to be 20 feet up the cliff, which was especially difficult in sneakers and helping another person along, but since they didn't call cut, Robert just kept going up the whole 60 feet with only a thin safety cable. Incredible. He also doubled in the fight scene with Damon, where they really pushed for him to do martial arts. He found this very funny because he'd never seen Hasselhoff do martial arts moves before, but I must be that guy and point out the season 3 episode Kicks in which Hasselhoff is a kickboxer. Anyway, I found this info way cool, and Robert's a champ.
My plan was really smart, but I guess I'm cooked.
Benefit concert? Dark murder interrogation. These sure are 2 scenes they played back to back, and it isn't jarring at all.
Your wife was rescued.
Throw away the key.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Ryan's sister comes to town and the mob is after her. Will Ryan become a hostage yet again? You got it, sis! It's happening, folks! It's happening! Baywatch and Charlie's Angels, like peanut butter and chocolate, oil and water. We're smack dab in the middle of a great run, and this episode is a true highlight. Baywatch Angels. So remember in season 2 when they did a Gilligan's Island crossover and I gave them praise for being so faithful to the show? Even though it was an inherently silly idea revolving around Eddie, it still felt like they put their heart into it. And that was largely due to the fact that Douglas Schwartz's uncle created Gilligan's Island and his cousin wrote the script for the Baywatch episode. It meant something to them personally. The same cannot be said for Baywatch Angels, because as far as I can tell, they just sorta thought it'd be fun to have the Baywatch ladies dress up like the previous generation's sex symbols. That's pretty much it. So while it's not necessarily all that accurate or heartfelt, it does make up for it by being completely insane in ways you wouldn't expect. Trust me, you don't know what's coming. Which is sadder, Baywatch actually creating a montage out of previous montages, or me recognizing incidental shots from memory? Trick question, they're both pathetic. The most noteworthy part of this lazy opening is their reuse of the baby ass from Air Buchanan, except this time it's censored? Anyway, girlfriend time! Caroline, Stephanie, and CJ are discussing their dinner options after a long day, while also subtly plugging the new and improved Baywatch Nights.
Can you believe it? We're getting run ragged and Mitch is basking on some beach in the Bahamas.
Oh, he's not basking. He's on a case.
Yeah, following an heiress.
Excuse me, what they're describing is way more interesting than anything that's actually happened on Baywatch Nights.
I can't wait for my episode of Nights. It's gonna be great. Shut up, Caroline. I hope you get kidnapped and traumatized for life. My episode of Nights is gonna be way better.
You losers are gonna be on Nights?
Caroline just kinda throws it out there that she suggested to Mitch and Garner that they hire them as PIs because they're intelligent, athletic, and seductive, two of which are true. You might be thinking that Caroline has never shown an interest in PI work before, and that is also true. She's only mentioning it because, much like Eddie before her, she now has a one-episode favorite show, Charlie's Angels.
Hold it, Lowlife! Freeze! Freeze!
Oh, boy.
So the main crux of this episode is that Caroline wants to play pretend with Stephanie and CJ that they're the Charlie's Angels, and also a murder attempt is going on. Yes, really. She sees herself as Kelly, the sophisticated one, CJ as Jill, the Farrah Fawcett one, and Stephanie as Sabrina, the smart one, which Stephanie takes umbrage with.
It's just like you to call me smart. I want it to be dumb and pretty like Cody.
As you can see, Logan is totally enthralled with all of this.
Hey! No, come on, Stephanie, do it, do it. No! Keep doing it, please. She's the smart one.
I'm sorry, I just can't muster up the energy. I'm Australian but depressed.
We're Charlie's Angels, dummy!
We're Charlie's Angels, dummy!
Well, this has been fun, but I gotta go. Life is an endless misery. Goodbye, maybe forever.
What was your favorite episode?
The one where they cut off Logan's wing-wang.
I hate him so much. I wish he would die.
So what up with Logan? Who actually knows? They never explain why he's so sad. This episode doesn't like things like explanations or a basic story structure. While Logan strolls along in a malaise, someone sinister is lurking about. This is Jack Ripley, an escaped mental patient who wants Logan dead after he and Stephanie were held hostage in Logan's tower and sent him to the institution. This isn't to be confused with the time Stephanie and Summer were held hostage in a tower by a different escaped mental patient. Caroline, of course, will have to wait until her Nights episode to be held hostage in a tower. The worst part of this whole situation isn't that Jack Ripley is a murderous crazy person, but that he's a god-awful mid-90s impressionist.
He's got to ask himself one question. Does he feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Is that how we're gonna play this, Logan? By the numbers, huh?
I tell you, I get no respect from anybody. I used to be an electronics professor until an unfortunate experiment with a lifeguard catapulted me into future shock.
God, no! Just get to the killing! Yes, yes, yes! They have to stop filling these towers with explosives and reused footage from the episode they stole their backstory from. My favorite part of that footage, by the way, is the jogger that just keeps running unfazed in the background. Meanwhile, Caroline continues her theme in this episode of being an insensitive troll.
Who's winning? Who do you think, Miss Gamblers Anonymous over here?
Get it? Because she had a gambling problem. That's a good one, Caroline.
The Allison squad just left the beach. My tower was rigged to incinerate.
Wait, so let me get this straight. Logan's tower blows up, Stephanie, CJ, and Caroline know about it, and Caroline, his girlfriend, is just sitting here playing cards and goofing till he shows up at their door? What?
I'm sure he set up Logan specifically.
Okay, so no one gives a shit about Logan's life in this episode at all. It's too bad Mitch is hanging out with that heiress in the Bahamas, aka too embarrassed to be in this episode.
I wish Mitch was in town. I'd hire his agency as bodyguards.
Wait a second. Hire us! Come on, guys, we're Charlie's Angels.
Well, I suppose it was inevitable that Caroline completely lose touch with reality.
Freeze, mister. Cover him, Jill. Spread him.
This is serious, I'm going to die.
My dad was killed in a fire, you know.
Freeze!
I'm just so scared.
Hey, Rocky! Watch me make a lifeguard disappear!
No! Now the guy is going around leaving fart dummies all over the place? This has got to stop. Just worth noting that while much of this episode is imagined in Caroline's head, this is supposed to be the reality portion.
Boy, when I'm being targeted by an impressionist assassin, I like to cool down with a refreshing night of water, some RX, and chicken batter.
Thanks for comforting me after all this, Logan, especially after I treated you like dog shit and everything.
Well, don't get used to it, because this is one of the few times I'm sympathetic in any way.
Where's Logan?
Oh, he's staying on Matt's boat. He thinks it's safer there.
Wait, Eyebrow still has his boat? Who the hell is living there now?
Remember, we're not Charlie's Angels.
But what if we were?
And thus the plot is sort of justified. Now they're the Charlie's Angels. Except not? It's a fantasy sequence, and they're separate characters who are the Charlie's Angels, but just coincidentally look exactly like them, and Logan doesn't think it's weird? Look, I'm gonna be honest, things are gonna get real confusing. And the hair situation, it's wild.
Oh, hi, I'm Jill Monroe.
And thus the audience is given a window into the future of VIP. The Angels have arrived to help Logan with his little problem. Apparently, Stephanie and Caroline are no longer in danger. CJ was always an outlier and should not be counted. Also in this universe, Logan is an old friend of Charlie's, and his getting laid necklace is actually a good luck charm Charlie gave him. Since this is Caroline's fantasy, I can only imagine this is her fragmented mind trying to make sense of how she could possibly be in love with a scumbag like Logan.
Don't worry about me, Angels. I'm in capable hands, too.
Also Charlie might be Mitch? There's no time for laughter. Jack's back. Just look at Jill's urgent face. Oh my god, what will happen now? He's gonna do more terrible impressions! Take him down!
Let me tell you something, darlings. You know, you three look marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Oh, watch it!
What is it? Look out, it's a ball!
What in the world is happening? Okay, this episode is kind of awesome. Stop ruining it! The cool, refreshing taste of Coca-Cola can't make any more sense of this sloppy-ass episode as the plot continues to twist and turn into an indiscernible pretzel. So the Lifeguards still exist in this universe, and because the Charlie's Angels happen to look exactly like them, they're taking advantage of that by going undercover as Caroline, CJ, and Stephanie. So now they're playing the Charlie's Angels, pretending to be their normal Baywatch characters? This episode is a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. The acting through the roof.
Poor CJ. So sad. What's sad, Jill? Well, she'd be such a pretty girl if she knew how to style her hair.
Okay, this is just an episode of VIP now.
Actually, VIP was about bodyguards, not PIs. Check and mate, idiot.
Actually, I do the actuallys around here.
This is why I'm not in this episode. You're nothing without me. Nothing!
I don't need David Hasselhoff!
I can't believe becoming the Charlie's Angels made their acting worse, but this is Caroline's fantasy, so who am I to question?
You love everything, Jill.
I know, I can't help it.
So, just a quick recap. In the real world, there was a man trying to murder them, and very specifically Logan for some reason, and Caroline is currently daydreaming about how cool it would be to become a fictional TV character. Nothing that happens for the next 20 minutes is relevant. Half of this episode just comes off like improvised filler, like they had this insane plot but didn't actually know what to do at all. More than once, I felt like even the actresses didn't know when the scene was going to end. So while they're sitting around spouting lines like they're in a porn with no sex, Sabrina eventually says something that means anything and tells us that Jack Ripley became this way after being bitten by a rabid dog and seeing a Rich Little performance, which split his ego into 100 personalities. Think Virtuosity meets TV Land. Never before have I seen such a nuanced and tactful portrayal of mental illness. Also, Baywatch, you got no right to make fun of other impressionists when you got this dipshit on board.
I can smile. Freeze, mister.
Jack Ripley is not going to be easy to capture, even with our guns and our smiles.
What do you think? Should we carry our own purses? These lifeguard bags are a bit cumbersome. I love this job.
I've never seen a single episode of the original Charlie's Angels, but no way were they this fucking dumb.
While Jill's patrolling the beach, I'll keep an eye on headquarters.
At last, I'm a real character, and now I can exact my revenge on Craig for never loving me.
I'm not in this episode either, but girl, you and me need to talk. A treadmill bomb is gonna blow Logan to smithereens if he slows down. Oh no, I guess we're sad. One scene and they're already back in their normal outfits? What the hell was the point of dressing up like lifeguards? Sabrina and Kelly didn't even leave headquarters. The only one the guy even sees in uniform is Jill, who looks like CJ, who isn't even one of the lifeguards he supposedly wants revenge on.
Aw, yeah, time for a chase scene.
That's not mine!
Oh well, Coca-Cola.
Wait, they were going undercover as lifeguards, while the lifeguards they were undercover as were still on duty? Were they just supposed to be separate lifeguards, or does no one notice they look the same? Is this a Quantum Leap situation and only we see them as the Baywatch actresses? What?
Crazy? Crazy? You want to see crazy? I'll show you crazy!
You know, maybe we can call Jill an acceptable loss.
Pathetic. I haven't seen a hostage situation this awful since you held Stephanie, hostage in a tower last time.
Oh, what are you, goofy? We're gonna crash!
We're Charlie's Angels. We're Charlie's Angels. We're Charlie's Angels. We're Charlie's Angels.
What the hell was that?
So again, just to reiterate, every ludicrous part of this episode is real, except for Charlie's Angels showing up. Cool, glad we got that detour for some reason.
Wow, are you positive? Well, thank you. Thank you very much for calling.
Great news! Logan is dead!
Well, someone said they saw Jack Ripley head on a plane to Brazil, so I guess they're all safe. Time to go to this random party they just now mentioned, and they're gonna have a magic show, which is something totally normal at a party for adults.
Let's go over there. Thank you.
Thank you, strange dance man, for lending me your penis.
Thank you very much.
Oh no, now it's turning into an episode of Thunder in Paradise. Guy with a beard and a straitjacket he specifically mentions is from a mental institution. Something is up.
Oi! Wait a minute, I just remembered I'm the smart one.
Who are these ladies? You'll never know.
You have learned well, grasshopper!
Stop being casually racist, you stupid penis haver. I know martial arts now, I guess.
So do I. Who cares if it makes sense?
Take this save and shove it up your ass.
It's not often a Baywatch episode this late in the game leaves me absolutely dumbfounded at every turn, but somehow they've managed to leave me wondering why anything is happening at any time.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Stephanie, stop outshining me! I was gonna imagine we were the Charlie's Angels and solve this whole thing!
Enough with the Charlie's Angels, it's over!
They're holding open auditions for the Charlie's Angel movie.
The episode is done, move on! I'm alright, in case anyone was wondering.
We weren't.
Oh yeah, and Charlie's Angels is real.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Geraldo Rivera is back. Will he be able to save this sinking ship? Not likely. I'm in Baywatch heaven, everyone. I really don't deserve all of this delicious, high-fat, artery-clogging cheese they've been injecting straight into my veins. It's too much. How can they still have it after 6 years of wonderful television? Baywatch, the show that defied all the odds. Insert an Emmy plot into an episode not about wrestlers fighting for the championship belt, the local rec center, and our hearts? Fuck you! Nobody tells Baywatch what to do. They know what we want, and that's wrestling and cancer. Snap into a Slam Jam! Okay. Oh man, oh gee, this is too good. So, in 1995, Baywatch teamed up with WCW to promote their Bash at the Beach pay-per-view, which took place in July 16 of the same year. Except, Baywatch decided not to air their episode until February 1996, rendering that whole promotion thing entirely pointless. But who cares? We've got Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage right here on Baywatch Beach. Oh yeah!
Hey, Macho, race you to the pier, brother. Let's do it, brother.
Let's have a room-level conversation on our wave runner TMs, brother!
Hey,
good.
That sounds like a lie.
Wrestling fans might find Hogan jobbing to a wave runner unusual, but he gets rescued by a handful of exclusively model-esque female lifeguards, including Yasmine, Bleeth, and Pamela Anderson, so that's probably why he agreed to it. Oh, sorry, and Julie.
Oh my god, it's Hulk Hogan!
You remember Julie? Our favorite lifeguard.
1 and 2 and 3.
Ugh, don't form a union.
You're Hulk Hogan!
This keeps getting better all the time.
Ghostwritten by Terry Bollea.
That's Macho Man.
Randy Savage.
I would have been here sooner, but I didn't care if he lived or died.
That's fair.
What, you guys wrestling fans? Closet. Me too.
Oh man, that is so Julie.
This is unbelievable.
My dubbing, it's unbelievable.
Well, seems pretty responsible to let someone who was just concussed by a jet ski walk away with no medical treatment. Professional life-saving individuals! Meanwhile, Stephanie is getting ready to go on a date with her boyfriend, Dr. Tom Morella, who is a doctor and also an old friend of Mitch's.
Tom's been my best buddy almost my entire life.
Lie. This is like the 10th old best friend Mitch has mentioned. Oh, you don't remember Stephanie's boyfriend, Dr. Tom Morella? Well, maybe you should have traveled forward in time to watch the episode they aired after this where they introduced him, which is actually a leftover episode from last season they didn't air until now for reasons unexplained. Or maybe you'll remember him from season 2 when he was that guy who played poker with Harvey and liked Tab Soda. Gosh, Baywatch is uncomplicated. Mitch is totally cool with Stephanie dating his old buddy, and by that I mean he's swinging his dick around like usual.
Tom gave me all the juicy details in between.
Not all.
I'm a pirate!
Wonder what that guy told her.
Probably that I didn't eat much red meat.
Yeah, what a wonderful niche-free date. I could lay here forever thinking about all the corrections I'm going to make. You wouldn't understand, Tom, you being a man. The only thing that could ruin this date would be cancer, but what are the chances of that?
Huh, it says you have skin cancer.
Okay, so they decided to throw in an Emmy cancer plot in their Hulk Hogan WCW wrestling pay-per-view episode. And not only that, a main character. They keep it a mystery as Stephanie hopes against hope that it isn't skin cancer, but I'm gonna let the delicious can of worms out of the bag here because yes, Stephanie does indeed have Emmy cancer. Mwah, 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 mwah. And in case you're wondering, this brings our official count up to 4. This is, of course, because she spent so much time with Mitch Buchanan, cancer magnet.
Aw, son of a Mitch!
But let's not waste the opportunity for some good old-fashioned edutainment. Sure, we might shed some tears as Stephanie begins her battle with an often deadly illness, but we are going to learn something along the way.
How long has this mole been red around the edges?
I don't look at the back of my legs that often.
Well, you really should.
I use sunscreen. I tan safely.
There's no such thing as a safe tan, you know.
You just have to wear the right sunblock and apply it frequently.
Well, it's not enough.
Well, I reapply it.
When? How often? That means if your skin burns in 10 minutes, you just have 80 minutes of protection. That's just a little over an hour.
Because it's the burns you get today, they'll increase your risk of skin cancer when you get older. Baby oil offers absolutely no protection against the sun. This is just a sun magnifier, you know. You should be using sunblock if you don't want to get burned. So keep reapplying frequently, okay? Especially as you sweat it when you go in the water.
Hulk Hogan, what do you think about cancer?
I don't know. Look, I just came here to talk about the rec center thing and fight Rip Flair or something.
You ever wonder where we go when we die?
Did I get the wrong script, or?
I hate that God does bad things to good people.
I have to go.
Anyway, the real scene is Hogan mentioning that he heard the lifeguards were doing a lot of work with the Venice Boys Youth Center, somewhere he frequented a lot in his totally real childhood growing up there. Because, by the way, everything in wrestling exists in this reality. But this episode of Baywatch adds a lot to the Hogan mythology. Not only did he grow up with Macho Man at this rec center with his mentor Sonny, but that place kept Hulkamania from running wild on drugs.
If it wasn't for Sonny and the athletic club, I probably would have been wild out on the streets. I had a choice. Drugs and the street life, or getting healthy, working out, and getting my act together right here.
Sincerity.
Luke and Sam, Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage.
My two dads. This isn't all fun and games, however. The rec center has unfortunately been sold off to some anonymous buyer, which is going to leave these impressionable youths and buff, much older men out on the streets and with the drugs.
Yeah, where are we gonna train if they shut down this place?
Side note, I think this is Jeffrey Barnett, son of Gregory Barnett, making him the second Barnett son to show up on Baywatch. Sons of Shippy, I call them. Fun fact.
I have no idea what would have happened to us without this place, but it's not a pretty picture, Oster.
That's enough lines out of you, Savage. This is about me. Actually, this is about me, which is why I refuse to take part in the stupid wrestling plot.
So who is this mysterious developer that's bought the rec center from these poor defenseless youths? Why, it's Ric Flair in the Dungeon of Doom, Big Van Vader, and Taskmaster Kevin Sullivan.
Soon, this'll all be condos! It'll all be mine!
Well, guess you had to be there.
Those who can do. Those who can't, don't.
All of this wrestling trash talk is getting Hogan eager for a fight, which he challenges Flair to. Winner gets the property and WCW heavyweight title. Flair insists they make it a team match, and the bet is on. This all seems fair and legally binding. Hogan could have sweetened the pot with the WCW Cancer Championship belt had he not lost it to Stephanie a few scenes ago.
Come on, baby! Oh, come on, let's go!
Stephanie, you're the perfect addition to my cancer girlfriend shelf.
I might have skin cancer. I can't stand waiting for the results. I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't want to be strong. I just want to scream and cry.
I'll be strong for both of us.
How do you like this mood whiplash? Pretty cool, huh, Hulkamaniacs?
Oh no, one of the producer's sons has fallen off of a really fake rock. If only a lifeguard and a wrestler were around to save him.
Mommy, I just saw Hulk Hogan.
Oh, he's just saving my son. Who cares? Thank God Mitch, the Save Buchanan, wasn't around to see this, or there'd be hell to pay.
Please, Mom, I don't want to be on Baywatch anymore. Can't I just stay home and study?
You'll get out there with Hulk Hogan and Pamela Anderson and you'll like it, young man.
It's melanoma, isn't it?
Yes.
Hey, quick question episode. What the fuck? I don't even know how to process this. They really put these things back to back. It's beautifully tone deaf. I haven't been this happy since the Pepsi Paralysis Hour. Hooray! They jogged to the youth center.
So thanks for getting me out of the house.
Again? Baywatch, just give us time to breathe. You couldn't possibly think this was a sandwich with appealing ingredients.
Remember that cruise we went on?
Got shot and fell overboard and I jumped over to save you. I mean, when I'm fighting off the sharks and trying to keep you conscious.
Doesn't ring a bell, but that sounds like me, alright.
I was just making the comparison because that's small potatoes compared to what I'm gonna do to cancer. It's gonna wake up in a cold sweat having nightmares about me.
Not if I kick cancer's ass first. This is personal. It killed my other girlfriend, Tiffany or Trish or something.
This is my cancer. I'm gonna kick its ass.
No, me. Just watch.
Ooh, I'm gonna get extra cancer just for that.
You son of a bitch.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Bash at the Beach.
Hulkamania is gonna be running wild, dude.
You know, at this point, it kind of feels like the wrestling plot is here to make you appreciate the realism of normal Baywatch. Like they're punching you in the face because the audience was too ungrateful.
Living on the edge. Ride the edge of a lightning bolt across the sky. Do you know why, Cody?
No, I don't.
Now, come on, even in SD, this looks bad. A. Seamless integration of our main characters. B. Did they not realize the powerful Cody energy in this episode? We got so little, and yet he is the perfect wrestling mark. You coulda had it all, Baywatch, and you threw it away for Slim Jims and Dennis Rodman. One of my favorite parts of this is that Jimmy Hart exists as Jimmy Hart now, so canonically, in the Baywatch universe, there are two Jimmy Harts. Macho Man takes out Ric Flair, but the important match is between Hogan and Vader, the toady who's working for Flair. I don't know. Narratively, it doesn't make much sense, but apparently that's what they had set up.
Hey, it's the Shockmaster! Shut up, he doesn't even look anything like me. I'm just, I don't know, a weirdo with an elephant trunk.
Hogan loses and the children cry. The end. Just kidding, he wins. You know, it's times like this when we remember what's truly most important in life, because they repeat what the plot of the episode was more than once as if we're really, really dumb.
Hulkamania rules! We did it for the kids! For the youth center! We did it for the kids! Hulkamania rules!
Hulk Hulk, Macho, CJ, Cody, Sonny, Julie, the gang's all here to celebrate Ric Flair's stunning loss. And because of the wrestling clause in the deed, he has to hand it over. The rec center is saved. Hulkamania ran wild in all of our hearts. Slim Jims were held for absolutely no reason. Hopefully nothing super jarring happens in the next minute of screen time.
Has it spread?
Yes.
Next time on Baywatch, I might have gotten in a little over my head with this episode because it was just too big to tackle alone. So what do you say I bring in some experts to help make sense of it all in a Baywatching Royal Rumble?
Oh yeah!
What's the crack, everyone?
What is happening? Yes, the knee-bumping, bar-munching, crisp-crunching OSW review!
Happy days are here again. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very special Baywatching special thing. I'm here with a few guests. We're going to be talking about an episode of Baywatch. I'm here with Jay and Steve from OSW Reviews.
Oh yeah!
What's the crack, everyone?
What is happening? Yes, the knee-bumping, bar-munching, crisp-crunching OSW review! We're just gonna hot dog, right?
Absolutely.
Apologize in advance.
You're gonna hate us, I'd say, within the next hour or so.
You're like, who are these guys? Get out of here. I just want to hear about Baywatch, all the classy stuff.
Always thumbs down this video. Hate it.
Everyone knows who Phelan is. Phelan is.
I'm the not special guest.
Not special guest. But for those who don't know who you guys are, can you explain what OSW video podcasts are?
Well, hello, and welcome to this portion of OSW Review, the old school wrestling video podcast, which is filmed in glorious grapple vision and encoded in blast processing. We chronologically critique wrestling storylines, pay-per-view by pay-per-view. And today we have my co-host, my boy, V1.
What's the crack?
And myself, Jay Hunter. We just hot dog for about 90 minutes to 2 hours about wrestling shows that nobody cares about.
And we talk about things that Irish people cared about 30 years ago.
Mostly chocolate bars, yeah. So you'll learn things, but like it won't be things worth knowing.
Perhaps there is no moral to this story.
Exactly. It's just a bunch of stuff that happened.
You guys got the wrestling knowledge. I got the Baywatch knowledge. Phelan has also got the wrestling knowledge and some of the Baywatch knowledge. So I think we're all going to have a lot of things to say about this. This was, of course, the Bash at the Beach crossover episode. The episode in itself was a crossover because it was meant to promote an actual pay-per-view that they did.
Yeah, so the air date of this Baywatch episode is 19 February 1996, whilst the Bash at the Beach corresponding pay-per-view was July 95. So,
So it was like
got
a year ahead?
rub. Yeah. So they filmed it about 8-9 months in advance.
Perfect sense.
Yeah.
Baywatch got a plug. WCW kind of got the short end of the stick with that one.
Vader wasn't even still in WCW by the time this episode aired, right?
Yeah, he was in
my
WWF
God.
already, so
Yeah.
But what they did, it was genius. They just kept the same storylines for the next year to keep everything in sync. So it's still Ric Flair and the Dungeon of Doom. Versus Hogan
People would
and
have been
Savage.
confused otherwise.
Ric Flair, the developer. It's his best character.
It was good stuff. Yeah, the Dungeon of Doom stuff, I know only a little bit about. I know about the whole, like, yes, no.
It's Zodiac! Isn't it, Brain?
Yes.
No!
I mean, no. Yes.
The Yeti!
And the Yeti!
And all this bizarre stuff that they had with the Dungeon of Doom. How long did they have that storyline going?
Taskmaster! I held your whole army at bay. Let them feel the power of Hulkamania. You'll feel the power, your most powerful possession. Bring the giant to me. I've fought giants before. Your most powerful warrior. Only Hulkamania will live forever, Taskmaster. You don't understand.
Holy shit. Like, this is prime time where, because, like, Hogan came in, actually, I should just do a thing on it. I'll give you a thing. So, what was going on in WCW at the time? Hulk Hogan, biggest star of all time in the 80s and early 90s. He left the WWF full-time after Mania 8 in 1992 and said, I'm going to Hollywood.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sports Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents.
And then Hollywood said, please don't,
I've seen your movies, Hulk.
So he dipped back in to WWF and, for WrestleMania 9, King of the Ring 93, and then he kind of left for good. He tried acting full-time. He joined WCW in June 94.
Thousands of them here at Disney MGM Studios as Hulk Hogan makes his way for the official signing of his contract with WCW. History is being made right before your very eyes. This is the granddaddy of all. This is the mother of all wars right here. This is the greatest day that professional wrestling has ever seen. Jimmy Hart, Mr. T. The Hulk stars in the ring. This is definitely the greatest day of my life. High five, Shaquille O'Neal. Hulk rules. Yeah, Hulk rules. This has got to be the greatest day in Hulk Hogan's wrestling career. Please, no, the leg drop. Oh, no, please don't do anything. 1, no, 2. It's for real. Hulkamania lives in World Championship Wrestling.
And then he immediately began feuding with Ric Flair and the Four Horsemen. So by 95, when this was taped, the baddies had all kind of joined together. They'd enlisted the Taskmaster and his Dungeon of Doom in an alliance to end Hulkamania. Like, it didn't work out great. If you're wondering where was Hulk Hogan in his film career, because, that's a big thing. Sadly, shockingly, already on the downslope or the upslope if you review bad movies, So he had Suburban Commando and Mr. Nanny whilst he was still in the WWF, and then he done Thunder in Paradise, the direct-to-video, and it's kind of one-season TV show that had already been canned. So yeah, what's he got waiting for him? Santa with Muscles in 96, and the peak, Three Ninjas in 98.
Oh man,
living the high life.
Both very good movies. Thunder in Paradise is related to Baywatch. It was from the creators of Baywatch, and you can tell it's like Baywatch meets Knight Rider meets a lot of racism.
This is perfect for Hogan.
That's amazing for him. Yeah.
There is an episode, I shit you not, where they join some Civil War reenactors, and the twist is that one of the guys, played by Jeff Altman, who is horrible, is he's cosplaying as someone from the South, and he just wants them to win just once, and Hulk Hogan helps him to accomplish that. So the big inspirational moment of that episode is that the South wins.
Yay! Slaves for all!
Are imitating life there.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's hard to believe what later came out about Mr. Hogan. Have you guys seen, I don't know if you've reviewed this at any point, have you seen the Bash at the Beach that corresponded with this?
Oh, the pay-per-view we haven't reviewed, but I was actually saving this because I knew we do the Baywatch episode, so we actually kind of held off on that completely. But we have done the Dungeon of Doom storyline when this was happening, when they're getting their alliance to end Hulkamania. So this is the time where the Taskmaster, he dress up as a woman with a cane and hit Hulk Hogan.
Very popular. Oh, what is this? There's a woman with a cane.
And Ric Flair, he dress up as a woman and ambush Hulk Hogan.
There's a theme going on here, isn't there?
All right, well, do you guys want to just dive into the episode and go piece by piece?
Let's do it to it.
Grammar, that is.
We are watching the Amazon rip, and you guys watching the, is it the German DVD or which?
Yeah.
Yeah, from the German DVDs, which has the original music and the beautiful SD footage.
Yeah, the große Spielkins. Yeah. Have to say, like, HD widescreen Baywatch looks incredible.
It looks really good.
yeah.
For a show that's, 25 years old? It looks fabulous.
Yeah, it's 30 at this point.
30? Oh my goodness.
Like, the clarity, you could see how cold it is for these lifeguards.
Oh my god.
What do you know? I did get to heaven.
2 seconds into this Baywatch episode, they give you no lead-in. Just Hulk Hogan, Macho Man are on Wave Runner TMs. They got some bad ADR.
Holy shit.
Hey, Macho, race you to the pier, brother. Let's do it, brother. Macho the Macho Man. You're gonna beat me in your dreams, and that's all. Hey, dude, you cut me off. To me.
That's all the intro we need. They're just having an extended conversation on Wave Runners.
I do like that they credit some of the wrestlers with their gimmick names. It's like the Taskmaster, Kevin Sullivan, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was confused. I was like, does he go by that full thing, or is it just Kevin Sullivan or the Taskmaster?
Well, he's got like the Taskmaster makeup on, so, or like, the little black stuff above his eyes.
It's brilliant.
The lines between reality and kayfabe are just blurred together.
Oh my god, they're absolutely shattered. So basically, in this Baywatch universe, WCW is there, but it's real. It's like...
Yeah.
In the kayfabe world, kayfabe is shoot, Steve.
Yes. So, 15 seconds into this show, I was just going, yes, you have me, Baywatch. Congratulations.
Just one thing. Okay, so the lads Hogan and Macho are on jet skis and they're racing, and it's like, oh my god, Hogan did the job. He lost.
The only thing he will job to is a wave and a jet ski.
Yeah, he wins at wrestling, he wins at sumo monster trucks, but there you go, he loses to jet ski racing.
Amazing.
Well, he loses because he was distracted by a hot lady, and that's really the only thing that can bring about his downfall.
Do you see he kind of fakes drowning as well so he can get CPR from Pamela Anderson?
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Filthy fecker.
Yeah.
I love that, everyone can hear each other at normal volume on these jet skis. They're just talking to each other at normal volume. Even the lady is like, hey, Hulkster, you're sure looking good.
Hey, Hulkster, you're sure looking good.
Voiceover seamless.
Oh, they're so bad.
Especially on Macho Man. It wasn't matching his mouth at all.
No.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. This is unbelievable.
They're like Hogan wipes out and Macho Man just goes for a cruise. He doesn't care.
He takes forever to get to shore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has to win the race first, you know? He hates Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him. It's like, I hope Hogan's drowning.
So while this is going on, Caroline is watching from the tower. I'm sure you guys had a great time following which character was which. I'm assuming this is your first time watching Baywatch.
Yeah. Yasmine here, yes.
Outside Baywatch, yeah.
Pamela also.
Caroline is watching from her tower. She knows that a rescue's imminent. Hogan hits a wave and he totally biffs it. His Wave Runner TM turns against him, knocks him out, so he has to be rescued by Caroline, CJ, and Julie, who's this rando lifeguard who's only here for this episode, played by Playboy Playmate Nariah Davis. And there's 3 other nameless lifeguards, all women, all models, so they can lug his giant ass to shore and resuscitate him.
This must have been traumatizing for Hogan, because this is how he said he got his black eye, at the beginning of Thunder in Paradise in WrestleMania 9, right?
What did he say? It was a jet ski accident?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, the other thing was did Macho punch you in the face? Yeah, because he didn't want to put bread over you.
Yeah.
They wrote it into Thunder in Paradise, and it was Jim Neidhart punched him in the face.
Yeah.
After they had an arm wrestling match.
Yeah.
This all sounds amazing.
Or terrible.
Baywatch, Thunder in Paradise in the same universe.
Yeah.
I wish it was in the same universe. I guess if you think that they exist in the same universe, and they could, then there is canonically 2 Hulk Hogans and 3 Jimmy Harts, because in Baywatch there are 2 of them.
Oh my goodness. This sounds amazing.
This Julie character confuses me.
Yeah.
In this episode. She's not in any other Baywatch episodes. She's not even in the pay-per-view. I thought maybe she was there as like to bridge the gap between the two things, but she's not. They just act like she was always a thing.
I had no idea who she is.
Yeah, I take it this is the blonde girl with the big boobs.
Yeah, the one who goes,
Yes.
it's Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Okay,
She is the other closet wrestling fan who is not Pamela Anderson.
What, you guys wrestling fans? Closet. Me too.
Closeted wrestling fan. I love how in an episode where they have WCW wrestlers on, they still won't say that they're actual wrestling fans. I just watch it when no one else knows I'm watching it.
Oh.
Yeah, that was kind of sad.
My favorite part is that David Hasselhoff is actively avoiding that plot, so he will not show up in the wrestling stuff, like he's embarrassed of it.
The cheek! That's right. Or maybe you couldn't have him and Hogan on screen at the same time.
Yeah, they'd have a never-ending brag-off.
I feel like some of the dumbest Baywatch plots, and there's a lot of dumb ones, but the ones like this, or like the Gilligan's Island one, or the Charlie's Angels one, David Hasselhoff seemed embarrassed of them because he's not in those plots. He'll show up in like little bits around them, but not actually part of it.
That's really funny because, like, you know, maybe about 10 years later, David Hasselhoff turned into a parody of Hasselhoff.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, fellas, this is where you get off. Bikini bottoms directly below. All hands on deck.
10 seconds to lift off.
Like, he just hadn't quite gotten there yet.
He was taking himself too seriously.
Exactly.
He's like, I cannot be part of this Dungeon of Dune storyline. We gotta add something to ground this.
This is the line that I won't
Yeah.
cross. Unbelievable.
He's like, I'll have you know that I am the reason that the Berlin Wall came down.
You know what? David Hasselhoff, fearless. If you watch that footage, like a Roman candle goes flying 2 inches from his face, does not react.
Brilliant.
He keeps singing because he's got to tear this wall down.
Kayfabe.
I love it.
Julie says, "Oh my God, it's Hulk Hogan." As if she just now noticed after they spend this time lugging him to shore, resuscitating him, did not recognize very distinctive Hulk Hogan.
Maybe she was a WWF fan and like he's like 70 pounds lighter. Yeah. You know? Or she doesn't watch WCW. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
She's like, I'm not in it for these sellouts. They have a panning shot of all the women as Hulk Hogan is staring at them, and he says, "What do you know? I did get to heaven." Terrible. He's such a creep in this episode.
Really is.
He's a filthy man in this. Yeah.
Yeah, he creeps over them. They giggle like, hee, I love this. He plays off his head injury like, this happens all the time.
Yeah, he says he gets harder than that in the ring, which would kind of contradict his book where he said like, I wish Macho punched me because that jet ski, that was way harder.
Unbelievable.
Head injuries. Hilarious.
It's so funny. He's just going to walk that one off. It's fine. Cut to Stephanie, some celery and some carrots. She's getting ready for a romantic picnic with her doctor boyfriend, Tom, at Lifeguard headquarters for some reason. Mitch and his socks come downstairs. Talks about how Tom is his old friend, one of the rare ones that doesn't blow up.
Yeah, I was thinking he better watch out. Death looming over him.
We know that he has a terrible fate coming up with Stephanie. So
yeah.
So I did watch this show when I was younger. Would I be right in saying that Mitch and Stephanie did go out for a while? And so
they did.
And so he's a bit weird that his like mate is now dating her. He's like jealous, right?
He's jealous, but he does that with everyone because he's an asshole.
Okay, he's just a cunt. Okay.
Yeah. He and Hogan would get along well, I think.
Is this because he's like 20 years older than the rest of the cast? Like,
yes, probably.
But he's always shirtless. Because
Yeah.
everyone else has like a 6-pack or an 8-pack, or in great beach body shape, and he's a 50-year-old man.
He looks pretty good, to be fair.
It didn't start out that way. In the 80s, everyone was allowed to not have these like six-packs going on. The body type changed as the show went. See, this is season 6 by the time we're into it. Hasselhoff is one of the few people left over from those days. And I don't know. They just have this way of writing Mitch Buchanan as this incredibly petty character who is very like up his own ass. It's incredible. So the Stephanie storyline, you will notice, meshes very well with everything else in this episode. Stephanie is on her romantic picnic with Tom, posing on the beach. They are interrupted when he is paged because he is a doctor. He cannot rest.
But then she keeps hitting on him after he gets paged.
Well, I think I'm having a medical emergency right now. It's my heart. It's beating dangerously fast.
Well, someone's dying,
Never mind that patient, Stephanie.
Well, it's not really her heart, it's her leg, because she has a suspicious mole that might be Emmy cancer.
Get storyline whiplash from this episode.
Yeah. This is a completely serious cancer storyline that they have paired up with this wrestling thing. It's such whiplash.
It's very jarring. You're like going from this crazy fake world of big, loud, bald men screaming at each other. And then 30 seconds later, you're like talking about a young lady who could possibly pass away from something very serious. Like you said, it's very, very jarring.
Yeah, she's got this nasty new mole. It's like raised, it's bleeding a little. Like it actually does look like nodular melanoma. It's not the most common, but develops kind of fast and down the skin. So it's like, actually, that's right. Well done, Baywatch. And Dr. Tom is like worried that it's skin cancer. And her storyline is just a way to shoehorn in a PSA about tanning, that sunscreen isn't safe, and go around wagging your finger at various beach patrons.
You girls are getting sunburned, so you should either cover up or put on a stronger sunscreen. Because the burns you get today, they'll increase your risk of skin cancer when you get older. Baby oil offers absolutely no protection against the sun. This is just a sun magnifier, You should be using sunblock if you don't want to get burned. Be sure to put on enough sunblock on your baby, okay? And on yourself also. Are you using sunblock? Do you have sunscreen on? Sunblock? Do you have sunblock on? Don't forget to use sunblock, okay?
They keep dropping in all of these, like, bullet point things you need to say about, like, sunscreen and what things work and what things don't. Very, very clunky how they insert this in here.
Mm-hmm. It's weird, because she goes around to different beach patrons and says, hey, you're wearing sun magnifier, that doesn't work, or you're not wearing it. But she doesn't, bring suntan lotion with her, or, any SPF 50 or whatever.
I'll have you know, that costs money. Giving out to someone is free.
I feel like this was also some more product placement going on, because they have some very suspiciously placed suntan lotion throughout a lot of this episode. Like they have hidden Deborah Schwartz, the lady on the beach that's hanging out with her son and says, Mommy, I just saw Hulk Hogan.
Mommy, I just saw Hulk Hogan.
Matthew, what if I told you about making up stories?
But Mom!
Can it, Matthew?
Deborah Schwartz being the one of the producer's wives. She's sitting there with like a sunscreen right next to her with the label up, just so you can see it.
Good work. I missed all of that. Well, that was actually
we don't get this sun in Ireland.
Yeah, what's the sun that you talk of?
Well, if you ever do get some sun, you'll know baby oil doesn't work, provides no protection from the sun.
It's really good for wrestler hair, though.
I was just about to say that.
Like Bret Hart.
Do they use it in their hair?
Oh yeah, they lacquered themselves up good going out with baby oil.
Splicey. Can we do that on someone else's show? Can we splice it?
Do you remember what happened last year at King of the Ring, or have you got so much oil on your head it slipped your mind?
Can't believe he's saying that.
Bret Hart's a demon for it. Like, he's dripping wet with baby oil, his hair. And it's glorious. It's like, this is his championship run whenever he gets the belt. It's like, right, 30% more oil in the head.
So after this cancer reveal, CJ is just minding her own business outside when Hogan shows up to creep on her.
Oh, is this
very
Blue
creepy.
Hogan, is it?
Yeah, very creepy.
Yeah, with
man.
His blue boots are like to those.
It's weird seeing Hogan in blue. He did blue and...
He was Rip in
No Holds Barred.
No Holds Barred, and he wore blue and white also, yeah.
Him and CJ have a talk together. She asks how his head is. He says, well, it's a lot better than the ski. It was totaled when it hit me. Just kidding.
Jesus
no
Christ.
selling the jet ski.
Yeah, before he said that, I was like, wait, is he being serious? Because they could just say that.
He probably wanted it to be serious.
But they're like, look, this is an educational show. We gotta let people know about the realities of jet ski accidents. Hogan is not just there to stroke his own ego. He's also heard that the Baywatch lifeguards have been doing a lot of work with the Venice Boys Youth Center, which he fictionally went to all the time growing up.
Him and Macho.
I love it.
This also sounds dodgy to me.
The boys' center. How would help him get off the streets and get his act together.
It's hilarious. It's like, yeah, brother, if it wasn't for this gym, I'd have been on the streets and I'd have been on the drugs, brother.
If it wasn't for Sonny and the athletic club, I probably would have been wild out on the streets. I had a choice. Drugs and the street life, or getting healthy, working out, and getting my act together right here.
Wait, you're on the drugs now.
You've never stopped being on the drugs, Hulk.
He was taught all of this by his mentor, Sonny, along with his good childhood friend, Macho Man. Was this ever part of his kayfabe backstory? I know the Venice thing was, Venice Beach, but did they ever say that they grew up together or any
Childhood
of this?
friend?
No,
absolutely not.
Is Sonny, is that not that old guy who he just repeats the storyline to?
With the
Yes.
diddler
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The what man?
The diddler man.
The diddler man.
Yeah. He looks like a diddler.
He could be their taskmaster, I think.
Maybe that explains some things about how Hogan and Macho Man turned out. Their mentor, the diddler.
It's all coming out on this episode of Baywatching.
Brother, I gotta talk to you about something really serious.
I'm gonna go away for a few years.
Turns into that like different strokes episode where they learn about the child molester.
Oh my God.
No.
We're starting a special two-part show on a very sensitive and important subject. We urge families to discuss the problem presented, which is of deep concern to all of us.
Alleged. This is an alleged podcast. Alleged. Everything is alleged here. There we go. We're illegally free now.
Yeah, we don't want to besmirch Hulk Hogan and Macho Man's childhood mentor, Sonny, who they really knew in real life. He was a real person.
If they don't get an Emmy for the cancer, they'll get it for this.
Yeah, did they... See, we have a nickname for these things in Baywatching, Emmy Cancer, because anytime they were desperately trying to get an Emmy, they would throw in the big C.
Oh,
they were
okay.
the longest running show to never even be nominated for an Emmy up until like the early 2000s.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit later.
Because, like, wasn't this show at some point the most watched show in the entire world?
It was, yeah.
It was really
it was
big,
like watched by like 1 billion people every week or something crazy like that.
And it was because of Hogan. It was the rub.
It was, yes. It was weird that it was the most watched show in the world, and yet like most people could not tell you what happened in Baywatch other than like slow motion running.
He's quite a bit.
Because a lot of stuff happened.
It seems to be like a way that you could kind of gawk at pretty girls on TV during the daytime. That seems to be the general thrust of it. Like that's
Yes.
it. Oh, bit of side boob.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know, at 3 p.m.
She's jogging.
There you go. You know, a lot of that. It's weird.
That was definitely a big part of it. But they desperately wanted some legitimacy with an Emmy, and I don't know if they thought this episode was gonna get them one.
How delusional did they have to be to think throwing cancer in the wrestling episode would work?
I don't know. Maybe they thought that would like lure people in, like wrestling fans were tuning in, and they're like, "Oh, I'm really invested in this cancer storyline. I want to see what happens."
The jarring inserts of this.
Totally. Because like you have these fans who love to watch, big muscly tanned men fake fighting. I know how to get them to come back. Cancer. Jesus Christ.
Whoa, you see the cancer storyline, bro? Yeah, I saw the cancer storyline, bro.
Kick out from cancer.
So we're hanging and banging public workout, brother. This is like when John Morrison played a shirtless parkouring bounty hunter.
Devin Sorbo, you just got booned. America, you're welcome.
Hogan was born to act in this gig. He's just pumping iron. That's it.
This is his gimmick.
He looks realistic doing it. No acting there. And they repeat the storyline, which is this Sonny, the owl lad, who's real diddly vibe.
I told you he was a diddler.
Just to make sure everyone's on board. And then who's that riding in a limo on the beach? Holy shit. It's like they open the door and just, Kevin Sullivan walks out and then he starts acting. He's like, oh yeah. It's like, oh my God, Ric Flair. The man they call Vader. And just Nate starts cutting a promo. He's like, hey, Macho Man, last time I saw your face, it was under my shoe. Oh.
Hey, Macho Man, last time I saw your face, man, it was under my shoe.
And he's flipping out. He's like, oh, the consortium was me. I own the gym. I gotta tear it down. I tear it in the condos. Oh, fuck. This is like, it's unearthing a Ric Flair promo that you've never seen before. Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Incredible. And it's just the most gift part of it is Vader comes there and he's trying to intimidate him, so he gets a basketball and all the soot comes in.
He steals it from a child at the rec center. I feel that's important to note.
What a heel.
Your head, Batista, well, it won't be much different than this basketball.
That's a nice trick, but here's the problem with that. Basketballs don't hold grudges.
I love that they're like, who is this mysterious developer who has bought it? And then the limo shows up. And then they come out, and Kevin Sullivan's the first one to come out with his, like, face paint. Like, they just walk around like this.
I was done.
Suit, face paint, yes.
Yeah, and then Vader with his, like, mask on. Like, this is just what they do.
It was incredible. I lost my shit watching this. I was like, this is what I want from my TV shows. You can keep your Breaking Bads and your Lost and everything else. Give me 3 ugly men getting out of a limo posing, and you have my dollars.
Do you think they're like Superman, where they're in suits, but underneath is the wrestling attire, for when it breaks out?
Oh, absolutely.
They are. Yes, nice. They are. The acting chops here were it blew me away. I do have a question, right? So, Ric Flair has bought the lease to this land from under Diddler Man, Sonny. And
yes.
But I thought that in order to buy something, Sonny would have had to have sell it. Like, can you just buy land out from underneath someone?
I mean, I'm not sure if he...
Maybe he defaulted
It's possible
on it,
he still owed money on it, like with the bank, or...
That's very true.
Yeah, so, I mean, and I'm not sure... Sonny did definitely own it, right? He didn't just, like, work there?
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, we may just be overthinking Baywatch CrossFit World Championship Wrestling. There is a chance.
It still costs money to, like, run things, so it's possible that, like, they didn't have that Hogan star shining over it anymore, so they were kind of going into destitution there, and that's when Ric Flair swooped in, because he knew how important it was to Hogan and Macho Man.
They haven't had crowds like that watching people work out for a while.
There were so many kids there that were not kids. There were like bodybuilders and all. I'm like, oh, look at those poor underprivileged
22-year-olds.
Yeah.
For some reason, Pamela Anderson is helping some guy in the background work out by just like holding his arm while he's like lifting. Like that's doing anything.
Oh, it's a Magna lift. See, you lift and then you put your hand, it goes Magna.
Yeah.
Oh man, so they set up a double main event, aka no main event. Hogan versus Vader and Flair versus Savage. So it's Hogan's world title belt versus the gym, but you must win both matches or the deal's off completely. So I quite like that. You know, it makes you think, you know, the heels could win one match then.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely like it's a deal made for Flair, you know? Like he just has to fluke win one match.
It's Vader time. It's gonna rip your head off.
I was hoping I'd have to have a match where I had to keep my eyes open, Vader.
It was weird. There's like obvious hard edits they made to trim down the wrestlers' promos. And like in kayfabe, I don't like how Hogan dismissed Vader as a threat. He just says, I was hoping to keep my eyes open. I was like, oh, fuck you. Like, this is a main event, mate. This is main event of Baywatch. I was like, I don't care about Vader. I gotta smash him. Doesn't matter.
Well, because he thinks what Kevin Sullivan was thinking after they walk away at the rec center. He's like, I don't know about this Flair, because Hogan's too agile for him. He'll get away. And he's like, no, I have my secret plan. It's really going to be a cage match, but he's not going to know about it. And I'm like, ha ha ha. And they laugh about their dastardly plan.
They cackle.
Come on, let's go.
Before cutting back to the cancer plot, like that just didn't just happen.
It's weird because when they first start talking, it sounds like it's going to be Hogan versus Flair, which would probably make more sense for this story.
Yeah,
that was kind of underwhelming, huh?
Yeah, it's like, well, that's not what's happening in the actual pay-per-view, so we have to awkwardly change it to Hogan Vader.
Yeah, yes, it's very, very weird choice. Comes out of nowhere. Because obviously, you know, your like top babyface is Hulk Hogan, your top heel is Flair, and you would think that they're going to build up to that match, but it's like, no, we're just not going to give it to you. So,
See, it's like,
go fuck yourself.
When Hogan joined in 94, they went straight into Hogan Flair, and they do it for the next kind of 2 years. So
and it was burnt out.
Yeah, so we'll do Flair and Macho now, and then Hogan plus one of Sullivan's goons kind of thing.
Needs more shark.
Shark attack. And Ed Leslie. Where's Ed Leslie? I was promised an Ed Leslie payday.
I was shocked that he wasn't
I
in
was
this.
mildly angry.
Yeah, well, you'd see plenty of him in Thunder in Paradise.
Oh,
He's
really?
definitely there
Oh, yeah.
to prop up Hulk Hogan.
Love it.
I think we're forgetting about a very important scene before any of this goes down, where some children are hanging out on the Rocks of Doom. And one of the producer's sons, Corey Schwartz, he falls off of the rocks, and a very fake boulder falls on his leg. So Hulk Hogan and Pamela Anderson must rescue him.
It's obviously a different color than every other rock around there.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
It is not only a different color, but when the child puts his weight on it, you can see that the rock bellies under his fucking weight.
Oh, yeah.
This 60-pound child.
This, like, blow-up rock.
Yeah.
I loved this.
See, Hogan needs to know which one he has to move, you see. So which one can he pick up? But he did a good job of selling the weight.
He actually did sell
much
it
better
really
than
well.
Sting in Last Rites with the tombstone.
Yes. Definitely.
Of course he'd be able to lift the boulder. He's Terry Boulder.
Terry the Hulk Boulder. With a bear hug on the outlaw.
Right after this show of tremendous strength, we get another cancer scene. There's so many of these weaved in that are just either wastes of time or more of the same. But so she gets her test results back from this biopsy. She definitely has Emmy cancer. She's pretty sad about that. But anyway, here's a montage of Hogan and company going to the rec center set to American Made.
Oh, shit!
But you guys watching the HD version didn't have that
I knew it was American made. Oh, right, okay. Because we're watching the Amazon version, and it's like, oh, he's tougher than tough. He's got the right stuff. And it's like, hang on, you're not Buck Bagwell.
Because he's tougher than tough. You know he's got the right stuff.
This like song was great, and I'm like, this is a South Park song if I've ever seen one. It just has that like, America is so strong. Look at his 10. He uses factor 10.
I love on the HD, it's like a rip-off of his rip-off theme.
Yeah.
That's incredible. They didn't want to give Jimmy Hart any money.
No.
Unbelievable. They wouldn't spring for it.
Jimmy Hart in this episode. Damn it. Didn't give me that in the royalties. This montage was so great. You got the kids, you got the flags, you got the random backflips, you got the slow-mo high fives. Everyone cheers for no reason because they made it to the rec center. Yeah!
Yeah, I love the American flags just for him running around.
Everyone just happened to have those.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
He's more than strong enough.
We get another scene of Stephanie and Mitch talking about cancer, but they also recap some insane stuff that I don't know how this sounded to you guys. I've seen the episode, but when they start talking about, hey, you remember that cruise we were on where you were shot and then we were stranded at sea and then we fought a shark? Oh, fun times.
Yeah. It's humble bragging about fighting off all those sharks. Pretty good.
So there's actually a lot of differences between the HD widescreen remaster that they have on Amazon and the original version and also the DVD versions that you get in Germany. Just want to hot dog Allison's video of Baywatch HD, a beautiful mess. It's an excellent recap of all the changes in there. Go watch it.
Oh, thank you.
You're saying there's an episode with Little Richard in it and they don't even paste new music over it. They just cut the scene entirely. So it's just, hey, I'm in a cabana. And then, yeah! So, and the show, an hour-long show is 30 minutes long.
Wow.
Insane.
Hey, Maurice!
Can I ask you about this cancer storyline? Dr. Tom here, has he been in the show much?
He's in a few episodes. I believe this is the first episode they aired with him in it, but they air one later where she is introduced to him. So clearly it was meant to air earlier. And he is also around during Stephanie's final episode.
Oh, okay. Because I'm looking at him and it's like, you're not a doctor. No chance.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Handsome.
The mullet, like the gormless expression on his face, but he does have a beeper, so yeah.
The bum, sorted.
Yeah. Lies. I don't believe he's not. It's like if RVD walked in, hey, I'm a doctor.
Wouldn't it have been better if they were like, they tied these storylines together and like Hogan's like, oh, my good pal Stephanie has cancer. We gotta wrestle at the main event to kick the cancer's ass.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't job to cancer, brother. That would have, I think, made it less jarring.
Yeah, I think so.
The WCW Heavyweight Champion of the World, Hulk Hogan!
And it's time for your main event.
The main event.
It's your main event.
The Slim Jim sponsored Bash at the Beach.
Oh
there
my
was
God.
so much Slim Jim
were
product
everywhere.
placement all around.
Always like to keep my favorite snack handy. Need a little excitement? Step into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
So we don't have those over here.
Slim Jims.
Yeah, so I tasted a Slim Jim for the first time when I went to Orlando in 2017, and they're fucking disgusting. My body was not ready for it. They're so waxy.
Yeah, it's different than other jerky. It definitely has its own sort of flavor and texture.
Okay, so you can really taste the snout, is it?
Yeah, definitely.
As Slim Jim presents WCW's Bash at the Beach.
Brought to you by Slim Jim. Step into it. I'll be stepping into some payback from the Nature Boy. Oh, yeah.
WCW Bash at the Beach. Sponsored by Slim Jim. Snap into it.
I couldn't believe... okay, Pamela Anderson's the special guest ring announcer for Baywatch's Bash at the Beach. She bloody gets around. She was at WrestleMania 11 in 95 as well.
Yep.
Sneak off.
So these are the actual promos from the pay-per-view that they were using, was it?
So not quite. Hogan and Macho and Vader and Flair did go on camera and cut promos, but they weren't with Pamela Anderson. She wasn't at the actual Bash at the Beach show.
Boo.
And just like the Baywatch girls, she broke down. We got all the beautiful babes of Baywatch to distract Vader, man. Yeah!
Please, Vader.
What time is it?
It's Vader time. And NBA superstar Dennis Rodman at Slim Jim's back.
In the wheel. Somebody must show this chump what time it is, man. Take it easy, big man.
Did she go to Space Mountain?
You know she did, baby. Rod the bod. Rodney, man, is the man. Slim Jim's Bash at the Beach. The whole world knows what time it is. Rod the bod. The WCW knows what time it is.
I jack slapped your father because he got in my way.
It's gonna find out what time it is. Slim Jim's Bash at the Beach. You're gonna find out what Vader time is all about, brother.
If anything happens out there to Hogan, I'm certain with the presence of Dennis Rodman at the door, he'll rebound.
I don't think anyone from the episode was. I think they just had a bunch of random ladies in lifeguard outfits.
Yeah.
I think there was maybe one guy, but it's tough to say because they're all like, beefy guys with tans and blonde hair. So maybe it just could have been, some other guy.
If it was anyone, it had to be David Chokachi. I feel like he'd be the one guy who's like, yeah, get me in this.
Get my name out there, brah.
They kept cutting to him, like, doing, like, booing and stuff, like, in another dimension.
Yeah.
I love the, boo, you stink, man.
Yeah, that was really good.
So Savage and Flair had a lifeguard match at Bash at the Beach,
in which there were no lifeguards really there. They were kind of just at the barriers, whereas what they did was they had a lumberjack match with the members of the WCW roster came out wearing orange gear. It wasn't even red.
Yeah.
It was like orange shorts and orange and white tops.
Like they just got out of prison.
And they just had a lumberjack match. And it had nothing to do with lifeguards or the beach or Baywatch or anything. They just had a normal match. And it wasn't even that good.
Oh, man. And it was 14 minutes long.
It was so long. Oh, my God. I did not like watching it.
They kept acting like the lifeguards were going to help in the match in some way. And no one thought, like, why would you think that? Like, you and the Baywatch lifeguards are going to get us. And you're like, what? But they're not wrestling.
They did nothing. Even have one go up to the ring and throw in their little red lifesaver thing. And then Macho Man,
they gotta rescue him.
Could have picked up that and hit him over the head. And
can't sell that, Steve.
And he could have gotten the win.
The inflatable, you can't sell that.
It's not inflatable. It's like...
No, they're hard.
Right?
They've done that on Baywatch itself. Like, people get hit
hard?
in the head with lifeguard cans, get knocked out, yeah.
Okay.
Use them as weapons to fight beach bullies.
There you go. Yeah. Book it.
I love
Book it. But yeah, so what they do during this match is they just have a very boring match.
This is the real fake match.
Yes.
It's so weird, though. They're using the real footage, but they're adding fake punch noises over it.
Yeah, that's so weird to see.
It's so weird. As a wrestling fan, and we're used to the sounds of wrestling, which is, like the ring and the boots and the fans, to hear these whoop, whoosh.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's it's wrong.
It's like those old westerns.
Mm-hmm.
When
yeah. Yeah, it's just so weird.
I did appreciate that, as it was a boring match, they did edit it down quite a bit.
I like they take out the actual finish, too, so it's just Savage does a top rope axe handle, and then it's just like, anyway, the match is over.
They didn't show the count, and they didn't show his actual finishing move, which actually took place about 15 seconds later. It was literally one more move, and they cut it out. It's very, very weird editing.
It's like SmackDown 1 and 2 on PlayStation. It's just like, knockout! The match is over.
I love it.
I didn't really understand how all of the cameras in the televised match and all that, how that coincides with this being a deal over, like, real estate. Like, they just set this up. Like, they're like, we're going to get this rec center back. But also, I'm going to call up the WCW so we can, like, have this, like, televised match over it.
Yeah.
Well, you got to make money out of it anyway, yeah.
Or did just coincidentally this was going on anyway?
Yeah.
Because the rec center is not the only thing at stake. They also have the WCW Heavyweight Championship belt.
I would imagine that WCW and like their top brass would have a massive problem with Hulk Hogan putting their world title on the line in a non-sanctioned match. That's gonna cause waves.
But you know what? It seems like something he would fucking do, though. Be like, oh, whatever.
Whatever, brother. Give me the rec center.
Y'all know I'm not giving it up anyway. Everyone was shocked when Vader won the match. Just kidding, it's Hogan.
That would be so amazing. Oh, it'd be brilliant. Oh, but Vader came out in his Ganondorf armor as well.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
From late 80s WCW in Japan. Oh my god, yeah, I love it.
It's really cool.
So cool. He didn't do it has a spoot on it, a spoot button that
and like fog comes out.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't gotten any cunt Hogans in here. And it
Really?
feels
Oh,
weird
what
because you
happened?
guys are talking about him.
Right away, Vader comes out. Hogan comes out. He climbs up the cage. They add in a terrible fake ripping sound as he rips his t-shirt. And ding, 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 cunt Hogan runs over and cheats, and he chokes Vader from behind with his t-shirt. That's not what a good guy does.
He Pearl Harbored him.
A good guy faces the bad guy face to face, overcomes, and beats him. What a dickhead.
He does a top rope axe handle and Andre WrestleMania 3 slam, but Hulk hurts his back, allowing Vader to get a 2-star frog splash.
Yeah.
From Brett's rope, and then into a rest hold choke. It's like, yeah. Hulk gets battered, but then just starts no-selling, and he starts hulking up, and that's it, mate. You're up shit creek. Throw Vader into the cage. Immortal leg drop. Hot dog. Shot of Dennis Rodman working the crowd.
Is he there?
Yeah, Dennis Rodman's there.
Holy shit, I didn't even notice.
It's weird because he's not acknowledged in Baywatch.
Rodman was there, and Hulk Hogan calls him, hey, this is my good pal, Rod the Bod. Rod the Bod is going to keep everyone out of this cage, so keep it fair, brother. It's incredible. Rod the Bod.
Dennis Rodman's got a Gazania! Dennis Rodman got a chair!
Well, he can do a little more than rebound, I guess.
Let's go, baby!
He kept him away. And now, the total package, the king of Hulkamania and living legend of wrestling.
They don't even show like the leg drop on Baywatch, though. It's just the boot to the face.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they don't show the pin.
Andre slam, big boot, and no pin, but that's the win, sir.
It's so bad.
Main event, 2 minutes, 24 seconds.
Whereas the actual main event went on for so long.
13:23. Yeah.
It was so fucking boring.
Steve, how did you enjoy it? The real fake match.
The actual match.
From the pay-per-view, yeah.
Oh my God. So we've been talking about wanting to go back and do more WCW arcs. And after watching this, I'm like, I don't know if I want to go back to WCW because their 2 main events sucked. They were so bad. They were like paint by numbers matches. There was no real heat. And I don't want to watch Hogan just do his Hogan match every single time.
But it has stuff like Andre's shirt. Like
Remember this, Hogan?
This is his dad's shirt.
Hulkamania rules! We did it for the kids, for the youth center. What you gonna do?
As Hulk Hogan did it, he saved the boys club, and Macho snatches the deed from Flair's grasp and gives it to Hogan so he can give it to Sonny. That's very odd. It would be amazing if Macho, he snatched off the deed and just signed it himself.
I don't know how legal this is, but guess it works.
No, he has to give them the deed. They had a verbal agreement that this was what it's going to be.
Yeah, at least Ric Flair was up front. He's like, well, I lost. Here's the deed.
I like that Hogan had to remind everyone what this was for by the end. He goes, Hulkamania rules! We did it for the kids! For the youth center! What you gonna do?
It's all about kids and charity, right?
Yay! He repeats this at least twice.
Yes.
While also stroking his own ego about how Hulkamania rules.
Yeah.
Hulkamania rules! We did it for the kids, for the youth center. We did it for the kids. Hulkamania rules!
They all celebrate on the beach, and then they end on a cancer note where Stephanie cries.
You're too happy.
The cancer spread.
The ending was too happy. Let's take everyone down several notches.
Way down.
For fuck's sake, Baywatch.
Wouldn't it be hilarious, though, if they did lose it? That way they just had a downer ending with the wrestling portion as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god, just like a double downer. It's like the kids lose their gym and they're all gonna go on drugs and be homeless. And then your one has cancer.
Yeah.
See you next week, folks.
How did this hold up for you guys as your first, at least since you were younger, Baywatch episode?
It's weird. It's like, this was terrible. Like, the acting is bad. It's cheesy. They like do this thing where they play this like really cheap music in the background during the like meaningful moments. And for me, it takes me out of the scenes completely. Yeah, so, acting is ropey, the writing is bad, some of the props are, like, cheap. However, I loved this. This episode for me went full circle. It's so bad that I just absolutely adored it. I had a blast watching this, yeah. Thank you.
A blast at the beach.
A blast at the beach.
There we go.
Yeah, loved it.
Yeah, same for me, actually. Like, I have to say, the WCW characters, they're very cartoonish, and seeing them in the Baywatch, which is very, not quite reality, because it's overly melodramatic, it slots in so well. I love Ric Flair. Like, I imagine everyone, like, watching it can't take him seriously, but just him hot dogging, he gets 2 promos in there. He was just saying at Bash at the Beach, we'll get rid of Hogan and Macho's red as yellow's more their colour. It's like, yes! Yeah! Do it! And the Taskmaster, why were you dressed to wrestle? You're the only one not wrestling, mate.
Yeah.
Very
He's
dodgy.
just there for moral support, and he always dresses like that.
Macho, lazy cut. He was like, I don't think he was much into his baggie of coke at this stage. Because he was like, what's your plan, Macho? I had no plan.
Cody, my plan is no plan.
My plan is no plan. That's, right, well done. Anyway, no, fantastic, brilliant. I love it. It was terrible, and obviously there's no legitimate redeemable features, but that's what makes it amazing as well.
As a wrestling thing, was it entertaining?
I was really sad that we didn't get to see much wrestling in it. It was hyper edited as well. Like, the promos were edited. It was weird. They cut out. It's like they cut 10-minute promos and you cut them down to 45 seconds. And whenever they breathe in, they change the camera angle, and it's very noticeable and jarring. But man, here, having a look at HD widescreen filmed wrestling from the 90s, awesome. Slim Jim, snap into it. I could do with less cancer next time, though.
Yeah.
Phelan, I know you've seen this episode before, but what are your thoughts on this the second, third, fourth time around?
A seamless integration of the 2 storylines. I really loved that. Did you guys catch when they call Hogan the total package when he's coming out?
And now, the total package. The total package. Lex Luger.
Oh, I fucking didn't.
I did not.
Generic Biddle music, play now.
That's what I was hoping. Generic Biddle, or like the ripoff of Generic Biddle from Slam and Wrestling Hits.
Oh, wow.
Be more.
I love that. I loved how the event security were all WCW wrestlers that are around the ring, like Knobs and Sags getting a payday.
Yeah, they were.
Also, Harlem Heat, DDP, Steiners were there. Canyon as well. There.
Arn.
Yeah. Give me that money.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Hogan really not being blindsided by this cage match, not politicking about it? they thought that wouldn't be a good scene.
As if he's going to lose anyway.
He made sure Macho went on first, though, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Hogan's the real main event, even though Flair is the actual heel.
Yeah.
And the guy that you should be, taking out. Hogan still went on last.
This was a top 10 Baywatch episode.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Really, really good. So you guys came in at a good one. And
that's a damning indictment as well.
It's tremendous in their lack of tone, lack of ability to tell any sort of realistic story, acting their hearts out with all the cancer stuff. Hogan, Macho Man, Flair, Dungeon of Doom, all of them at their WCW best.
Nice.
Yeah, this was good stuff, and I'm glad that I got to talk about it with you guys and get some perspective from the wrestling end. This was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to know what the build was for this on WCW television?
Sure.
Because there's kind of... Well, I'll give you three things here. One of them is Nitro, which airs Monday night, same as Baywatch. September 18th, 1995. We see a clip of WCW stars on the set of Baywatch. It's Macho, he's just doing reps and everyone's like, yeah, come on, yeah. And Taskmaster comes in and he bundles out whoever's spotting him. And then he just goes, pocket sand. And it starts beating him up. And then WCW wrestlers come and pull him off Macho. And it's like, one of them is Ric Flair, who pulls the Taskmaster off.
Oh my goodness.
And I say, hey, you get out of here, devil. You watch it, devil. Oh, wow. Okay, so you haven't worked out the storyline yet. And 2 months later, November 20th, 95, Taskmaster, he has a promo and he's like, oh, Macho's on an episode of Baywatch and I'm not. And that's why they're feuding. Yeah.
Oh.
There's a brand new episode of Baywatch coming out. Did you get a call to be on that show, Stinger? It was his new best friend, the Macho Man, Randy Savage.
The night of this airing, February 19th, 96, Nitro had, it opened with Hulk Hogan versus Arn Anderson.
Oh, nice.
And Arn Anderson actually won that one. And Macho versus Ric Flair in the main event.
Mm.
Yeah. Flair was champion and he retained despite Hogan interfering and being all over the screen. He only shoos 6 Dungeon of Doom members away and it's like, there we go. I have to mention that there are 2 other episodes of Baywatch with wrestlers in it. Yeah.
Right.
Actually, Allison's already done this one. It's season 4, episode 4, Blindside with Giant Gonzalez.
I've seen this one. This is the one where he's like playing a game to win a toy for his son or something, right?
There's a lot of creepy stares. Yeah.
That is the one where Jorge Gonzalez is the Pelican Man. He carves pelicans, and they have a song specifically for him about how everyone needs a friend, even the Pelican Man.
Everybody needs a friend.
He wears his stupid suit in that one, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has the Giant Gonzalez Yeti nude suit.
Nice. Yeah. A circus freak type promoter is keeping him in a cage.
To be fair, he is rattling the cage like a monster, like a dickless Yeti, yeah.
When I was doing that episode, all I could think of was when you guys were, I don't remember which episode this was, but you were talking about Giant Gonzalez. And So I mean, like, is he supposed to like be just this Yeti guy? Is it supposed to be a suit? Is it supposed to? What is it? Well, that's the question of the hour, isn't it?
What is the kayfabe?
No one really knows.
It's brilliant.
I think, the suit didn't have any attached fur onto it, you know?
I think they did add fur by the time he got to WWE.
He had a hairy back and shoulders.
I think he had like a hairy codpiece.
He had a hairy merkin.
He did hairy merkin to hide his gherkin.
There was also, I know what the other wrestling episode was.
Yes?
That's I feel like the episode was called like Guess Who's Coming to Dinner or some other similar name.
Holy shit. It is, yeah.
Look who's popping in on CJ.
So, that's Mom.
Yep.
But this visit is no vacation.
Vinny.
Because when she reveals her past, they both could be history on an all-new Baywatch.
Was it Shawn Michaels in it?
It was Shawn Michaels. Shirtless Shawn Michaels with a leather waistcoat.
Ooh.
That one was really good. It was about CJ's mother, and this mobster wants to kill her, and Shawn Michaels is one of his goons.
Yeah.
And Pamela Anderson's stunt double has quite the duke out on the beach, I believe with Shawn Michaels. It might have been one of the other goons, but I think it was him.
Yeah,
sounds
nothing
amazing.
get past you. Yeah. He's a terrible actor. Wow. Even for a wrestler. Like, he can't walk, you know?
Was he the one that was also in an episode of Pacific Blue?
No, that's Triple H.
Oh, it's Triple H. Okay.
Yeah.
Where he plays like
Defender of pedophiles, I think.
Yeah.
Is Sonny in this?
So how'd I do?
Perfect. How about me, boss? Perfect as usual.
And he's wearing like a shirt promoting his wrestling stuff.
Yeah, he has a DX shirt, but he's defending pedophiles.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Take what you can get.
The Diddler Defender. Whew.
Yeah.
So basically, Jay, what you're saying is that Baywatch is at its best when there's wrestlers.
Yes, that's the Emmy.
Yes.
It's Emmy bait. Yeah.
Emmy bait. Actually, I just do want to add, at the Bash at the Beach show, Vader cuts a promo and he says, brother, 10 times in the space of about 90 seconds. But then immediately after, Hulk Hogan gets to cut his promo. And do you think he said, fuck you, Vader, I'm going to show you how to, brother? How many times did he say it?
Is brother a verb here?
To brother. He brothered, she brothered, I brother, you brother, we brother, you brother.
I'll say less. I'll say less than 10. 8.
Guys, do you have a guess?
I have no idea.
19 times.
Oh.
I love it.
Not to be outdone by that pleb Vader. Spicy. I will grab it.
We'll do a brother supercut.
Absolutely.
How much, brother? Are you something, brother? Valet, brother. Brand new car, brother. It's over, brother. Oh, yeah, brother. Hi, brother. Let's coast. Brother, the talking's over, brother. About, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, 452.
Brother, me and Gene, you know, we were riding Harley Davidsons, brother, up and down Pacific Coast Highway, brother, all through the straddle of the night, brother. How we lived in the inner city, brother. That's a bunch of... Brother, we got the lambs led to slaughter, brother. Like a backyard barbecue, brother. Plowed in the sand, brother. Waiting, brother. Over my head, brother. The nastiest attitude, brother. And after he eats his vitamins, brother, around the WCW, brother. Faced the big brother. Tell him what's gonna go down, brother. You know what I'm saying, brother? He'll turn their face into hamburger meat, brother. What's he gonna do, brother? What you gonna do, big man?
All right. Well, do you guys have anything else you would like to note about Baywatch Bash at the Beach?
Well, if you, whenever you're covering Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, you can give it a tinkle if you're feeling jaunty. I was
sure
this was eye-opening. But it was so different. Oh, no, it's amazing. It was great. I love seeing wrestlers outside of wrestling. It's the best. They're the worst.
They are the worst.
They're terrible actors and deserve it. So you can catch more of Allison's Baywatching and movie nights, as well as Fearless at the Movies and Bootleg Zones at fearless.com.
Thank you for the plug.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, just thought I'd shoehorn that in there.
Where can they find your stuff?
Where do we find our stuff, Steve?
At oswreview.com.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
That's it.
It's in
Everywhere is there.
Yes. Mostly YouTube.
YouTube, just search OSW.
Yes, and if you search OSW, we're not the Office of Sewage Waste. That is the company. Or the Oregon Scout Cookies West. That is not us. We are not selling cookies. We do bars, not cookies.
Excellent, excellent.
I think after this, we owe you guys a Coke.
Oh.
So it's a goodbye from Fearless. Wait, this isn't my show. I can't do this. Allison, whatever you want.
The muscle memory is kicking in, Jay.
I feel you got a good handle on this. Go for it, dude.
Okay. Oh, so it's a goodbye from Fearless.
Peace out, brother.
V1.
Take a boo.
Allison.
See ya.
And myself, Jay Hunter. And remember,
a winner is you.
Next time on Baywatch Nights.
Here on Baywatching, we like to have a lot of fun at David Hasselhoff's expense, but in case it wasn't obvious, I think he's awesome. He's brought us so many years of entertainment, and despite the jokes, I can't deny he's extremely talented and has enjoyed an enormously successful career. But maybe this series hasn't always given that impression, because Baywatch is a show that really succeeded despite the critics, and probably because of reasons other than Hasselhoff's handsome looks. But if this has been your only view of David Hasselhoff's body of work, you might not have been aware of just how huge he was before Baywatch. I'm talking primetime beefcake Knight Rider Hoff. In fact, until very recently, I had no idea the true scope of his fame. But that all changed when I found a concert tape from 1987 titled Das erste große Video über David Hasselhoff and the Night Rockers and Kit. I'm sure my German pronunciation was impeccable. Get ready to have your minds blown, people. This is possibly the greatest concert video ever made. It taught me a lot about Hasselhoff, the world, and myself. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that this concert sent the Hoff on a path to inspire and unite an entire country. Let's go on a journey. So a little backstory here. It's 1984. Knight Rider has found legitimate success on NBC and made David Hasselhoff a true TV star. We're talking lunchbox status. His fame didn't just include the US, Michael Knight fever extended across borders, making him an international superstar. But Hasselhoff is a man of many talents who didn't want to be pinned into one box. He wasn't just some handsome hunk who could drive a car, he was also a singer. Thus he developed his first album, simply titled Night Rocker, featuring one of the greatest covers of all time, Hasselhoff, in leather, playing guitar in the rain on top of a car. He is ready to rock your world. Eventually released in January of 1985, the record was shamelessly plugged during an entire episode of Knight Rider called Let It Be Me, wherein he went undercover as a rock star to sing duets with his real-life fiancée Catherine Hickland, who he eventually married in the show in a recreation of their actual wedding the next year. If you have had any sort of interest in Hasselhoff's vanity, Let It Be Me is required watching. The episode is hilarious and makes no sense at all considering his girlfriend is supposed to be in witness protection at the time. And yes, 3 duets with now ex-wife Catherine Hickland are on the album, so it's aged very well. Now you might have noticed that the Hoff was kinda extremely leaning into his Michael Knight persona to sell this album, what with the in-show promotion, the cover with the same kind of car, and the suspiciously similar name. I say this because it might be one of the reasons he was not taken seriously as an artist at the time, but that's pure speculation on my part. Regardless, David Hasselhoff really thought this was gonna launch his singing career, and it crashed harder than Kit nosediving into the dirt. As Hasselhoff joked, it sold about 7 copies. And for a while, it seemed like the end of that phase of his career. But as David Hasselhoff has proved time and again, sometimes a seeming failure can be used to make lemonade. 2 years after the album flopped, Knight Rider had ended, and he was finding it hard to break away from his TV persona and land new gigs. That's when fate stepped in and gave him a sign. He got a visit from a young fan who revealed to him some shocking news. You know that album you made that everyone hated 2 years ago? Well, guess what? Night Rocker is a hit in my country, Austria.
I said, oh, that's so cool. Where's Austria?
The Hoff knew an opportunity when he saw it. No more talking car typecasting for him, he was going to become a European singing sensation. After looking up where the hell Austria is, he called his dad and said he needed 2 Knight Rider cars so he could tour with them, as you do.
Hey Dad, get me some Knight Riders, I need them to sing.
Hoff Dad did just that. They shipped them to Austria, and David Hasselhoff and the Night Rockers was born. What follows is the most raw and real look at Hasselhoff's life at this point in time, a funhouse mirror into his ego, the peak of Hasselmania, the very definition of hubris. Never have I seen anyone so full of themselves and yet understood exactly why fame does what it does. But I want to preface things with this. From the fires of arrogance sprung new hope. This is not important because of the reasons Hasselhoff thought it was, but I can say with certainty it needed to happen.
Go! Ladies and gentlemen, David Hasselhoff!
Okay, so the first thing you need to know about this concert video is that it's actually just a love letter to David Hasselhoff disguised as a concert video. While it features a lot of his beautiful singing voice, most of it is just about how awesome he is. And that's fine for me, because after an opening where he's sleeping next to his parrot and puppies in a bed positively exploding with stuffed animals, and then he gets woken up by a robot to go on his European tour, I already think the music is a secondary feature.
Good morning, David. Time to get up.
His best friend and music director, Marcus, is sleeping under a pile of clothes in his room, I guess.
Especially his best friend and musical director, Marcus.
I mean, they really pulled out all the stops here, because while it would be easy to simply film the concert, we are treated to several segments of the Hoff's vacation videos throughout. See David and his fans, see him working out, wearing a wig and dancing, and chasing birds. But this isn't just an opportunity to be silly, they would also like to educate the viewers with some Austrian fun facts. Like, for instance, were you aware the Hoff didn't know Austria was real?
All I knew of Austria growing up was a film called The Sound of Music. I thought it was a Hollywood movie set, but I found out that it was reality.
Someplace David Hasselhoff never visited during this entire tour. Anyway, we're not here to find out about Austria, we're here to find out about the Hoff. 4 minutes in, and we're regaled with the entire Hasselhoff story, although it's worth noting that they take some liberties with the truth, such as saying he was the main character on The Young and the Restless.
His big chance came in the television series The Young and the Restless, playing the main lead. David Hasselhoff played the leading role.
While he did have a good 850 episode run after replacing the original actor, calling Snapper Foster the main character of Young and the Restless is like saying Ross is the main character of Friends. The Hoff's true launch into the spotlight was, of course, when he was cast as the Knight Rider in 1982. He became so popular, he was getting calls and fan mail from all over the world, including unknown districts in Africa.
And even from unknown districts in Africa.
And now that he was in Austria, he was finally being taken seriously as an artist. People loved his music, and they loved him. Now, some people might let that kind of fame go to their head, but not David Hasselhoff. Truly, his rags to riches story was a humbling experience, as seen in all of the many clips of him signing pictures of his face and being fawned over by fans. I think the clearest window we get into the Hoff's world at the time is when we see him in his ridiculous house covered in animal skins, and he shows off a kit bumper embedded underneath his 80s big screen TV. He has a glass patio out back that seems to be there only for people to view a single photo of him and his wife in a pool together. And why shouldn't he have all of these things? He's the Knight Rider. He saves people on a weekly basis.
David calls it the house that Kit built.
Either this is the most unself-aware video of all time or the most brilliant satire ever written. This next quote is an all-timer.
The biggest problem in my life is I feel incredibly guilty that I'm driving a nice little black Porsche and got a gorgeous wife and an incredible house, and I see somebody walking across the road who will never have that. That's something that'll always be with me.
Cut immediately to him in a space jacket serenading Minnie Mouse at Disneyland, and there's dancing hippos and Captain Hook and a breakdancing country bear. I've never seen anything more surreal and wonderful in my life. What in the world is happening? I've entered a wormhole and come out in the Hasselhoff dimension. It was never meant to be understood by mere mortals. I'm watching this David Hasselhoff in the Night Rockers concert video, and he's got this awesome jacket and breakdancing country bear, and I see someone walking across the road who will never have that. And that's something that will always be with me.
Despite of all David's successes, he still remains down to earth.
So maybe that quote sounds a little douchey. I must admit that. But to be fair to Hasselhoff, that kind of attention can go to anyone's head. Hell, I'm just a nobody on the internet, and I've had more than a few moments of inflated self-importance. And it's not like he was just talking about himself all the time. They do highlight his altruistic side visiting terminally ill children. A lot of kids were happy just to be able to meet the Knight Rider when they needed a hero, and Hasselhoff should be commended for his work. This does, however, lead me into the next portion of this video, and that is that David Hasselhoff actually believed he was his Knight Rider character.
Michael Knight.
If you could hear me now.
There you go.
A typical David Hasselhoff interview, at least from around this time period, would include something about wanting to get into movies but not being taken seriously as a TV actor who did a talking car show. They even include one such interview on this tape. This was a pretty common story among TV actors up until very recently with the rise of prestige television. The small screen wasn't taken very seriously, and it was very hard to work your way up. Once you're the talking car guy, you're always going to be typecast as talking car guys. So maybe that's why I'm a little confused as to why David Hasselhoff acted as if he was, in fact, Michael Knight touring with Kit.
Even Kit enjoyed this unusual trip with David through the deeply snow-covered Alps.
This isn't just one or two references to bring fans in. The entire show is themed around this idea. He and his dancers are wearing flag logos on their jackets. Kit is credited as being part of the band. Unless you think I'm just exaggerating for laughs, Hasselhoff straight up just says he's the Knight Rider multiple times in this video.
Hi, I'm David Hasselhoff, better known to you as Michael Knight from the Knight Rider. And I walked in and I said, "What? I am the Knight Rider!"
David Hasselhoff and Michael Knight, soon to be one and the same person.
I'm not sure if this was the best approach to take if you want to break away from that persona and be taken seriously as David Hasselhoff, actor, singer, and hunk, but it was 100% the approach I wanted to see. The lines between reality and fiction blur until you don't even know what's real anymore. Who is David Hasselhoff? Did he ever exist? Or is he simply the undercover persona of Michael Knight, crime fighter and Pac-Man enthusiast? And not for nothing, but if you're here just as a Knight Rider fan, this reel of clips that don't cut away before Kit totally biffs it, set to the Rocky theme, is a real delight. But we should probably talk about the music. This is, after all, the Hoff's musical extravaganza. Deep in his lair of 40,000 dogs and a parrot named Winston, we see the greatest shot of all time, and magic ensues. The inner workings of Hasselhoff are revealed to us as he annoys his pets with his singing. This is how music is made. This is 14 years of... Wait, 14 years? He wanted to do this tour for 14 years?
And I wanted to do this tour for the last 14 years.
And now his time has come. The stage is set. As the narrator spouts off more Kit facts, the Hoff is unveiled inside a giant prism, standing on top of his talking car as the Superman theme plays for no reason. This is epic! I was losing my mind! Yes! This is everything I could have ever wanted! Serenade me, Hasselhoff! If you've not listened to any of the Hoff's music until now, firstly, go do that. Secondly, you should know that he likes to do a lot of covers, and most, but not all of them, are bad. Some of the worst ones in this concert are Always on My Mind, Born to be Wild, and Let It Be Me.
Girl, I'm sorry. I was blind.
Let It Be Me isn't helped by the segments of him and his wife, Catherine Hickland, as you can feel the cracks beginning to form in their marriage. I'm not gonna lie, it's very, very awkward.
The fact that we have a lot longer hours really doesn't help, but
we do, however, get a glimpse into the process of making the album, where Hicklund explains that they recorded all of their duets separately. I couldn't think of something more emblematic of where things were going with them. The only time they managed to get into a recording booth together was when they were lip-syncing their separately recorded song in the Knight Rider Vanity episode.
This could be our first night together if we only follow our heart's desire.
Cool. He does a cover of Do You Wanna Dance that is simultaneously the worst and best cover I've ever heard. This is classic Hoff. I cannot understand anything about the whisper intro, the tone, the video choice. I couldn't even tell what song was being sung for like half of it. There's this bizarre section where he asks someone in the audience to dance with him, but the whole thing is only heard in audio over clips of him in front of a church with one of his backup singers. The entire thing is so strange, and it's so good. Nacho cheese, the creamy Twinkie center. It's like a train wreck you cannot look away from. I can't say it would be good listening on the radio, but as a concert performance, it gets a 10 out of 10. Now, I don't want you to get the impression I think David Hasselhoff is a bad singer. I don't. I've definitely heard songs from him where he's impressed me and that I've genuinely enjoyed. I also think that he's improved over the years and comes off a little green here. He does, however, have a range of vibrato and showmanship that can get a little strained and weird.
You're always on my mind.
I think
sometimes it's awful, and sometimes it's just strange enough to work. So that being said, the creepiest intro goes to his song Crazy on a Saturday Night.
Yeah, alright.
This is my favorite bit of stage business out of the lot. There is no way to explain it. The song's just about going out and having a great time, and he gets ready, fake combs, sprays his armpits and his hair with the same thing, drinks a potion, turns into a werewolf? What? Why? Oh my god. Someone decided he was going to become a werewolf on that stage, and I hope it was him, because it was absolutely the correct decision. I mean, how did he even pull off this transformation? That's just Hollywood magic, baby! You might recognize this mask from the Hooked on a Feeling music video, by the way, which explains that weird-ass thing was some kind of in-joke about 1987. It does not explain a lot of other things about that video, however. Anyway, this number combines two of my favorite things, David Hasselhoff and werewolves. Therefore, it gets a 100 out of 10. But I gotta give the best performance to the #1 Austrian hit Night Rocker. It was the opener, and they knew what the audience was there for, the car and the Hoff. Just look at him slide down Kit like a sexy snake and then crawl through the smoke. He is feeling his own raw sexual energy. This sax man can get it. And from the opening, I'm gonna take you straight to his big finale, a little song called Trilogy. Now, Trilogy is interesting. I'm not entirely sure why it's called Trilogy, and it's never elaborated on. The nearest I can tell is because it's broken up into 3 parts. A slow ballad, a cover in the middle, and then the same song from before but with a faster tempo. Kit sits in the background and does nothing, which is pretty disappointing because I was told he performs with Hasselhoff and I never heard one note out of him. But anyway, that doesn't matter. The song is pretty darn amazing. So apparently this was originally written by the Hoff and one of his buddies for a 4th of July celebration with the Osmonds, which, I mean, just saying all of that together, I can only imagine how sweet that must have been. And listening to the original stuff, you can't really tell that it's a 4th of July song, but you can for sure tell by the odd choice of putting Coming to America smack dab in the middle of it. He has squeezed every bit of emotion out of those lyrics. But hey, here's a question. Why did the Hoff decide to close out his European tour with a 4th of July song mixed with Coming to America? You know what? I don't even care if it's corny. I love this. This is musical theater realness. I'm actually super sad this was never released on an album because I would listen to it all the time. I feel like, yeah, the Hoff's with me. It might be a little melodramatic, but that's what I want. And I feel it. The energy, the passion, the Hoff. But look guys, I want to get serious for a moment and talk about the jacket. It's perhaps the most important thing in this video. It It was originally designed for that 4th of July concert with the Osmonds, and Hasselhoff just loved the hell out of it. He wore it to so many concerts because he knew its worth. In fact, he was so in love with it that he danced on top of Kit for a full unbroken minute just to show it off here. 2 years after this concert, he would most famously wear it during the most pivotal moment of his career, and perhaps for all of Germany, when he sang Looking for Freedom at the Berlin Wall. And just today, I found out that yes, Looking for Freedom is a cover. It's actually significant that Looking for Freedom is a cover because the original song was a hit in Germany in 1978, and since the Hoff had found his true calling in Austria and Germany, it made sense to do his own spin on a song a lot of them would be familiar with. The lyrics are about a guy who breaks away from his rich father to make his own way in the world, but the main thing is the word freedom is used a lot, and that, coincidentally being released right around the time East and West Germany would at last be reunited, resonated with the German people. It's also worth mentioning the chain of events that led up to the destruction of the Berlin Wall began with the removal of the border fence between Hungary and Austria, Hasselhoff's old pals. David Hasselhoff was asked to perform at the Berlin Wall shortly after it was opened up, got into a cherry picker, dodged a Roman candle or two, and gave a performance that made him an unlikely symbol forever tied to this part of history. So just imagine you're a German citizen that night. The wall has just come down after nearly 30 years, families are reuniting, communism is falling, and it's the beginning of the end of the Cold War. And out comes the Night Rider, adorned in a light-up jacket and piano key scarf, singing about looking for freedom. I say this without any cynicism. What a beautiful moment. So there's several parts in David Hasselhoff and the Night Rockers and Kit where Hasselhoff talks about positive thinking. At some point in his life, he got a hold of the book The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy, which he credits as a big influence in changing his attitude toward performing and life in general. Basically, the idea is that if you direct your energy into positive thinking, you can use it to shape your destiny.
I think if you create your own environment, if you really believe in yourself, it has a lot to do with it and making other people believe in you.
I've gotten in a lot of digs at David Hasselhoff over the years, but he absolutely took that positive energy and forged a path to greatness. And perhaps now, as I cover the failure of Baywatch Nights, it was a good time to take a step back, examine the stuff that makes him great, and apply that thinking to our own lives. Positivity doesn't mean you get exactly what you want, but it can take you to the place you need to go. David Hasselhoff and the Night Rockers and Kit is a ridiculous, ego-filled exercise in vanity. But I can't hate it. It's a great example of how something so stupid as a talking car-themed rock concert can lead to a symbol of hope for an entire country. Life is strange and wonderful. Maybe that's why when I see David Hasselhoff wearing a light-up jacket and singing on top of a car, I get this warm, fuzzy feeling that makes me believe things are going to be okay. I know the world might seem insane right now, but we all just have to believe in something. Keep fighting and create your destiny. We'll get there. Baywatch has had many disastrous episodes, but this one in particular stinks of some serious behind-the-scenes bull honky. As with most of the show, I find background info scarce, but it's evident from the episode itself that this thing was cobbled together like some sort of monstrous Frankenstein creation. Freefall is an absolute mess. Here's what I can gather. According to the production number, this episode was actually produced during season 5, but that's only partially true. If you pay attention to certain details, particularly the length of Stephanie's hair, you can tell that parts of this were filmed during season 6. But as to the reason why the skydiving subplot ended up on the cutting room floor for a season, your guess is as good as mine. Baywatch was a show that made second takes optional, so I just don't see them throwing footage away without some serious problems. And considering the story quality they usually have, I have a hard time believing they thought it wasn't up to snuff. Whatever the reason, my educated guess for repurposing it now would be a money-saving measure. Then they slapped on some archival footage and tried to make sense of everything with terrible Mitch narration in the tradition of Baywatch Nights. It doesn't really sync up with the episodes around it no matter what way you slice it, whether it's eyebrows randomly being there without any special acknowledgement, or Stephanie meeting her cancer boyfriend for the very first time right after her dramatic cancer reveal the previous episode. The end result of all of this madness is a pretty half-assed clip show. Enjoy! Okay, cool, off to a great start. Anyway, it's Eddie, he's back again! And above him we have Pamela in her relaxed, natural state. So this random homeless guy is actually Michael, a famous pro footballer who CJ is dating. Whether or not she's supposed to still be with eyebrows in either season this was filmed in was always nebulous. Michael's gone incognito to avoid the paparazzi, but it seems it's a failed effort.
All this talk about Michael reminds me of another Michael you might be familiar with.
Michael Knight, a young loner on a crusade to champion the cause of the innocent.
Knock it off, Mitch. It's not time for the clips yet.
Oh man, imagine having shitty tabloid people hound you. Pamela Anderson wouldn't know anything about that. It's a good thing Mitch isn't close friends with a monster who takes pictures of women without their consent. Okay, but why are there two people randomly doing backflips here? That's not even the same guy. Meanwhile, a slightly de-aged Hobie and producer's sons are hanging out on the beach with their friend Samantha, played by future Miss Texas Lauren Danning. You might also recognize her from this stunning acting in season 4.
Don't drool, Buchanan.
Hobie is telling some hilarious jokes for 2-year-olds when he's interrupted by the return of an old favorite Baywatch storyline. Creepy, sexy stories involving minors.
Make sure not to get vaxxed, kids! Whoa, this is the kind of uninformed asshole I can get behind.
I apologize, everyone. April Morella is a character distinct from Jenny McCarthy. I should wait for those jokes until she shows up as herself next season. Vaccinate your children. And hey, I would never accuse the producer's sons of ever being outstanding actors, but somehow this is lower than their usual standards.
Yeah, you're definitely getting hot. Yeah, smell me. Oh, heat stroke, heat stroke.
If it wasn't obvious, Hobie has the hots for this random attractive adult that's passed them by, and for some reason all of these children think the appropriate thing is for him to go over there and make a move. Then we get some Mitch narration out of nowhere, which is really confusing considering this is not a thing they do on normal Baywatch.
Approaching a beautiful woman is the hardest thing for any boy or the man he grows up to be. It's like jumping out of an airplane. You're never sure if your chute's going to open.
And that somehow ties this plot into my skydiving thing. Gosh, this episode is cohesive.
This is not a good analogy.
Hi. Alright, arrest this woman now. He was just imagining it. LOL, that makes it okay that they dedicated an entire minute of screen time to a 15-year-old actor rubbing down an adult with sunscreen. But lest you think this isn't weird enough, Hobie goes to his dad to talk about it as if he's having some sort of mental breakdown?
It seems so real. I don't know, it was like virtual reality or something. I really thought it happened.
Except it did.
But you know, the memory's the same, and that's all we really have in the end is memories.
Hobie, are you okay? What is this existential ennui? What is the tone, Baywatch? This is interrupted when Hobie's dream girl shows up at headquarters. Turns out she's the sister of Tom, who we are just now being introduced to as Mitch's old friend.
So Mitch, you gonna go sky surfing with us tomorrow?
Don't you have to go with Stephanie to her chemo or something?
No way, bruh, let's surf the sky.
Mitch isn't really into the idea, but April insists he should try it. She even offers to hold his hand along the way, which causes Hobie to volunteer to go himself. Not that that's relevant because neither of them are present during the skydiving scenes.
Oh, Mitch isn't a wimp. Are you, Mitch?
A wimp? Nobody calls me a wimp.
And Hobie is out of the episode. Bye! Meanwhile, Stephanie is a badass. Watch as she totally annihilates this paparazzi dude.
This is a public beach. I can do anything I want as long as I don't break the law. I know exactly how far I can bend it.
Take one more picture and I'll bend something till it breaks. Trust me.
Oh, snap! Oh, snap!
I truly believe Alexandra Paul could snap a man in half.
My hair's completely changed styles, but my condescension remains the same.
What does she look like?
Who?
The woman you're trying to impress.
Oh, so this is a sexual thing they were going for. Who are we supposed to be rooting for? The 15-year-old or the man 20 years her senior?
Have you met Stephanie Holden?
Tom Morello.
Hi, nice to meet you, Tom.
I have skin cancer.
April is going to be so impressed. Unfortunately, she couldn't quite make it today. She got this modeling job, swimsuit calendar.
It's almost as if we had to hastily write Jenny McCarthy out. Weird, huh?
How is this about me?
While Stephanie acts all butthurt that Mitch was checking out another lady, she can't resist the temptation of sending him to his death.
What's the matter, Mitch? Scared of plummeting to earth and crushing all of your bones? If you don't do it, I'll crush your bones.
What?
Nothing.
I have someone that's even better to jump out of this airplane with than April. Matt.
Oh, it's good to have someone we hate in common.
It's like flying, not falling. You're gonna love the rush.
I could just strangle him right now.
Oh, I'm glad Mitch is my best friend.
I wonder how many burgers there are in heaven. Like at least 300. No, that's stupid.
The male ego is a disease.
Oh my god! This episode is just full of cutaway joke fodder. Ironically, it is the clip show that became perfect clip material. Anyway, while Mitch prepares for certain death, he decides he's not even gonna wait for the jump to start in on the clips. I don't know if this montage through the years set to that I Believe credits song is meant to be heartwarming. I mean, I guess I can see someone watching this terrible season 5 holdover and feeling nostalgic for better days. Weird how they stop like a few episodes into season 5 and then randomly throw in 2 clips of Neely and Cody. I'm sure that means nothing about when this was edited.
Well, this sucks.
And if your backup chute doesn't open, just pull this.
What's this?
Life insurance policy.
Good one, Dr. Tom. Anyway, about time for Mitch to be dying.
This next scene is heavenly. And I don't just mean that because Mitch is heading straight toward the afterlife. If you enjoy seeing cool skydiving footage interspersed with terrible blue screen shots of David Hasselhoff making hilarious reaction faces, this is the episode for you. This is what makes this episode worth it. Look at that. Yeah, I believe that's eyebrows right there. Also, quick sidebar, when Comedy Central was doing the Hasselhoff roast, they showed some random episodes of Baywatch, and this is one that I caught, which endlessly confused me. I'm still not any clearer on things, but it's good to know I'm not insane and that this episode really happened. Let's cut to the chase. Things go poorly. Beautiful. Mwah, 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 mwah. This is my favorite shot in all of Baywatch. Drink it in, people. This is what the Emmys lost out on.
Sacre bleu, I killed Mitch. I must leave the country and this episode. How did I know you were gonna screw this one up, Mitch? Or should I say bitch? You better not have any stupid voiceover that ruins this dramatic moment.
Ouch. That hurts.
Wow, what stunning insight into Mitch's mind.
There's no pulse.
What does she mean, no pulse? Living people have pulses. Dead people have no pulse. Uh-oh.
Hey, you know what would really sell the whole Mitch being dead thing? Not this!
It was supposed to be me who killed him. Me!
It's not too late. I'm not gone. I'm right here.
Mitch would want to be buried at sea. We'll set the funeral for dawn on Sunday.
Okay, maybe you want to wait until the body's cold before you start making funeral arrangements, Stephanie.
Why would anyone want to be buried at sea?
That's right, Mitch is DEAD dead, and he won't shut the hell up about it. I don't know what we're supposed to feel here. Grief? Amusement? Right now, I'm leaning toward horror. He's dead, but conscious of everything around him. There was a Tales from the Crypt about this. If Newman wasn't able to show off his dramatic acting chops, I would be losing it right now.
He hated heights. Why did you do it, Mitch?
Newman, how long have you known Mitch? It's a fair guess it had to do with women, food, his massive ego, or all of the above.
The male ego is a disease.
Shout out to Dr. Pratt here, played by their medical technical advisor, Franklin Pratt.
Okay, big dog, you're first.
Oh, they got us! Wow, looks like Mitch had a real moment of reflection. He's learned the lesson that what truly matters is more important than his diseased male ego. With that ominous warning, he asks them to land the plane and, oh, never mind, he just jumps anyway and then we fade to commercial? Okay, Baywatch, what? Look, alright, I can see how a viewer might think this episode was a cop-out, or complete waste of time even, but you could have, had a point to it at least.
I hate that these parasites can trash people's lives just because you've achieved some kind of fame.
Well, unfortunately they can, and they do.
Wait, why is the CJ paparazzi subplot more depressing than Mitch dying? Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch falls for a cat burglar. Will his teammates be allowed to do anything? Meow! Hey, remember Hobie 3? You know, the little girl Joey that showed up in the 6th episode of the season, disappeared for 3 episodes, and then disappeared again for another 8 episodes? Just to give you an idea of the length of time they've taken to tell this 3-episode arc, including the mid-season break, this is 5 months after her initial appearance, and 4 months since the last time we saw her. I know everyone was waiting with bated breath to find out if Mitch adopts her or not. We never see her again after this, so let's find out what happens. Another Cody-filled day.
Time for a good-natured prank from the Holden sisters. Yeah, those are ashes.
Just as a reminder, Stephanie is his boss, and the last time we saw Caroline, she was irreparably traumatized by a serial killer who wanted to put her in his human collection. Meanwhile, now that Mitch has become an honorary samurai after defeating the Yakuza, he is happily watching the water while his future Hobie replacement plays with her friend.
This is Gena.
Before we get to that plot, here's the B story. It's gonna be quick. It starts with more unprofessional interactions between Cody and his superior.
You're supposed to keep your suit on in the shower.
I thought I was alone.
Oh, Cody, you dum-dum. He just nonchalantly moves on from accidentally walking out naked in front of his boss because he finds out there's a boat race coming up and that's pretty cool.
Jeez!
Why was he taking his towel off again? If she isn't looking at me, I'm invincible. Check out this team. Newman, Caroline, Dum Dum, Stephanie's ripped arms. They have everyone they need. Unfortunately, with a boat this size, they have to have one more sailor, and with no volunteers, they're willing to take on just about anyone. I love the smell of desperation in the morning.
Hey, Noom?
Ooh, Noom, I like it. I'm glad that Newman recovered from those horrific injuries that he had the last time we saw him. I was really worried about him. I was left hanging on that one. This is when Neely makes her transformation into a mid-2000s reality show contestant. She isn't here to make friends, she's here to win.
Let's get one thing straight. I'm not here to play games, and I'm not here to have a great time. I'm here to win. Period.
Spider Stephanie? Spider Stephanie? Actually, I'm not a spider.
So, this is the competition?
Old flame, Neely? I used to sail with him.
Good luck.
Baywatch.
Hey, apropos of nothing, remember the episode The Big Race, where they had to win sports thing against douchey rival? That episode was nice to edit because it was like 5 minutes long after I cut out the boring boat race. By the way, Team Baywatch wins. Back to Mitch being a terrible parent. Not Chips Ahoy sponsored kid gambling, Baywatch. Joey is really backsliding here.
Here, Joey, have this creepy haunted doll from a case I'm currently investigating. The nights will never be the same.
So Mitch has not only decided to adopt Joey, but they are a week away from signing the papers, so they are really laying it on thick this episode. We're talking adorable father-daughter interactions, cutesy I'm gonna call you dads, and ignoring Hobie, the old and less precocious one. And holy rice-a-roni, Ryan makes a cameo! Hey, for once, both shows exist in one universe. So this is, rather pathetically, Ryan's sole appearance on normal Baywatch. I'm gonna be honest, it's like a couple scenes and not very interesting. It could have been anyone, and chances are they did it that way on purpose in case scheduling didn't work out. Ryan is a PI and forensic criminologist, so naturally, Mitch has her working with a lawyer on adoption papers for that little girl he's never once mentioned on Baywatch Nights. But unlike Mitch, Ryan is actually pretty good at her job, and she uncovered that Joey's grandparents are still alive.
Joey has relatives.
What?
I thought I killed them all.
And my new lifeguard/PI dad never gave me up to some crazy old people who my mother hated. The end.
Well, I've got some good news and some bad news, Joey. The good news is, your dad is gonna have a lot more time to be a PI. The bad news is, I have to renovate this room again.
Oh man, a veggie and cheese platter. Mitch must really hate these people. Luckily, Hobie knows how to calm him down with some A&W root beer.
Oh god, here we go.
After Ryan does some digging, they discover that Joey's grandparents legally disowned her mother in the 80s, so they might have a solid case for keeping Joey for themselves.
Hey, guess what, oldster? You could suck it!
I'm only 8 years older than you, and my wife is 3 years younger than me.
Can't hear you, I'm too young.
I just wanted to tell you some of our family history. When my wife was pregnant with Kyla, complications came up that made it so she could never have any more children. When she reached puberty, she'd already been picked up for shoplifting. Kyla stole my credit cards and ran away from home. We never talked to Kyla again. I never even got the chance to say goodbye. We don't have a lot of money for a long, drawn-out legal battle. If you're going to contest our right to custody, we won't challenge.
Okay, fine. Jeez, you can have her.
You wanna make Dad some lasagna? It's his favorite.
You got that right, Hobie. I hate Mondays. Oh, by the way, Joey, you're leaving.
You're a liar and I hate you!
Damn it, I had to deal with a little girl running away last week. Why must I be cursed by adorable yet troubled children? Big, fat, hairy deal, John. I hate Odie.
Oh, no luck, huh? What did Trapper say?
Baywatch can't even remember their characters' backstories, but they decided to keep Trapper, the Oliver Twist orphan Pied Piper, in their continuity. Okay. The little girl from Code of Silence ate Carl's Jr., but Joey is a McDonald's girl. Is it just me, or is the product placement in this episode at, like, incredulous levels?
I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in. And if you do not want to see me again, I will...
Joey!
I'm pretty sure this is your last episode, so I feel okay rescuing you.
Wow, an old corpse! I've gotta show Joey this! Traumatized enough yet? How about another haunted doll to see you off?
Let's get the hell out of here!
Let's never speak of this again.
Next time on Baywatch, the Vietnam War? Amnesia? Disabled comedians? Sure, why not? Hey folks! Technically, this is a very special episode of Baywatch, but unlike some more cynical Emmy attempts we've seen, I actually think this was a pretty progressive story made with mostly good intentions. As usual, there's an A plot and a B plot, and those two things don't go together at all, but mostly I'm giving credit to the story focusing on accessibility. It's important to know that this episode was written by screenwriter Evan Sommers, who himself was disabled and wrote many stories focusing on that representation. He didn't have a long list of credits, but he notably wrote for Deep Space Nine and Voyager and made the award-winning documentary The Seeker. And today, the Media Access Awards gives the Evan Sommers Memorial Award to screenwriters who present realistic depictions of disabled people. So he's a pretty big deal in that community. And considering the plot specifically has to do with wheelchair access, and Sommers himself started his screenwriting career unable to even get into the building he was hired at, this is something that was very personal as well. I should also mention the character this focuses on, Jess Fortuna, was played by comedian Chris Fonseca, who has cerebral palsy. The fact they cast someone who actually uses a wheelchair and someone with a more obvious disability is not always the case on every show, and certainly not on Baywatch, so I think that deserves credit. This is Fonseca's sole acting job, but he's had a pretty successful stand-up career and is still working today. While slightly politically incorrect, he is really funny, and it's worth checking out his material. The other plot, I'm not sure if it's A or B, involves a woman with amnesia whose father is a Vietnam vet and can charitably be called boring. Anyway, let's Baywatch! Oh my gosh, is that driver played by the Ted Meehouse from the show's transportation department? Whoa! So CJ's being harassed by some beefy guy who can't take a hint when comedian Jess Fortuna, who's just arrived on the beach, decides to defuse the situation with a good old-fashioned beach brawl.
Adios, Goober.
Adios, Goober! The language on this show sometimes. So CJ thanks Jess for the help, who asks how he can get to the water. Unfortunately, CJ explains, they don't have the budget to build in beach access here. CJ would love to help, but whoops, rescue calls! Oh come on, she doesn't even go on that rescue, it's Mitch and Caroline. The next time we see CJ, she's just rollerblading.
I had important things to do on No Bra Day.
Also, as of this episode, and this episode only, Cody works at a bike shop, I guess?
I'm building myself a custom beach bike.
Bet you thought I was too dumb to ride with the training wheels off. Well, think again.
Cody has an injured wrist after off-screen protecting Caroline from some biker guy, because apparently beach creeps are just crawling out of the woodwork this episode. CJ wonders if Cody was jealous of Caroline hanging out with a biker guy, because she's already forgotten her own harassment from 5 minutes ago. Cody doesn't seem terribly concerned about this injury affecting his chances of going to the Olympics. Yeah, you totally forgot about that Olympics thing, didn't ya? Well, so did Season 6. Behold, Cody's custom beach bike!
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the car designed for the average man, the Homer.
I didn't know you could build things.
You always came off super dumb.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Believe it or not, Cody being able to build things is actually a major plot point next season. Yes, really. Meanwhile, amnesia.
Wait, please wait!
Hey Mitch, I'm over that stalking and kidnapping situation and I'm totally unaffected by a biker guy hitting on me to the point Cody had to violently intervene. Anyway, Amnesia Chick wants to see you.
I'm supposed to meet Ryan and Garner at Nights.
Is that show still on?
Yes, season 1 of 11!
Caroline and Mitch visit Twee, the amnesia woman in question. She actually only has partial amnesia about recent events, so I mean, is it even really amnesia?
Boo! This is the worst amnesia I've ever seen.
Well, you're a lifeguard and a PI. I'll just give her personal belongings to you and hope you make the best of it.
I am telling you, I am as good a detective as Ryan.
Please! Let me out!
Following the dog tags Twee had on her, Mitch finds Kendall Larson, who he believes to be her long-lost father.
But he can't be your father, man. He's got too much baggage from the war.
Come on, people now. Smile on your brother.
Well, that's enough of that. Hey look, he accepts her.
Why was that war so different? My history teacher told me it tore the country in half.
Because we were fighting 2 wars at the same time.
Yeah, okay, Baywatch, I don't think we're gonna be learning about the Vietnam War through Mitch and Hobie Buchanan, thank you! Meanwhile, sexual harassment, don't like that. Well, how about Jess handcuffing CJ to him? Okay, this episode might have some issues. But unlike beefy McSexpest, Jess is doing this to protest the lack of accessibility, which is something one single lifeguard can fix. CJ makes sure to sternly tell him that holding her hostage isn't the way to do this.
Thank you, guys. Jess, I promise I'm gonna do everything I can.
Despite being offered multiple options, ranging from going to a separate beach that has ramps, lifeguards carrying him to the water, or Cody giving him a ride in the back of his truck, Jess refuses on the principle that if everybody doesn't have access, nobody has access. On the other hand, he's only in town for like 2 days, and that kinda seems like not enough time to even build anything, but okay. Boo, I'm a ghost! I think it's obvious what needs to be done now. Sexy wheelchair welding montage. I mean, it's good Cody is wearing a tiny crop top jacket for protection. I never knew I needed a montage like this in my life, but I absolutely did. Somehow, the inspirational wheelchair montage has turned into G-rated porn. I do find it interesting that part of Evan Summers' documentary, The Seeker, features a motorcycle he modified to use while in a wheelchair. I wonder if there's a connection there. When in doubt, invent a cool thing. Anyway, here it is! They can't provide access to every beach, but they do have a souped-up wheelchair to let one person at a time use on this one beach that is no way practical or the solution he was looking for, and the day is saved! Come on, Jess! Yeah! I was supposed to look like I was having fun, Fonseca told the Los Angeles Times in 1996, and I guess that's where I did the real acting.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Garner finally gets an episode about him! A man he put behind bars is out for the kill. Presumably, Mitch will make this about him again. Garner-tastic! We're getting into a long one here today, folks, because Forbidden Paradise is a different kind of Baywatch episode. In fact, it's not an episode at all. Are you ready to check out Baywatch the movie?
Baywatch the movie, Forbidden Paradise.
Yes, long before Hawaiian Wedding or the 2017 remake, Baywatch the movie, Forbidden Paradise, was filmed during season 5 and released on video shortly after the season wrapped. And less than a year later, because Baywatch is cheap, they split the movie into 2 episodes in season 6 and called it a day. You might notice as we go along that this doesn't seem much different than any other 2-part vacation episode, and you are correct. I mean, technically they'd released other 2-parters on VHS before this, and the pilot was released as a movie and sometimes renamed, and I should know, I own a copy of Malibu Heat, and it's one of the weirdest things I have. So like, Forbidden Paradise is not even really that special. But it did get a theatrical run in Europe, so you could have been lucky enough to see Baywatch's lack of production values on the big screen. According to Douglas Schwartz, the people behind the video wanted to do an R-rated version of the movie with Pamela Anderson appearing nude, but the Baywatch folks didn't want to betray their family audience. I could see this story being true or not true. I mean, the reason for the show's success was the sex appeal mixed with family-friendly values, but I also don't believe Schwartz or Bonan would care about the nudity if it meant more money or buzz around the show. In either case, if it was ever entertained, Hasselhoff was sure to cause a stink before it got too far. I suppose it's a moot point because this was the same year the Pamela Anderson sex tape was released, so they got a ratings boost from her being naked anyway. There are some minor differences between the movie version of Forbidden Paradise and the 2-part version, including some slight cuts to scenes for time. More significantly, they cut a steamy CJ and eyebrows montage. You are not missing anything plot important, I assure you, but it is heavily featured in the movie's trailer. There's also different music used for another montage, and I'm not quite sure what the reasoning is for that. They don't re-edit it for time or anything, so who knows.
Just like you can one more, babe.
Anyway, because this was filmed during season 5, characters and storylines have gone back in time. The opening credits for last season are used, meaning Gregory Allen Williams is back in the intro, even though he's not in the episode. Stephanie's forgotten her skin cancer and shortened her hair. Logan has grown his out. Most notably, Eyebrows has returned to make his final appearance. And the crowd goes mild! We open with a montage of CJ working too hard. See? CJ says she needs a vacation. And what do you know? Hawaiian Airlines product placement is sponsoring a Lifeguard exchange program trip for main characters only. Hooray!
Yeah! Woo! Yeah, cool! All right! Woohoo! All right! Hawaii!
Acting is on full display. Just imagine seeing this clunky exposition segue of 3 people badly cheering at a table on the big screen. For some reason, they can only muster the mildest of enthusiasm in awkward close-ups as if they had to film them separately to pretend they liked each other.
Sit down. Sit down.
My girlfriend hula dancing angers me for some reason.
The Jerry Lopez Pipeline Masters are happening when we're there.
What are those?
Caroline.
And you don't even know about Hawaiian surfing competitions? You useless sack of crap. Ho ho ho, I am working for Baywatch again. Hope Neely doesn't notice.
Hey Matt, I guess we're back together.
Anyway, they're all leaving tomorrow. Hope nobody had any plans or anything.
Maybe Garden Hawaii someday. Wouldn't that be convenient? Since Riley's over there constantly.
I thought you were dating Dr. Tom or whoever. I like to play the field, see what I can get out of this cancer scam before they catch on. Oh yeah? Well, I have, double cancer. No, you don't. Shut up, Caroline. Girlfriends.
Hawaiian product placement song. It's the travel montage. A lifeguard crew has a lot to do in the Baywatch vacation write-off.
Look at Mitch trying to make out with this lady at the Hilton. Nice try, Creepazoid.
The male ego is a disease.
She is his type, though. A lineless extra is a woman who doesn't constantly fill the air with words. Or maybe his type is the handsome merman he met in season 2. This is Baywatch's go-to Hawaiian, Vincent Klin, as Mark Kiloha, who will return in Baywatch Hawaii as a 3rd character. One thing I didn't note about him during his very boring first episode is that Vincent Klin was one of the top 5 surfers in the world at one point, so that's pretty cool. Oh my god, I almost died because they hadn't had a product placement in 2 minutes. Thank goodness they have a modified Wave Runner TM here.
Yeah.
Outside of Stephanie riding this Wave Runner in a montage, you will not see a single Baywatch team member doing any training whatsoever. Well, that's enough work. Time to watch other people have a vacation.
Yeah, do the actually.
Ugh. Hey Mitch, who's watching Hobie?
I don't know, someone.
I can't say we see a lot of them learning new lifeguard techniques on this supposed exchange program trip, but we do get to see excessive amounts of horny Mitch.
Aloha. Mahalo. Mahalo.
Also horny are Eyebrows and CJ, who have been doing the hanky-panky in a cutscene. Mitch says that he's rented a boat to take out to a private island and invites them along, because nothing sounds more appealing than being a third-wheel 43-year-old on a private island with 2 20-somethings who want to have sex. As someone who used to be a river rafting guide, CJ thirsts for adventure. Just kidding, she'd rather lounge around the pool than do that thing Mitch suggested.
Mrs. CJ, can Eyebrows come play with me on my private island?
Please, Mom.
Okay, I guess so.
Yes, I get him for the day and we're gonna be bad.
Remember when David Hasselhoff on Baywatch wasn't dead inside? I know what you're thinking. What this movie is missing is someone to hate. Well, look no further because here's Carlton Edwards. He's been creeping around taking pictures of women without their consent and proceeds to bug CJ by throwing Mentos all over her.
Would you like a Mentos?
If I were Mentos, I would sue them.
Oh, here, let me help you with that. Just back up just a little bit.
It's funny because it's harassment.
That was Captain Thorpe. He's been called away in an emergency and they need someone to run headquarters.
I'll go. Good luck, Matt.
Yes, folks, halfway into part 1, Pamela Anderson leaves the 2-parter completely. They filmed some obligatory bikini scenes, and she booked it out of there 1/3 of the way into the movie that based all of its advertising on Pamela Anderson being in it. And most of the steamy bikini stuff wasn't even used in the TV version. Hilarious. To be a fly on the wall when the 2 people who went to see this in theaters realized they were stuck watching an episode of Baywatch for another hour. Whoa, check it out. Logan's stunt double can really surf. Well, I'm gonna cut out most of that plot. Meanwhile, Mitch and Eyebrows have gone on their private island getaway.
Mitch, I'm telling you, this is incredible. We're the only ones on this beach.
Yeah, and only one of us will make it back alive.
What?
Nothing.
One fine day, love came for me.
Sacre bleu, stock footage.
If something hilarious is happening, I want in on it.
This'll make you chuckle. Eyebrows has been bitten by a venomous fish. Eyebrows describes it as orange and black, which is only half right, and Mitch declares he's been bitten by a scorpion fish. Technically, he is correct because lionfish are in the scorpionfish family, so I will give Baywatch half a point. The important thing here is that their boat was damaged on some coral, and Eyebrows is screwed.
Way to pull an Eddie, idiot! So anyway, that's when Hobie's like, you make dinner. And I'm like, guess you don't want any Street Fighter 2? And then he started crying and it was pretty funny. So after a few beatings, he was able to fry up some hot dogs and I played Street Fighter 2 and it was pretty awesome. So then I decided, and by this point, my psychic friend Destiny's blood is all over the floor. And I'm like, oh boy, this is gonna be a lot of paperwork, am I right? And Ryan's vomiting in the corner like a big baby, and Garner's trying to answer the phone, and I'm like, geez guys, I'm working a case. So then... Matt!
Wow, you know, ending part 1 by killing off Eyebrows was a bold choice, but one I deeply respect. Just kidding, they find some native Hawaiians or something, and the cliffhanger is supposed to be us caring if Carlton lives or dies. We do not. I love this. Alexandra Paul and Vincent Klin seem to have made the choice to play it like their characters are definitely sleeping together. It's very good. It's not ever mentioned or anything, just very heavily implied. Screw Riley or whoever the hell she's dating now. Stephanie is having a bite of that Mark sandwich.
I was a rich and valuable character.
Hey, how about an hour into this we add in a subplot about a magic rock? That do anything for you? Carlton took a piece of lava rock from Hawaii when he visited last year, which means the goddess Pele has cursed him with bad luck. But shouldn't Mitch be explaining this as the expert on Hawaiian gods?
And didn't you say your bad luck started a year ago?
Of course, he's so stupid. All he has to do is put the rock back where he got it from, but instead he decides to dink around so he can fall over some more and get hit with golf balls. I miss Guido now. I hate you. For fans of more Hawaiian superstitions with incredibly uninteresting payoffs, tune into the last 2 seasons of Baywatch. Hawaiian Tropics product placement! Featuring Gregory Bonan as the photographer. And now Mitch has taken over that tribe and told them to sacrifice Eyebrows to the god of burgers. I think this is how he was always meant to go. This guy is super not happy about this, because he wanted to carve the roast beast this year.
Damn you, Mitch Von Malibu! Don't worry, pal. Once we've slathered you in guacamole, you're gonna taste delicious. God, I wish that were me.
Anyway, Eyebrows is fine. Boo! While Mitch stuffs his face with food, he wonders why the chick that helped them would live in a dump like this.
I lived here for the past 12 years, since I was a child.
Why?
I'd die before I lived on a shitty island. Pass the ketchup. Tough crowd, huh? Matt, you can eat that rock over there.
When I tell you to move, you dive out of the way.
What direction? Move!
Another animal trying to kill Eyebrows, staying on his ass. This is the kind of misfortune I can get behind. He truly took up Eddie's mantle.
Grr, I hate that he lived.
So Hawaiian chick has joined Mitch and Eyebrows in an attempt to run away from the tribe. She says she's tried to leave before, but bitter beer face guy is jealous and possessive.
I'm not jealous and possessive, I'll show you.
I cannot make it. I am too weak.
We're not leaving you behind. We might need you for firewood.
On this island, you can kill indiscriminately.
My Hawaiian save!
I am too weak to walk, but somehow I am strong enough to do this. Ho ho ho, my injuries are very inconsistent.
They do move in herds. Get in, nerds.
Oh, come on, is it something I said?
I'm in love with you, Caroline, and I want to share the rest of my life with you.
Wait, when the hell is this supposed to take place in the timeline? Have they been engaged all season? Or are they gonna pretend it's only just happened now? What the hell is the order of season 6? Either they've been in the least romantic or public engagement this whole time, or people who watched the movie weren't supposed to remember or care. Take your pick.
Caroline, I regard you with disgust even on the best of days. Will you be my second non-green card wife?
Logan, it would be my honor to also enter into my second marriage to yet another horrible, cheating asshole.
Oh, we're the worst.
Don't be jealous that I'm getting married again and you're still a single loser, Stephanie.
Oh, don't worry. I slept with like 6 people here, including 3 girls that said they slept with Logan.
What?
Oh boy.
Hell yeah, Timmy!
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Carmen Electra stops by and the Butte Bribeby Agency is called in to solve a trust fund murder. It's unfortunately a Griff episode.
I'm Griff! Okay, what an important character you've been every season or so when you've shown up. Let's remember all of the good times as we send you off. When you used to be a reporter, then you owned a cafe we never see you at, where you employed Little Richard for a day and held that borderline illegal treasure hunt with a radio station. That montage shamelessly promoting Universal Studios, sometimes Mitch and you were dating. Oh, and who can forget that school for the blind you volunteered at one time. Ah, the memories. But now it's over. Thank God we have one last memory to make with you today, in a boring episode about a surfer you knew who died. Thanks for whatever you did, Kay. Kay might be sailing away from Baywatch's shores, but don't you worry, Pamela Bach fans, because she will show up in 2 other episodes as 2 other characters, and in a Baywatch Nights episode as a 3rd character, because I guess we're just not supposed to notice she prominently recurred on the show before. I feel like such a bummer lately, guys, but unfortunately, this episode plays like cancer. And I don't just say that because one of the plots literally is about cancer.
Hey, Logan, my sister has cancer, so you should spend a lot of money on the wedding to make my day extra special!
Since when does Stephanie have cancer?
Oh, we found that out 6 episodes ago.
Was that before or after we were engaged?
I don't know. Did we get engaged last year or last episode?
Caroline? Are we characters in a TV show?
Oh my god!
Meanwhile, Neely wants Logan to help her produce a poster as a follow-up to her photo shoot with Inside Sports. She wants him to work the business end to raise money and develop a marketing strategy and a distribution deal for her poster? Like a poster deal? Or, I mean, is he her agent? Or is this just like a poster market? Is Inside Sports even involved? Because you kind of need their permission to use their photos. I'm confused about everything. It's a genius plan, Logan. Just think of the money we'll be rolling in if we corner this single bootleg poster distribution market. Neely might be an incredible supervillain, but she's pretty bad at business if she claims this is Logan's area of expertise. His one business venture so far has been stealing his friend's swimsuit designs, sleeping with a rich guy's daughter to try and sell them, and then getting written out of the deal altogether for being a thief.
Hey, Steph, we have to rearrange the schedule. Newman is not available. You're not a Steph.
And I would know, I'm a detective.
So Stephanie is going to get the cancer scooped out of her leg finally, and then it'll be determined if it's localized or if she's got something more to worry about. Her boyfriend, Dr. Tom, lets Mitch know what her prospects are as if he's discussing a car he just purchased.
If it spreads to the lymph glands, the survival rate drops to 14%.
14%?
Well, look who's come crawling back to me now that I have cancer. Die mad about it, bitch von Malibu.
It's Mitch von Malibu. Mitch!
Oh, she looks so awful.
She doesn't even get to wear a crop top for this.
I swear, if this cancer upstages my wedding, I'm gonna be so pissed.
I can hear you over there, butthole.
I mean, at least Stephanie put on a full face of makeup for this so she can be ready for the cancer photo shoot afterwards.
Shall we? Okay.
Oh my god, he sneaks in a full on-the-mouth kiss. Mitch, you dog. Kay has an old surfer friend who might be more than a friend. He means so much to her, that guy. Therefore, I am invested. I will be super heartbroken if something should happen to him at his last surfing competition before retirement.
Well, we should go catch some waves sometime. I'm sure gonna be around.
Good God.
Oh no! This is an episode so bored with itself, it's just using the same surfing footage from Forbidden Paradise, which, I remind you, was the last episode. I will give Last Wave this. There is a harrowing Newman rescue, and I have to say, alongside getting his head smashed into ground beef on Nights, he is having no luck lately.
Okay, I spoke to the doctor who performed the autopsy on Wes. He said he died from a blow to his head.
So you can't blame me for this one.
Meanwhile, on a lighter note, cancer.
Oh, it's you two. Oh well, at least you got to see how much better at cancer I am than you.
Well, after all of that build-up, Stephanie is cancer-free, baby! She will enjoy many more seasons of Baywatch to come, and nothing bad will ever happen to her.
Her melanoma did not reach the lymph nodes.
Yeah, someone tell Hulk Hogan I'm gonna be okay. I know he was worried.
Congratulatory crop tops for everyone.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the Logan and Neely plot won't be based on something so depressing. Let's see.
Weddings are for losers, Logan. Join me and we can become the ultimate evil super couple.
Well, I never really thought about it, but I guess. Well, that engagement didn't even last a whole episode. Pretty cool conclusion to that story. Hope her big sister doesn't overshadow her with her own engagement.
Will you marry me?
Yes.
This won't stand! Caroline reverses and ruins Stephanie's engagement announcement with her breakup announcement.
Logan and I are not getting married because we just broke up.
At least Kay's story ends on a good note, with her crying and never seen on the show again. See ya as your next character, Hoffwife. Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch has yet another old friend who needs help. Imposters, intrigue, stupid hats. Boing-oing-oing-oing! Hey guys, welcome to the Season 6 finale! Which means pretty much nothing to anyone except we're closer to hitting Season 2 of Baywatch Nights, but hang in there with me. I do want to note that this was directed by Peter H. Hunt, who previously directed the first proper episode of Baywatch after the pilot movie, and it seems like that should mean something deeper, but it probably doesn't. This is Go for the Gold, or as the Germans call it, Gold! This episode doesn't even give us 2 seconds of breathing room before we're suddenly dumped into this drug smuggler story. These two are worried about getting caught by the Coast Guard, so they dump their cocaine to the bottom of the ocean to be retrieved later. Meanwhile, yay, I'm gonna be in Olympics!
What I tell you, Cody, you want to speak, you better be insulting Mitch.
I'm a shark, I'm a shark, I'm a shark!
How much longer am I gonna be a regular on this show?
A cookie!
It looks like an oatmeal cookie.
That's what I said! So what they've actually found is a Spanish doubloon, which can be worth some real bucks. I guess this is where CJ should fantasize about being rich and wearing a bunch of sexy outfits?
Yeah, I thought CJ might have borrowed it.
I think it's great you two are together.
Wait, when did this happen? I'm gonna use my Baywatch Nights detective skills to try and determine the timeline here. So this is canonically sometime after last episode, because Stephanie is wearing her engagement ring. Cody and CJ do have a montage holding hands in desperate encounters, so maybe that's when they got together? Unless that's something they aired out of order and takes place after this. The last time we saw them in an episode together, they were having a sexy welding montage. But from CJ's curiosity about his interest in Caroline, that seems to indicate a purely flirtatious stage of the relationship. And 2 episodes ago, CJ was still with eyebrows, which may or may not take place this season depending on when Caroline and Logan were supposed to have been engaged. I have come to the conclusion that who fucking knows? I guess CJ and Cody are a couple now.
Oh, so you two are sharing a toothbrush now.
I guess somebody is gonna need toothbrush lessons.
But what does Ledge Muscleman have to say about this?
Stephanie.
Yeah?
They need you upstairs right away.
I'll be right there, Ledge.
The ultimate dream is to find someone who loves you as much as Baywatch loves Cody's abs. Ice cream soda, cherry on top. How many girlfriends do I got? Hey, is this sexy Cody CJ makeout immediately followed by a scary laughing fisherman too jarring? This crusty gentleman confirms that they have a Spanish doubloon and offers $3,000 up front for it, which greedy CJ is all for. But Cody thinks they should wait because, I don't know, maybe there's an entire ship full of treasure down there? Do you know how many boxes of Whoppers I can get for that? I'll be eating for a week! I think the parrot is my favorite part of this scene.
I'll give you $3,000 cash.
What?
And not a penny more.
$3,500? I could pay for next semester's entire tuition.
Tuition where? Are either of you going to school? In case you're curious, we never find out what they did with the gold.
I was hoping to find you here.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hey, Neely. Haven't seen you since we cheated together and it ended my engagement. How the hell are you doing? I can't concentrate on any other thing going on in this episode because, guys, we've hit a huge moment in the series. This is Numi's first ever plot. And I'm not talking about, like, being involved in someone else's story. I mean, he's a man with a mission. This is Numi versus the Pack Rat.
Hey, Numi. Have you lost any personal items in the locker room lately?
Just my hair, but I always clean out the drain.
Numi is great. His 3 personality traits are superhero, horny, or balding.
Hey, that's my watch, you little bugger!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's happening. Look at it. I haven't been this invested in Baywatch in so long. I don't care what you say. This is delightful.
Come back here!
It was at this point that Numi was cemented as Baywatch's greatest character. You tried Hasselhoff, but you just never had that beautiful pack rat moment.
Got you cornered. Ow!
Oh, what happened?
He bit me!
I never really thought about the odd trio of Numi, Neely, and Logan, but I have to say it's a combo that works. I was way more entertained by this than Kay's stupid dead surfer plot or whatever.
So you think you're a treasure hunter now, eh? I don't want to brag, but I've found a few sunken treasures in my time. You ever want to ditch CJ and get with a real pirate? Let me know.
Stephanie and Cody are continuing with some deep diving exercises. But wait, remember this plot?
They're getting ready to dive. Let's get out of here. We'll come back tomorrow.
Cool. Hey CJ, according to the back of this cereal box, if I solve this maze, I can find Captain Crunch's buried treasure.
We only have an hour till Stephanie gets home.
We never had sex on the show.
I know that rat is out there somewhere, biding his time, conquering the sea. The moment he lets his guard down, he's finished. You still focused on that rat thing? Why don't you cheat on someone or come up with a ridiculous scheme? That's how I get my mind off things.
Well, all I know is I got a personal score to settle.
Oh, speaking of Stephanie, she gave me the day off tomorrow.
Does that mean you go diving with me?
Okay.
I'm sorry CJ couldn't make it. Hope you don't mind diving with me.
Well, you'll do.
I love how obvious it is that Pamela Anderson couldn't be bothered to show up half the time. It's great that they use a romantic diving song between Stephanie and Cody anyway, though.
Like my soul could taste you, and God, you tasted sweet.
Now we found the whole container of cookies. Hey, wait a minute, this isn't cookies. It's powdered sugar.
Oh, so Cody wants the drugs, okay.
Harpoon! Whoa, come on, there's enough cookies for everyone, jeez.
You're shooting your harpoons totally wrong. Pathetic.
Yeah, just keep punching him in the mask, Cody. That's really doing something.
Aw, son of a Mitch.
The drug smuggler fight successfully lost, our heroes resurface and decide maybe underwater battles are stupid, especially when you're deep sea diving and it's harder to breathe. But how about an above water battle?
Where's your friend? Unfortunately, she got caught in the kelp bed.
This looks like a job for a super dummy. I guess I didn't really intend to kill you after all. Bye!
Cody rescues the other drug smuggler, but unfortunately, he goes up too fast and has a fart attack.
At least they're both in jail now.
That part of the episode is complete. By the way, I'm back.
There is nothing wrong with me.
Even though Stephanie explained this to me before I did it, I'm a lifeguard and I've been specifically training on how to deep dive for the Olympics, I somehow don't understand decompression sickness.
I'm bored. Let's call it. Will his abs be okay?
Well, that sure was a boring 2 minutes of television. Cody is okay, you'll be happy to know?
I love you.
I'm hungry.
Oh my god! Numi asks for Logan's help catching the pack rat, and the best thing they can come up with is a Hershey's Kiss on a string? Why did we waste so much time on Cody? Well, you know Neely kept squealing at a rat off of her evil resume, or she'd never be hired again. Also, this chase scene might be some of Baywatch's finest comedy. Truly worth a chef finger kiss.
Oh, hang on. That might be my feelings about losing Caroline in there.
I saved her from a killer once.
It's always about you, Numi, isn't it?
Oh man, the rat hid all of their things in Eyebrow's abandoned locker. Classic. Hey guys, I am back after— oh, come on!
He's all yours.
Aw, that's kind of a nice ending to this one. Speaking of happy endings...
But your doctor says that you can't do any rigorous physical activity for at least 6 weeks.
I can't compete in the Olympics?
Your health is more—
I don't care what you or some damn doctor says.
You know, it seems like the last 10 years of my life have been a total waste.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
it's finally the ending of damn Season 1. Some fake Beach Boys keep exploding. Can Mitch figure out why? Surfing USA!
If you want excitement and a bit of danger, check out Baywatch on Case. Damn it!
I'm not gonna be able to do it though, I promise. Italia uno e on the state.
Oh Christ.
You check out Baywatch on KKK. Hola! Hola!
Okay.